Chapter 899. 899 Chapter 899 Crisis. We'll take turns. The weak will go first. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue began to give orders. On the talisman sect side, someone began to move. Inscriptions flashed as he displayed his figure and leaped onto the floating round platform. He then jumped onto the next round platform and advanced along the platform. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley also set off. However, just like the Talisman Amulet Sect, they also set off in batches. The weak would go first, while the strong would stay behind to restrain their opponents. If all four sides swarmed forward, there would definitely be a huge battle. It wasn't the time for the battle yet. Even if they killed their opponent now, there wouldn't be much benefit. The battle would only begin after they entered the light door. The people from the four forces moved forward one by one. The people in front had already crossed the abyss and disappeared after entering the door of light. Lu Ming did not move. There were many people from the Sky Demon Valley and the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace who were staring at him with killing intent. Time passed quickly, and more people entered the door of light. Very quickly, half of the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. Suddenly, a terrified roar came from the sky above the abyss. Everyone's eyes looked over and saw a young man standing on a round platform. His face was filled with fear. His body seemed to be under a terrible pressure and was breaking apart inch by inch. Gu Huaxiu. Lu Ming's expression changed as he recognized the young man. Before Lu Ming and Xianxia went to the chaotic astral ocean, they went to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy to get the heavenly demon fruit. They met Gu Huaxiu there. At that time, Gu Huaxiu seemed to have been possessed by someone, and they had fought together against the ancestor of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. After not seeing him for a period of time, Gu Huaxiu had reached a shocking level. The aura he emitted seemed to be at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. However, at this moment, he was under a terrifying suppression. Die! He roared as green light emanated from his body. A shadow appeared above his head, struggling madly. But in the air, there seemed to be a terrifying force bombarding him. No! The phantom let out a terrified roar. In the next moment, with a bang, it collapsed. As the phantom collapsed, Gu Huaxiu's body turned into ashes and disappeared forever. A mere spiritual god wants to possess a body to participate in the battle of providence. He's simply courting death. An old man in the Heavenly Corpse Sect sneered. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a few Supremes were also sneering. With their cultivation, they could naturally tell that Gu Huaxiu had been possessed by a spirit god. However, the battle of providence limited one's age. This age wasn't just limited to the bone age, it was also limited to the soul. If one wanted to impersonate someone, it would be impossible. They would be discovered and killed immediately. Otherwise, overlord powers like the Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect, who had many spiritual god experts, would have the ability to possess some spiritual gods and young bodies to enter the battle of providence. However, they did not do so, which was enough to explain everything. If he wanted to rely on possession and use his young body to sneak in, he would be courting death. Therefore, Lu Ming did not bring Dandan along. This was just a small interlude. The four forces continued to move forward. Time was running out, but Wang Yin was still staring at Lu Ming coldly. Could it be that Lu Ming is afraid and doesn't intend to participate in the battle of providence? A powerful genius from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace coldly spoke. With his talent, he should be participating. Otherwise, he will never be able to compete with the other heaven's favorites. Someone else said, there's not much time left. I'll be leaving first. Some powerful heaven's favorites couldn't help but start moving. Lu Ming still did not move. In the Sky Demon Valley and the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace, many paragons looked at Lu Ming with killing intent and moved one after another. Lu Ming is mine. I will kill him. You guys can leave first. Wang Yin looked at the other heaven's favorites and said, All right, I'll leave him to you. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, even more geniuses made their move. They moved like lightning and flew towards the light door on the other side of the abyss. On the Talisman sect side, some of the 13 Zongzi's candidates also moved. Tianyun, no. Lu Ming, take care of yourself. Huan Zhen looked at Lu Ming and then stepped forward. Fatty, you guys go first. Lu Ming looked at the fatty, Ruan Tingting, and Bai Qi Xue. No, if we're leaving, we'll leave together. Fatty said, you guys go first. They can't do anything to me. If we go together, we'll all be in danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, Fatty and the others had no choice but to take action first. People kept rushing into the door of light and disappeared. The time for one incense stick to burn was almost up. All the elites of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley had entered. Wang Haoxian was also brought in by the other members of the Wang family. Lu Ming was the only Talisman sect member. In the Diqian Divine Palace, only Wang Yin and a dozen men of sacrifice carrying long swords were left. They stayed behind to deal with Lu Ming together. Other than them, there were a few other important figures. Little bastard, let's see how you die. Unless you don't want to go in. Wang Xingtian sneered. Bai Shijin, Du Songyue, and the others all revealed worried expressions. The atmosphere in the area suddenly became very heavy. Time passed quickly, and soon, the time for one incense stick to burn was almost up. With a wave of Wang Yan's hand, a few men of sacrifice charged forward, while the remaining 9 men of sacrifice remained by his side. His eyes were flickering. He was ready to set off at any time. If Lu Ming really did not enter, he could not stay here to accompany Lu Ming and miss the opportunity. Let's go. In the end, Wang Yin could not take it any longer and charged into the abyss. Bang! Suddenly, a round platform exploded. The time was up. When the time was up, the round platform would explode. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards the round platform. The moment Lu Ming moved, the 9 men of sacrifice also moved and rushed towards him. Lu Ming stomped on a round platform, and his figure moved forward rapidly. The round platform shattered the moment he stepped on it. Lu Ming's figure moved forward rapidly, racing against the speed of the collapse of the round platform. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had covered half the distance and arrived at the middle of the abyss. Lu Ming died. At this moment, Wang Yin, who had been charging forward, suddenly turned around and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This punch was extremely terrifying. It emitted a terrifying heat that seemed to be able to burn everything. Level 3 Intent Realm of Heaven and Earth, Full Spirit Sea Realm. Lu Ming could instantly sense Wang Yan's strength. Wang Yin was ranked 98th on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was said that he had awakened a 5th-level divine bloodline, a cultivation at the peak of the spiritual ocean realm, and a level 3 will of heaven and earth. His punch was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not hesitate to release 3 wisps of dragon power at once. His body was covered in a layer of scales as he circulated the prison, suppressing heavenly art, and punched out. Boom! There was a violent tremor, and Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. His body shook violently, and he was blocked as he retreated. If he retreated, he would be in the void. A terrifying gravitational force came from the abyss, wanting to tear Lu Ming down. Once he was torn down, only death awaited him. Chapter 900. 900 Inscribing a formation in the air. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a quintessential essence ribbon flew forward at high speed. It wrapped around a round platform, and with a pull, his body floated forward. As for Wang Yin, after exchanging a punch with Lu Ming, he used the force of the collision to charge forward at high speed. You guys kill him! Wang Yan's voice rang out as he instructed his men of sacrifice. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, he would also fall into the abyss. Buzz! Buzz! The few men of sacrifice who had set off earlier turned back and charged at Lu Ming. The few men of sacrifice at the side did the same. The strength of these death warriors were all extremely terrifying. They were actually all peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier strength. They were not afraid of death and only knew how to obey orders. And NBSB whoosh, whoosh, a terrifying sword radiance burst out and slashed at Lu Ming's quintessential essence ribbon, while the other sword radiances slashed at him. In an instant, Lu Ming was in a situation where he would die. Wang Xingtian and the others all smiled. "Ha, Lu Ming, go to hell." Up ahead, Wang Yin laughed heartily. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged through the abyss and into the door of light. Bang! The round platform that Lu Ming had tied with the essential core ribbon also collapsed. In front of Lu Ming, there were a few men of sacrifice. "You're looking for death." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. On the body of the 9-dragon bloodline, there were 4 golden chakra, which were extremely dazzling. In the next few months, Lu Ming cultivated in the ferocious beast's secret realm. The demonic beast's blood essence he hunted was all used to enhance his 9-dragon bloodline. He didn't upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline for the time being. The main thing was that if the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline continued to improve and reach divine level 4, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique would be equivalent to a true low-grade divine level martial technique. With his current true energy, he would not be able to execute it at all. Right now, the prison-suppressing heavenly art was equivalent to a high-grade demigod martial technique at its peak. The rate at which it consumed true origin was already extremely terrifying, and there was no need to continue upgrading it for the time being. The devouring power of the 9-dragon bloodline, which had reached the 4th level of the divine level, was extremely terrifying. With a long howl, the devouring power burst forth and enveloped more than 10 men of sacrifice. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the blood essence, fresh blood, and vital essence of the dozen or so death warriors were all devoured, turning into a dozen or so dried corpses. Then, he took a step forward and an array appeared in the void. Lu Ming stepped on the array and his body flew forward like a rocket. After flying for a while, he took another step and another formation appeared in the void. Lu Ming repeated the same trick and stepped on the formation, continuing to move forward. After a few times, Lu Ming crossed the abyss and flew to the other side, arriving at the door of light. At this moment, all the round platforms above the abyss collapsed. Lu Ming turned around slowly and looked at Wang, Xianxia, and the rest. "I'll kill anyone from the Wang family I see. Also, the others better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill them too." Having said that, Lu Ming turned around, stepped into the door of light, and disappeared. That damned little bastard. He can actually inscribe a formation in the air? How is that possible? Wang Xingtian was furious. His eyes were filled with disbelief. To inscribe an array in the air, one had to be at least a level 7 alchemist. How could Lu Ming be a level 7 blacksmith? How could his Tao of inscription be so strong? With such a powerful Tao of inscription and a powerful martial cultivation, how terrifying would it be? He couldn't help but worry about the Wang clan's prodigy. This time, who knows who will kill who? Bai Shijin sneered. Wang Xingtian looked at Bai Shijin coldly and said, "How dare your talisman amulet sect protect Lu Ming and even provide him with resources for his cultivation? Just wait for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's revenge." Without the talisman amulet sect's help, he did not believe that Lu Ming's inscription Tao could reach that level. "I'll keep you company. Let's go." Bai Shijin was unyielding. After leaving those words, he left through the teleportation vortex. Du Songjue and the others did the same. After that, the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley all left through the teleportation vortex and returned to their respective sections. The Battle of Providence would last for a year, and only after the ancient city of Providence appeared would the final battle take place to determine the final ranking. From there, the ancient city of Providence would descend with luck. Now, the people outside had to wait. Lu Ming stepped into the light door. The next moment, he realized that he had appeared in a forest. In the surroundings, ancient trees towered into the sky. At a glance, they were all trees that would take more than a dozen people to wrap their arms around. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Also, I can sense the essence of the world so clearly here. Lu Ming sensed it, and his eyes were filled with shock. He found that the heaven and earth spiritual chi here was so dense that it was almost solid. The surrounding milky white fog was formed by the heaven and earth spiritual chi. The spiritual chi here was equivalent to the total spiritual chi of supreme grade spiritual crystal. Furthermore, the essence realm of heaven and earth here could be sensed very clearly, dozens of times more than the outside world. Cultivating in such an environment would allow one's cultivation base to advance at a tremendous pace. This was simply a holy land for cultivation. It was no wonder that everyone wanted to participate in the Battle of Providence. Even if they didn't want any other opportunities, just cultivating here for a year was a great opportunity. I'll refine the blood essence energy first. Immediately, Lu Ming waved his fingers and carved a large array around him. Blue mental energy, fire, emanated from his fingertips. Lu Ming was still a 6th-level alchemist and had not broken through to the 7th level. When he was at the observatory, he had lit up 9 blue spirit lamps. In the following months, he had successfully lit up the 10th blue spirit lamp. Level 6, full circle. All 6 levels were at perfection. How exuberant was his mental energy fire? How powerful was his spiritual power? He was even more powerful than some inscription masters who had just broken through to rank 7. Therefore, when Lu Ming was at level 6, he was able to inscribe an array in the air and carve the array onto the void. It was mysterious and unpredictable. How could Wang Shengtian have thought of this? He had thought that Lu Ming was a level 7 inscriber. In an instant, a huge illusory formation was carved. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence, an essential core of the more than 10 death warriors that he had just devoured. However, when he was refining it, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. There was a look of shock in his eyes. This time, he found that the 9-dragon bloodline not only devoured blood essence, vital essence, and blood, but also intent runes. That's right, the bloodline of the 9 dragons had devoured the intent runes of those death warriors. There's the wind, fire, and water concepts. Can the 9-dragon bloodline devour concept runes and refine them for its own use? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart started to beat rapidly. If that was the case, then it was too heaven-defying. Intent realm, blood essence, true essence, and other energies were different. Intent realm relied on comprehension. Could it be devoured and refined? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. We'll know once we try. Lu Ming immediately began to refine it. Chapter 901. 901 Meeting Another Three-Eyed God. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Other than shock, there was also joy in his eyes. It could really be refined. Lu Ming discovered that other than energy, such as blood essence, fresh blood, and vital essence that could be refined, intent runes could also be refined. Although the intent runes could not be completely refined and a large part would be lost in the process of refining, there was still a part that was integrated into Lu Ming's own intent runes. In an instant, Lu Ming's comprehension of the intent increased by leaps and bounds, and he improved rapidly. This feeling was extremely profound and difficult to describe in words. After refining all the intent runes of the Death Warriors, his wind and fire intents had improved greatly. Since he had not comprehended the water concept, Lu Ming made the water concept runes dissipate. Lu Ming's current mood could only be described as ecstatic. He could even devour intent runes and turn them into his own. In the future, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming could not help but burst out laughing. So what if he had comprehended many intent realms? The more he comprehended, the faster he could improve. Lu Ming's heart started to race. He was thinking if he should comprehend other concepts. Otherwise, it would be a waste if he devoured them. Forget it. I'll wait for a while. It's not wise to comprehend a new intent right now. It'll hinder my cultivation speed. I'll consider it after the battle of Providence is over. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Now is not the time to be impulsive. There were great opportunities in the battle of Providence. In such an environment, other people's cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. However, if he comprehended a new intent realm now, his cultivation would not improve for a period of time, even with the 9-dragon bloodline. In the battle of Providence, it was not wise to fall behind by one step. What is this place? Lu Ming immediately began to observe. He flew high into the sky and looked around. All around him were mountains and ancient trees. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. There's quite a lot of spirit herbs here. After flying for some time, Lu Ming discovered a few stalks of spiritual medicine growing on a cliff. There were 3 of them in total, and they were the superior grade, 6th grade spirit medicine, returning origin grass. Lu Ming flew down and waved his hand. His essential core rolled out, and he plucked the 3 returning origin herbs. The moment Lu Ming plucked the returning origin grass, a light suddenly flashed in front of him. Then, a jade book condensed and formed. This jade book only had 2 pages, and there was a line of words on the surface. 3 points. This is the Book of Destiny. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he was secretly amazed. It was said that the Battle of Providence was extremely mysterious. The first year was a time to search for opportunities to improve one's cultivation and also a time to accumulate providence. Yes, to accumulate fate. During the Battle of Providence, if one could find ruins, treasures, or inheritances of experts, not only would they obtain great opportunities, but they would also obtain providence. During this period, even if you found a spiritual herb or a precious material, it would accumulate fate. Some people were lucky and could casually find a treasure trove, obtain a legacy, and obtain a massive amount of fate. Every person who participated in the Battle of Providence would obtain a Book of Providence the first time they obtained providence. The amount of providence one had accumulated, whether it was strong or weak, would all be converted into providence value, which would be displayed on the Book of Providence. It was truly a miraculous sight. It was said that luck was not only useful for one's own body, but also for one's family and friends if one obtained enough luck. It could make their luck and even their talent stronger. It would also be of great use to the sect they were in. It was said that the sect master of the sect would be the one who would receive the most benefits. This was also why the major forces attached great importance to the Battle of Providence. They did not hesitate to open all the cultivation holy lands to cultivate young geniuses. Luck was a mysterious thing, but it was extremely wonderful. In short, it had endless wonderful uses, and the more the better. Some people guessed that it might be a type of energy, an extremely mysterious energy. Furthermore, if you killed the person who had accumulated fate, you could also take a portion of the fate from him. Therefore, in the battle for providence, bloody massacres were bound to happen in the end to seize the providence of others. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the front. It seemed that someone was fighting. Lu Ming restrained his aura and rushed over. When he was not far away, Lu Ming rushed up a big tree and hid between the branches, looking ahead. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw it. He was shocked. In front of them were 2 burly beings covered in black scales. They were attacking a human heaven's favorite. There were 2 horns on the heads of the 2 creatures and an eye in the middle of their brows. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this kind of living being. 3-eyed god race. This was the 3-eyed god that Lu Ming had encountered on the small island when he first entered the heaven realm. How is this possible? Why would they encounter a 3-eyed god here? Could this place be the heaven realm? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The 2 3-eyed gods were at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm, while the human was at the 5th level. He was no match for the two three-eyed gods. He roared in anger, but it was useless, and he was completely suppressed. Whoosh! 2 beams of light shot out from the third eye of the two three-eyed god race beings. One was a beam of lightning, and the other was a beam of fire. The 2 beams of light pierced through the void and killed the sovereign. Lu Ming did not appear to save her. Unless it was someone from the Talisman sect, 2 of the other 3 forces wanted to kill Lu Ming. The other was the Heavenly Corpse sect, which also had a great grudge against Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming take action? These humans have appeared again. They appear once every 20 years. Let's go back and report to the captain. One of the three-eyed gods said. And NBSB. The 2 three-eyed god race beings then rose into the air and left. Lu Ming flew out, and his devouring power erupted, devouring the humans' energy. From their tone, the three-eyed god race should be stationed here and should be very familiar with this area. If I want to search for treasures or the abodes of experts, I don't know how long I'll have to charge and blindly by myself. Obtaining information from these three-eyed god race members is the best choice. With that thought in mind, Lu Ming's body moved, and he chased after the 2 three-eyed gods. 10,000 miles later, Lu Ming saw other three-eyed gods in a forest. There were a total of 11 of them, and it was clear that they were a small team. The 2 three-eyed gods from before were currently reporting something to an especially muscular three-eyed god. The strongest one should be at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Kill! A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he dashed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, more than 10 spears materialized and shot toward the three-eyed god. Immediately, 7 of the weaker three-eyed gods were pierced by Lu Ming's spear and killed. There were 4 more, 2 at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier and 2 at the 8th level. Their reactions were slightly faster, and they dodged the spear. Chapter 902. 902 Valley of the Demonic Trees. Damn the human race. A three-eyed god at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm roared in anger. A golden beam of light shot out from his eyes, piercing towards Lu Ming like a sharp sword. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and dispersed the light beam. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that these three-eyed gods were very powerful. They were generally stronger than humans, and even comparable to some human geniuses. Lu Ming did not believe that the other party was a genius of the three-eyed god race. From the looks of it, he was just an ordinary three-eyed god. Bang! Lu Ming crushed the beam of light, stepped forward, and activated the prison suppressing heavenly art. He slammed his palm onto the three-eyed celestial's body. A large part of the three-eyed god's body caved in, and his muscular body was sent flying for more than 1,000 meters, devoid of any life. Quickly retreat. When the remaining 3 three-eyed gods saw that Lu Ming had killed their team leader with a single move, they immediately knew that they had encountered an opponent that they could not defeat. They shouted in anger and fled in different directions. You want to leave? Stay here. With a single 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps, he caught up to another 9th-level spiritual ocean tier expert in the blink of an eye and struck down with his palm. This time, Lu Ming didn't kill him. He only severely injured the three-eyed god before he chased after the other 2. After cultivating in the ferocious beast secret realm for several months, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects. He had even cultivated the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps to the 6th step, and its power was comparable to the peak of a high-grade demigod martial technique. His speed was extremely fast, and it did not take long for him to injure the remaining 2 three-eyed gods. And NBSB, he threw the 3 three-eyed god race members together. Now, what do I ask you? What are you going to answer? Do you understand? Lu Ming swept his gaze across the 3 three-eyed gods. Don't even think about it, human. If you want to kill, just kill. Don't expect me to say anything. One of the three-eyed gods roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth, and devouring power burst forth, enveloping the three-eyed god. The three-eyed god immediately wailed in pain before his body rapidly withered and turned into a dried corpse. All the essence was devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. And NBSB, seeing this terrifying sight, the 2 remaining three-eyed gods began to tremble in fear. "What about you guys?" Lu Ming looked at the 2 remaining three-eyed gods. "Speak, I'll speak. I'll tell you anything you ask." One of them shouted, "I'll also say it." The other one quickly nodded. "Okay, let me ask you, what is this place? Is it in the Heaven Realm?" Lu Ming asked. "Heaven Realm? I don't know. I was born here, and according to the clan's legend, we've been living here for countless years." One of the three-eyed gods said. "You don't know?" Lu Ming frowned. "I've read about it in an ancient book of my clan. The ancient book recorded that our ancestors didn't seem to have lived here in the beginning. They seemed to have been captured by someone and brought to this place. Later on, they couldn't get out, so they lived here and reproduced our clan." The other three-eyed god was shocked when he saw Lu Ming frowning. He answered in a trembling voice. "Your ancestor was captured and brought here." Lu Ming was even more puzzled. "That's right. After that, I don't know when it started, but every 20 years, you human youths would come and hunt down my kind. After a while, all of you would disappear," a three-eyed race member said. "Every 20 years, a young human will arrive. That should be the Battle of Providence. However, the Battle of Providence takes place in a different region each time. Those who come and go should be people from other regions, or even people from other continents beyond the sea." Lu Ming made a guess. "Is there anything special around here?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, there are some strange places. Some places are very dangerous, and my clan doesn't dare to enter. Some places, once my clan enters, we will be killed." The three-eyed god replied. "Do you have a map?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, there's a map in our captain's storage ring. Now that we've said everything we need to say, can you let us go?" One of the three-eyed gods asked carefully. "Let you go? What did I say I would let you go?" Lu Ming sneered. With a wave of his hand, 2 spearlights shot out and killed 2 three-eyed gods. And NBSB. He then controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to devour the three-eyed god's blood essence. Then, 11 storage rings appeared in his hand. "What?" At this moment, a jade book flew out of Lu Ming's glabella. It was the Book of Destiny, and some words appeared on it. "You have killed a three-eyed god and obtained 313 luck points." Lu Ming's total luck value had become 316 points. Killing a three-eyed god can actually give me fate value, and in such a huge amount. Lu Ming was shocked. He had obtained 3 level 6 spiritual herbs, but he had only obtained 2 or 3 luck points. He didn't think that killing 11 three-eyed gods would give him so many luck points. Then, his figure flickered and he left. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining his blood essence and energy. The three-eyed god race cultivated the will of heaven and earth as well. The light that shot out from their third eye was condensed from the will of heaven and earth, and an energy that was different from true essence. Some of the 11 three-eyed gods had comprehended the intent of thunder and the intent of fire. A part of the heaven and earth intent runes had been integrated into Lu Ming's intent runes, and Lu Ming's mastery of the intent of thunder and fire had improved. The thunder and fire intents have already reached the limit of the 2nd level completion, and I'm only 1 step away from the 3rd level intent. The wind intent is also about the same. As for the earth intent, it hasn't reached the peak of the 2nd level completion yet, causing my current cultivation to only reach the peak of the 8th level spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was deep in thought. His current cultivation was precisely at the peak 8th level spiritual ocean tier. After refining it, Lu Ming took out the storage rings he had obtained from the three-eyed god and looked through them one by one. There were all sorts of things in the storage ring. Lu Ming kept them all. He found a map in one of the storage rings and opened it to take a look. Within 1,000,000 miles, there are several strange places. I should go and take a look at these places. First, I should go to the Demon Tree Canyon, which is the closest to this place. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and made a decision. The Valley of the Demonic Trees was tens of thousands of miles away and was the closest. After keeping the map, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew towards the Demon Tree Canyon. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Demon Tree Canyon. In front of them was a huge valley filled with mist. What? Lu Ming's moving figure suddenly stopped. At the entrance of the valley, he saw a group of figures. They were all young people from the outside world. Some were from the Heavenly Corpse sect, some were from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and some were even from the demon clan of the Heavenly Demon Valley. The three parties stopped at the entrance of the valley and seemed to be looking inside. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned around and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? A cold shout rang out. Defeng. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Chapter 903. 903 The Emperor's Sword. Among the crowd, Lu Ming saw Defeng. Defeng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was the descendant of Martial Emperor De. Defeng's eyes glinted with killing intent when he saw Lu Ming. In addition, the demons of the Sky Demon Valley also looked at him with cold eyes. Lu Ming, Wang Yin said that he wanted to keep you outside. It seems like he didn't succeed. It just so happens that you're the person the Martial Emperor Ancestor wants. If I cripple you and bring you back to the Martial Emperor Ancestor, I'll definitely make a great contribution. A powerful aura emanated from Defeng. As a sharp sword, chi burst forth from him. As I said before, if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. De's descendant. You should collect some interest first. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Kill. Defeng waved his hand, and 7 figures appeared behind him. The 7 figures were all men of sacrifice wearing black robes and carrying long swords on their backs. In reality, there were over 20 people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There were over 10 death warriors, and the rest were the young geniuses and genius characters. It was obvious that Defeng was the leader. Each of the 7 death warriors had a cultivation at the peak of the 9th level spiritual ocean realm. The 7 of them worked together to form a battle formation that was seamless as they charged toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword chi swept across, and the sword radiance was like a net that enveloped Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and the sword radiance was shattered. The huge palm force made the 7 men of sacrifice spit out blood and fly back. Devour! His left palm clenched into a fist, and a terrifying devouring force erupted. The 7 men of sacrifice could not control their bodies at all, and were devoured by Lu Ming. Their blood essence, true vitality, and even intent runes were all devoured by Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 7 dried corpses. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Directly devouring people into mummies, this scene was too evil. What an overbearing demonic technique. A paragon from the Heavenly Corpse sect cried out in shock. The cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Corpse sect were all evil and powerful. Some of them could also turn people into mummies, but the speed was not as fast as this. It was too overbearing. Evil and crooked path must be cut off. Defeng's voice was ice cold, filled with killing intent. Buzz! The sound of a sword clashing rang out as Defeng stepped out. A terrifying sword might burst forth, and a golden sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. With 4 concepts surrounding him, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and collided with the golden sword radiance. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the golden sword radiance dissipated. Lu Ming, you're quite capable, but you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Defeng let out a long howl as a golden combat sword appeared above his head. A golden dragon was coiled around the hilt of the sword, giving off a mighty aura and endless sword light. For golden chakras were floating around the combat sword. Divine level 4th rank bloodline. The Emperor's Sword is a bloodline unique to the Di family. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was said that the direct bloodline of the Di family, headed by Martial Emperor Di, had been passed down through the bloodline of the Emperor's sword. Of course, the same bloodline had different levels. Some were level 1 deities, while others were level 2 deities. The power was also completely different. "I'll kill you today." Di Feng's cold voice rang out. His body transformed into a ray of light, merging into the Emperor's sword. Instantly, the sword Qi soared into the sky, and the sword power was vast and mighty. The Emperor's sword moved, and the wind and clouds were split in half. The terrifying combat sword slashed down at Lu Ming's head, intending to split him in half. Di Feng was indeed very strong. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was undoubtedly a divine level cultivation technique. With the addition of the 4th level divine bloodline Emperor sword, the power he could unleash was extremely terrifying. He could definitely fight with an expert of the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. However, Lu Ming's current combat strength was more than just at the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Boom! Lu Ming immediately burst out with dragon energy, and scales appeared. He activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at the combat sword. Clang! A melodious voice was heard. The Emperor's sword trembled continuously and was actually sent flying. The others were shocked. Di Feng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was actually sent flying by a single punch from Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so terrifying? Could it be that he had already surpassed Di Feng? Kill! Lu Ming strode forward, clenched his fist, and punched the Emperor's sword again. World-slaying sword. Di Feng's furious roar came from the Emperor's sword. The sword power was vast, and the killing intent was sharp as it charged towards Lu Ming. Clang! The sword and the fist collided, and the Emperor's sword trembled even more violently. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming swung his fist and attacked again. The Emperor's sword trembled continuously, and the sword power that was spreading from the sword was weakening. Bang! In the end, the Emperor's sword exploded, revealing Di Feng's figure. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed him in all aspects. How was this possible? He found it hard to accept. Back at the Nine Dragons exchange meet, although Lu Ming was strong, Di Feng was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. During this period of time, his cultivation level had increased again. However, he was not Lu Ming's match and was defeated. Why was Lu Ming's improvement speed so terrifying? So what if your cultivation is stronger than mine? Can't even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode forward, charging towards Di Feng. Buzz! Di Feng did not hesitate, turning into a beam of light as he flew towards the other side. Although there were many people at the entrance of the canyon, Di Feng was clear that none of them could stop Lu Ming. If they stayed, they would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. "You want to leave? Have you asked me?" Lu Ming stepped out, his body like a stream of light, chasing after Di Feng. Di Feng was terrified. He took out a 7th-level spiritual weapon, but it was broken into two by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! Lu Ming's punch was so powerful that it pierced through the void, causing Di Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Di Feng was even more shocked and desperately tried to escape. At this moment, a purple light was approaching them at an extreme speed. Wang Yan. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. That figure was Wang Yan. "Wang Yan, save me." Seeing Wang Yan, Di Feng was overjoyed and rushed towards Wang Yan with all his might. "Lu Ming, you're not dead." Wang Yan was shocked to see Lu Ming. Previously, when they were crossing the abyss, he had given Lu Ming a fatal blow and even ordered the Death Warrior to snipe Lu Ming. Under that situation, the round platform had already collapsed. He concluded that Lu Ming had fallen into the abyss and died. He was naturally shocked to see Lu Ming. Whoosh! Like a purple flame, Wang Yin crossed the void and appeared in front of Di Feng. "Lu Ming, you're really lucky. All right, Since that's the case, let me finish you off myself. On Wang Yan's body, purple flames danced. With Wang Yan as the center, it directly formed a black hole. Over there, other than him, it seemed as if everyone else's physical matter had been burned to ashes. I've said it before. I'll definitely kill you. Now that I've run into you, it's just right. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he pounced towards Wang Yan. Compared to Di Feng, he wanted to kill Wang Yan more. A fist covered in scales flew towards Wang Yan. At the same time, Wang Yan also stepped forward and threw a punch. Chapter 904. 904 Chapter 904 Battling Wang Yan. The two fists collided, and the space kept shaking. Wang Yan's body trembled as he retreated 3 steps back. As for Lu Ming, he took 2 steps back. However, his arm was covered in a layer of purple flames. The terrifying flames were terrifyingly hot, as if they were going to burn Lu Ming's arm to ashes. Even with the protection of the scale armor, Lu Ming felt a piercing pain. The true war dragon technique circulated, and the 4 wheels burst forth and condensed on his arm. A sizzling sound immediately came from his arm, and the flame was extinguished. What a terrifying flame! You're courting death. Wang Yan roared as the flames on his body grew even more terrifying. He seemed to have turned into a man of fire, and even his hair was covered in flames. A dragon's roar was heard as Lu Ming released 2 more bursts of dragon energy. Wang Yan was very strong. His cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit ocean realm, and he was half a step into the spirit embryo realm. His intent had also reached level 3. At the same time, his bloodline was at the 5th level of the divine level, and the bloodline martial techniques he comprehended from his bloodline were also high-grade demigod martial techniques. It could be said that he was not much weaker than Lu Ming in terms of intent and martial arts techniques. His cultivation base had also increased by a large margin. Lu Ming's greatest advantage was his rich essential core and dragon power. With 3 bursts of dragon energy, Lu Ming was extremely powerful, and his strength seemed to be endless. Boom! Boom! As he and Wang Yan clashed, a terrifying storm of energy swept out in all directions. For a time, it was difficult to determine the winner of the battle between the two. In the distance, Di Feng was extremely shocked. When Lu Ming was fighting him earlier, he clearly did not use his full strength. Yet, Lu Ming was actually able to fight Wang Yan. Wang Yan was ranked 98th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although he was only a few ranks higher than Di Feng, their strength was on a completely different level. Wang Yan was several times stronger than Di Feng and could easily kill him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Wang Yan's heart was filled with shock. Each of Lu Ming's punches seemed to contain infinite power, causing his body to tremble and his qi and blood to churn. If it was not for the fact that his flames were extremely terrifying, causing Lu Ming to be wary and need to use a portion of his power to resist his flames, he might not have been able to defeat him. Who? Above Wang Yan's head, a ball of purple flame appeared. It was similar to Wang Haoxian's purple heavenly fire, but it was much more terrifying than Wang Haoxian's. 5 dazzling golden chakras flickered as Wang Yan used the bloodline fusion. The purple flames transformed into a purple flaming divine eagle that pounced at Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. Lu Ming's body moved and merged with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Suddenly, he turned into 9 dragons. With a long roar, he pounced on the purple divine eagle. With a roar, the devouring power burst out and enveloped the purple godly eagle. The huge dragon claw grabbed at the purple godly eagle. The purple godly eagle flapped its wings, and endless flames burst out. At the same time, it reached out its claws to grab the 9 dragons. Instantly, a dragon and an eagle began a great battle in the sky. In the distance, Di Feng was shocked beyond words. How was that possible? Di Feng roared. Back in the Battle of Nine Dragons, Lu Ming had activated the Nine-Dragon bloodline. At that time, the Nine-Dragon bloodline was still in the form of a five-clawed true dragon. Di Feng had seen it from afar. At that time, he was extremely shocked because he had seen Lu Ming use the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Lu Ming actually had two divine-level bloodlines. Later on, he even saw with his own eyes that Lu Ming's true dragon-form bloodline had self-destructed its chakra. But now, not only had his bloodline, which had self-destructed his chakra, recovered, but it had also reached divine level 4 and transformed into the legendary form of the Nine Dragons. All of this had broken his understanding. Could it be that the martial Emperor Patriarch wants this kind of bloodline? Di Feng's heart jumped. Lu Ming had once shouted in Nine Dragons that martial Emperor Di, he only wanted his bloodline. Could it be this kind of bloodline? Di Feng's heart was in turmoil. The battle between Lu Ming and Wang Yin was still difficult to determine. Now that Lu Ming and martial Emperor Di were in the open, there was no need to hide the Nine-Dragon bloodline. He would use it when he needed to. It's really lively. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distance. A young man with an ancient coffin on his back walked over. They were the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Corpse Puppet. Di Feng's eyes narrowed. The Corpse Puppet was ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, 2 ranks higher than Wang Yin. Corpse Puppet, you've come at the right time. Let's work together and kill this person. Wang Yin's voice came from the purple godly hawk. Wang Yin, join forces with you? Why? Why should I join hands with you? The Corpse Puppet sneered and stood at the side, watching with its arms crossed. Boom! The Nine Dragons and the godly eagle clashed and retreated. They didn't continue fighting and looked at the Corpse Puppet with fear. The Corpse Puppet clearly wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, taking advantage of the situation. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming and Wang Yin transformed back into their human forms and stood in 3 directions with the Corpse Puppet. Why did you guys stop? The Corpse Puppet licked its lips, its eyes extremely cold. Lu Ming looked at the Corpse Puppet, his eyes frowning. He could sense a dangerous aura from the Corpse Puppet. This person might be even more terrifying than Wang Yin. He thought of Demonic Corpse, who was ranked 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. They both carried an ancient coffin on their backs, and perhaps they practiced the same technique. Corpse Puppet, do you want both of us to be injured and then be killed by you one by one? Wang Yin snorted coldly. He was also extremely afraid of Corpse Puppets. As such, the 3 parties were all wary and no one made a move. Corpse Puppet, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and the Heavenly Corpse sect have always had a grudge. Why don't you and I join forces to kill Wang Yin? What do you think? Lu Ming suddenly spoke. The Corpse Puppet's eyes flickered, and when it looked at Wang Yin, its gaze became even colder. Clearly, it was moved. Wang Yin was shocked. He could not even take down Lu Ming alone. If the Corpse Puppet was added, he would definitely be in danger. Corpse Puppet, Martial Emperor Di wants Lu Ming. If you work with him, I'm afraid he'll think you're accomplices. Wang Yin hurriedly said. The Corpse Puppet's eyes immediately revealed a trace of fear. Although the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were enemies, and the Heavenly Corpse sect's Corpse Emperor would naturally deal with Martial Emperor Di. If he was really targeted by Martial Emperor Di, even the Corpse Emperor would not be able to protect him. Why would I join hands with him? You must be joking. The Corpse Puppet laughed and said, How about this? The Demon Tree Canyon is just ahead. How about this? We'll enter the canyon first. If there are treasures inside, we'll fight for them with our own abilities. How about that? All right, Lu Ming nodded. It was not a good idea to continue the stalemate. If 1 or 2 more top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents came, it might be disadvantageous to Lu Ming. As for Wang Yin, it would not be too late to kill him later. I have no objections either, Wang Yin said. After that, the 3 of them and Di Feng returned to the canyon. However, the 3 of them kept a distance from each other, guarding against each other. What dangers are there in this valley? Why don't you guys go in? Wang Yin asked. Chapter 905. 905 Chapter 905 Nature Fruit. This canyon is full of hidden dangers. A few of us have already died in there. Difeng secretly glanced at Lu Ming with a flash of killing intent. He then answered Wang Yan's question. Hidden killing intent? Then send more people to test the waters. You guys go. Wang Yan pointed at a few men of sacrifice who were carrying long swords on their backs. These men of sacrifice were not afraid of death at all. They were expressionless when they heard this. Two of them stepped forward and rushed into the canyon. The canyon was surrounded by clouds and mist. From a distance, it was a blur. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, something shot out from both sides of the canyon, fast as lightning. Sword light flashed as the two men of sacrifice pulled out their swords and slashed out sword lights. To be honest, these death warriors had pretty good combat strength. They reached the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm and instantly shattered those things. It looks like a tree root. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's expression changed. The things that rushed out from the two sides of the canyon did look like tree roots. Whoosh! As the two dare-to-die fighters pushed forward, more and more powerful attacks rushed out from both sides. Gradually, the two dare-to-die fighters couldn't resist them anymore and were finally entangled by the endless tree root-like things. Those things that look like tree roots should be plant-type creatures. Let the Earth Death Warriors block them while we charge in. Wang Yin said. Difeng nodded. With a wave of his hand, a few men of sacrifice carrying large hammers rushed in. Tentacle-like things also reached out. The Death Warrior picked up the hammer and smashed it on the ground. Boom! A row of stone walls appeared on the ground, blocking the attack of the tentacles. Charge! At this moment, Wang Yin, Difeng, Xiao, and the others all rushed in. It's a death warrior who has cultivated the Earth Essence realm. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. These men of sacrifice with big hammers on their backs were all men of sacrifice who had cultivated the will of the earth. This made Lu Ming very tempted. If he devoured their will runes, his will of the earth would definitely be able to reach a higher level. By then, his cultivation would be able to improve further. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed in. Whoosh, whoosh. The walls on both sides of the canyon seemed to have come alive. Tentacle-like things kept extending from inside. They were tough and sharp, and they kept piercing through and winding around them. The Earth Death Warriors controlled the earth and blocked it with stone walls. With a wave of his hand, an endless amount of sword chi poured out, cutting off the tentacles one by one. As for Wang Yin, with a wave of his hand, terrifying flames spread out, turning those tentacles into ashes. As for the corpse puppet, it was more unique. It was as if it was not afraid of death. It charged forward and waved its hand. Those tentacles that came into contact with it were directly broken by it. This body, no, it's like a refined corpse. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He felt that the corpse puppet's body did not seem like a human body. Instead, it was like a refined corpse. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! A few tentacles tried to wrap around Lu Ming, but were broken by him with a wave of his hand. Bright, red, liquid flowed out of the tentacle. It really looks like a tree root. Lu Ming realized that these tentacles were similar to tree roots, but they seemed to be alive. The deeper they went, the more roots there were. However, with everyone working together, including experts like Wang Yin, Corpse Puppet, and Lu Ming, they naturally had nothing to fear and continued to advance. All of a sudden, the roots on both sides retracted. They had reached the end of the canyon. Roar! Roar! In front of them, a few huge figures blocked their way. They were a few huge demonic beasts. No, they should be fierce beasts. In fact, there was no difference between demonic beasts and fierce beasts. However, after demonic beasts had more contact with humans, they would understand the human language and could take human form. On the other hand, ferocious beasts were more primitive beasts. They were fiercer and disdained to transform into human form. They had always maintained their beast appearance. 3 of them appeared before him. They were ferocious beasts, and they exuded a powerful aura. The first tier of the 7th level was equivalent to the aura of the first level of the spirit embryo realm. 3 Class 1, Level 7 fierce beasts. How about we take one each? The corpse puppet looked at Wang Yin and Lu Ming. All right, Lu Ming nodded. This is only fair. Wang Yin laughed coldly as he secretly transmitted a message to Di Feng. When we make our move, you guys take the opportunity to rush in. There's most likely a treasure in this canyon. All right, Di Feng secretly replied. Kill. Suddenly, the corpse puppet and Lu Ming charged forward at the same time. The 3 beasts roared and charged at them. Wang Yin made his move as well, each of them taking on one. Lu Ming's opponent was a rat-like, ferocious beast. It was pitch black and extremely fast. Its teeth, claws, and tail were all extremely powerful weapons. Whoosh, whoosh. The rat's tail twitched like a soft whip, cutting through the space and making a sharp whistling sound. Lu Ming stepped forward and swung his fist, bombarding it with an overbearing force. Bang! His fist landed on the rat's tail, and it almost exploded. The beast was in pain and let out a sharp cry. It clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw another punch. At this moment, Wang Yin and the corpse puppet were also engaged in battle with the other 2 beasts. Charge! Di Feng seized the opportunity and rushed in with his men. The other heaven's favorites from the Sky Corpse Sect and the Sky Demon Valley also rushed in. Boom! Lu Ming's punch landed heavily on the rat's claws. A violent force erupted wildly. The rat shrieked and was sent flying. Whoosh! Lu Ming caught up with him. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he struck out. With a plop, it pierced through the rat's mouth and killed it. A first-grade 7th-level beast was killed by Lu Ming with ease. Almost at the same time, Wang Yin and the corpse puppet also ended their battle and killed the demonic beasts. Although they hadn't entered the spirit embryo realm, their battle prowess was so strong that they could almost easily kill a first-level spirit embryo realm. Even if they faced an ordinary 2nd-level spirit embryo realm, they wouldn't lose and might even win. At this moment, a few screams came from the valley. Wang Yin's expression changed as he rushed in. Lu Ming sneered and rushed in. Inside the canyon was a huge plot of land. It was very wide, and in front of it was a towering tree. It was very eye-catching. As for Di Feng and the others, they were surrounded by a few beasts. There were already a few corpses on the ground. There were 6 demonic beasts in total, and each of them had reached Class 1 Level 7. However, Lu Ming, Wang Yin, and the corpse puppet's attention was drawn to the large tree. On the tree, there were 10 bright red fruits that exuded a mysterious aura. 1,000 elephant fruit. That 1,000 elephant fruit. Wang Yin shouted, his eyes filled with greed. Lu Ming was also greatly shocked. It was actually 1,000 elephant fruit. It was a magical fruit that could transform the will of nature into anything. If a warrior swallowed it, the fruit would transform into the will of nature that he or she wanted to understand. It could make the warrior's will of heaven and earth improve by leaps and bounds, and even break through the bottleneck. Chapter 906. 906, the giant ape of the demon clan. If the essence realm of heaven and earth was at the completion of level 2, there was a high chance that it could break through to level 3 after swallowing the all-creation fruit. Swallowing it after level 3 could also allow one's intent to have great progress. Such a rare treasure was almost impossible to find in the outside world. He didn't expect to encounter it here. I must get it, Lu Ming roared in his heart. The nature manifestation fruit was too important to him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared into the sky and pounced toward the nature manifestation fruit. At the same time, Wang Yin and the corpse puppet also soared into the sky. Get lost. The 1,000 elephant fruit is mine. Wang Yin roared. With his flames boiling, he threw 2 consecutive punches at Lu Ming and the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet also launched 2 attacks at Lu Ming and Wang Yan. They both wanted to stop each other and get the nature manifestation fruit for them Slaviers. You're the ones who should get lost. Lu Ming activated the prison suppressing heavenly art and threw 2 punches at Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. The 3 of them retreated at the same time. In the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and 2 huge puppets appeared. They charged at Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. The 2 puppets emitted a powerful aura. The 2 puppets were both at Class 1 Level 7. Lu Ming had bought it from the Talisman Amulet Sex Treasure Pavilion before the Battle of Providence. It was meant to be used at a critical moment. With his current mental strength, he had more than enough to control a first-grade 7th level puppet. Damn it, it's a puppet. You're an inscriber. Wang Yan was shocked and furious. He launched a violent attack at the puppet. The corpse puppet was in a similar situation. Its palm was like a blade as it slashed at the puppet. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared on the big tree. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 10,000 elephant fruits. Don't even think about it. Corpse puppet, let's join forces and kill Lu Ming. Wang Yan let out a long howl, his killing intent surging like the tide. All right, let's join forces. The killing intent in the corpse puppet's eyes was also extremely cold. The nature manifestation fruit. Lu Ming actually wanted to keep the nature manifestation fruit for himself. How is that possible? Bang! Bang! The 2 puppets of the first class of the 7th rank were unable to hold Wang Yan and the corpse puppet back for long. Under the violent attacks of the 2, their bodies were deformed and they lost their ability to fight. However, this was enough. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the canyon. Lu Ming was about to rush out. Stay here. At this moment, a huge figure rushed in from outside the canyon. He let out a furious roar, and a huge black fist was aimed at Lu Ming. The fist was the size of a water tank. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying pressure brought about by the fist made it difficult for Lu Ming to breathe. This was very sudden. Lu Ming wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Without thinking, Lu Ming threw a punch. Lu Ming used all his strength in this punch, erupting the strongest power of the prison suppressing heaven art. He did not care about the huge consumption of his essential core, because this punch put him in serious danger. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with a huge jet black fist. In an instant, Lu Ming felt an unimaginably huge force surging towards him. His body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the big tree. Bang! The big tree exploded, and pieces of wood flew everywhere. A burly figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a giant ape that was 10 meters tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and it shone with a metallic luster. This was a genius of the Sky Demon Valley. He had the bloodline of the ancient giant ape and was extremely powerful. He had definitely reached level 7. It wasn't even at the first grade of the 7th level, but above it. Hand over the 1,000 elephant fruit. The giant ape roared in anger and charged at Lu Ming with its huge palm. Bang! Pieces of wood flew everywhere as Lu Ming soared into the sky. At the same time, he waved his hand and a huge puppet appeared in front of the giant ape. Bang! The giant ape's palm smashed the first grade 7th level puppet into pieces. However, this block gave Lu Ming a chance to catch his breath. With the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming dashed out of the canyon. Stay here. Wang Yan and the corpse puppet attacked at the same time, blocking Lu Ming and unleashing their strongest attack. The giant ape charged from behind. Lu Ming's expression changed. He made a sharp turn halfway and changed his direction, charging toward the 5 to 6 beasts. The 5 or 6 beasts were chasing after D-Foam and the others. At this moment, D-Foam was in a very miserable state. Those who had come in had already been killed by the 5 or 6 demonic beasts. Only D-Foam and 1 or 2 other Heaven's Pride experts were still running for their lives. D-Foam was shocked when he saw Lu Ming charging at him. He instinctively slashed out with his sword. Bang! Lu Ming threw out a punch, easily destroying Di Feng's sword gleam and landing a punch on his chest. Di Feng screamed as his body was sent flying. He was caught by one of the pursuing beasts and was torn in half. The pitiful Di Feng, the 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, had died in the claws of a beast. After the beast tore Di Feng apart, it went berserk and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure changed, and he dodged the beast's pounce. The giant ape caught up from behind and punched out with its huge fist, killing all the beasts. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and his body flashed continuously. At the same time, he secretly released devouring power and devoured the blood essence energy of the corpses on the ground. At this moment, Lu Ming led the giant ape in a circle around the plot of land before he dashed toward the entrance of the canyon. However, at the entrance of the canyon, Wang Yin and the corpse puppet blocked it with cold expressions. Lu Ming, hand over the nature manifestation fruit, and I'll let you go. You're taking it all for yourself. Don't you think you're too greedy? Wang Yin sneered. That's right. Let's split the nature manifestation fruit evenly. If we join forces, we might be able to fight this giant ape. The corpse puppet also spoke. You all have to die. The giant ape's furious roar was extremely violent. Is that so? Lu Ming charged straight at Wang Yin and the corpse puppet. Don't even think about breaking out. Wang Yin and the corpse puppet joined forces and attacked. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. The ground in the canyon was suddenly filled with multicolored light as formations emerged one after another. Although Lu Ming was running just now, he did not run around randomly. With every step he took, he secretly laid an inscription on the ground. The formation he had set up was naturally extraordinary. It was a level 7 formation. Endless sword light rose and attacked the giant ape from all directions. The giant ape waved its iron fist and scattered the sword chi one by one. However, more sword chi shot toward the giant ape, and it was blocked. A formation? When did you set up the formation? Wang Yin and the corpse puppet were both extremely shocked. They did not realize that Lu Ming had set up an array without them knowing. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward and a formation appeared on the ground. A terrifying sword radiance enveloped Wang Yin and the corpse puppet. Their expressions changed drastically. They could sense a terrifying aura from the sword light, an aura that could kill them. They had already made their move. It was too late to retreat now. Die! Wang Yin roared as his extreme purple heavenly fire bloodline appeared instantly. Just as the sword light was about to reach him, he transformed into flames. At this moment, the sword light descended and crushed the flames into pieces. Chapter 907. 907 Peak, 9th level spiritual ocean realm. However, after flying for some distance, these shattered flames actually condensed back together, once again transforming into Wang Yan's appearance. However, his face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. His body was covered with over a dozen sword wounds, blood flowing out of them. It was a terrible sight. Let's go. Wang Yan did not dare to stay any longer. He turned into a streak of fire and rushed out of the canyon in a sorry state. Compared to Wang Yan, the corpse puppet was in an even worse state. Although it had used all its means, one of its arms had still been cut off. It screeched as it escaped from the canyon. Boom! Boom! In the canyon, the giant ape continued to clash with the formation. This giant ape's strength was truly astonishing. It was incomparably powerful, and with every punch, a large amount of sword chi was shattered. Even if a few sword chi occasionally struck the giant ape, they could only leave shallow marks on its surface. This giant ape has at least 50% of the ancient giant ape's bloodline. Its body is extremely strong. This formation won't be able to hold it back for long. I'd better leave first. With a flash of thought, Lu Ming stepped into the void, his body like a stream of light, leaving the place. As expected, not long after Lu Ming left, the formation collapsed with a loud bang. The giant ape rushed out and let out an angry roar. Then, it turned into a burly young man with killing intent in his eyes. He growled, "Lu Ming, I'll kill you." With that, he strode out of the canyon. Lu Ming used the Nine Dragons' heaven-treading steps and was extremely fast. After leaving the canyon, he chose a random direction and went forward. Not long after, he had traveled more than 100,000 miles and found a hidden mountain forest. He flew down and set up an array in the surroundings. Lu Ming began to refine the energy. Previously, Lu Ming had devoured the blood essence and energy of the paragons, men of sacrifice, and even the demonic beasts who had died in the canyon. He circulated the bloodline of the Nine Dragons and continued to refine it. I have the most earth and wind concepts. The other concepts are useless to me. Lu Ming had an idea. He directly removed the useless concepts and made the earth and wind concept his own. Most of the earth and wind concepts came from the Death Warriors. Those men of sacrifice with big hammers cultivated the earth mentality, and those with long swords mostly cultivated the wind mentality. Lu Ming's earth and wind concepts were rapidly improving. Soon, his wind concept reached its limit, and he was only one step away from level 3. As for the earth concept, it had also reached the peak of level 2 upper tier. As his intent realm improved, the true essence and other energies were also being refined and transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation started to increase. Not long after, the aura on his body grew, and he broke through to the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm in one go. Furthermore, it continued to increase all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm before it stopped. It had been upgraded by one level in one go. There are impurities in my true yuan and distracting thoughts in my intent realm. Suddenly, Lu Ming frowned. He could feel that his true yuan and intent weren't pure. There were some obstacles when he tried to use them. Although the obstacles were weak, if this continued, it would be a big problem. I know. Other people's Zhen Yuan and blood all have their own characteristics. I refined them, but there are still some of them left. It's even more so for the will. Every will that I comprehend has a distinct will. After I refine them, there are still some of them left. This is very normal. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and discovered the problem. He thought of his early days, when he often relied on devouring blood essence to improve his cultivation. Similarly, this would cause his cultivation foundation to be unstable, and he would need time to consolidate it. Later on, he used all his blood essence to improve his bloodline and relied on devouring spiritual crystals and raw stones to improve his cultivation. He no longer had to worry about this. Spiritual crystals and raw gemstones were all natural and extremely pure. It seems like I'll have to stop wasting time to cultivate every time I advance to the next realm. I'll have to purify my true yuan and intent realm to stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming pondered. Of course, Lu Ming would not abandon the heaven-defying function of the Nine Dragons bloodline just because of this small flaw. At most, he would just spend more time to stabilize it. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to condense his essential core and polish his artistic conception. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming's essential core and concept had become pure and condensed again. The wind concept seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough. The concept was pure. Lu Ming could feel that the wind concept seemed to have touched a wonderful realm. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Time passed day by day. In a canyon tens of thousands of miles away from Lu Ming, a shocking flame suddenly soared into the sky, and a figure appeared in the flame. This figure was Wang Yan. Ha ha! I've finally broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming, the next time I see you will be the day of your death. Wang Yan laughed out loud, his aura extremely terrifying. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. After being injured by Lu Ming previously, not only had he fully recovered after more than 10 days, but he had also broken through to the spirit embryo realm in one fell swoop, causing his strength to skyrocket. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some strange places nearby to look for opportunities. This place is the closest to the Double Moon Mountain. I'll go to the Double Moon Mountain and stop him halfway. With that, Wang Yan's figure flickered and he disappeared without a trace. In a dark cave, corpse cheese suddenly filled the air. The corpse puppet, carrying an ancient coffin, stepped out of the cave. Previously, Lu Ming had used an array formation to cut off his arm. However, the shocking thing was that the corpse puppet's arm was now intact, as if it had grown back. Furthermore, the aura on its body was extremely powerful. It was also the aura of the spirit embryo realm. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some secret places to seek opportunities. This place is the closest to the Divine Bird Cliff. I'll go to the Divine Bird Cliff to stop him. After saying that, the corpse puppet stepped out and disappeared into the sky. At an unknown distance away from Lu Ming, there was a magnificent city. The city was filled with three-eyed gods. And NBSB, within a massive palace, a few three-eyed gods were currently discussing some matters. These three-eyed gods were all tall and sturdy, and their auras were powerful. It's been another 20 years, and another group of young people has come from the outside world to hunt down my clan. Damn it, they really think of my clan as a trial. And NBSB, die. A furious roar came from one of the three-eyed god race members. Below, many of the three-eyed gods were trembling in fear, not daring to say a word. According to the ancient records in the outside world, our tribe is unrivaled, and the human tribe is nothing more than our tribe's food. However, our ancestors were captured and brought here, and they made our tribe into the training targets of the human youths. This is absolutely not allowed. I will kill them all, not leaving a single one alive. Pass down my order. All the regions should organize an army to capture and kill those human youths. Once they are found, kill them without mercy. The three-eyed god above ordered. Yes, and NBSB. Yes, your majesty. The other three-eyed god race members also began to follow his orders. Naturally, Lu Ming was unaware of all these. He was still cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for 20 days. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his face. The concept of wind had successfully broken through to the third level. This was Lu Ming's first step towards the spirit embryo realm. It's been 20 days. The next step is to continue searching for those strange places and opportunities to obtain more fate value. Lu Ming thought. Chapter 908. 908 Paragons Everywhere. With a thought, the Book of Destiny appeared. Lu Ming's current luck value had become 2,500 points. This should be the increase from the 10,000 elephant fruits he seized last time. It had increased by more than 2,000 points. From this, it could be seen how amazing the amount of fate value one could obtain by searching for strange places and seizing opportunities. With a single thought, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Lu Ming took out the map that he had obtained from the three-eyed god and studied it. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, only the Double Moon Mountain and the Divine Bird Cliff are strange. It's very likely that there are treasures or opportunities inside. Lu Ming looked at the map for a while and kept it. Let's go to the Divine Bird Cliff and take a look first. Lu Ming randomly chose a place and flew towards the Divine Bird Cliff, according to the marks on the map. The journey of tens of thousands of miles was soon completed. In front of them was a huge cliff that reached into the clouds. They could see it from far away. It was the Divine Bird Cliff. Lu Ming was about to fly over when two powerful auras burst out from the Divine Bird Cliff. Boom! With a loud boom, a figure rushed into the sky, his corpse chi billowing. Corpse puppet, he has broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's expression changed. He immediately restrained his aura and landed in the forest below to watch from a distance. At this moment, The corpse puppet's face carried a trace of fear and appeared to be in a sorry state. Corpse puppet, die. A domineering voice was heard, and demonic chi soared into the sky. A young man in a black robe appeared and blocked in front of the corpse puppet. This youth's eyes were cold, and his demonic chi was monstrous. His aura was much stronger than a corpse puppet that had reached the spirit embryo realm. Luo Li, don't you go too far. The corpse puppet roared. Luo Li, little demon Lord Luo Li. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he looked solemn. There were two supreme geniuses among the imperial guards of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and they were blood brothers. Demon Lord Luo Tan, Little Demon Lord Luo Li, and Demon Lord Luo Tian. Their talents were monstrous and extremely terrifying. They were ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. As for the Little Demon Lord Luo Li, he was not as talented, but he was still very terrifying. He was ranked 61st on the list of top 1,000 talents. Ha ha, what a joke. Weaklings can only say such words. So what if I'm bullying you? Today you will die. The luck value on your body belongs to me. Ha ha. Luo Li laughed as the black mist around him churned. His demonic might was extremely powerful. He took a step forward, and his demonic might completely enveloped the corpse puppet, turning it into a demonic territory. Charge! The corpse puppet didn't dare to fight back. Its corpse chi burst out and formed a sword light, trying to break through the demonic power and escape. Die! Die! Luo Li shouted coldly as a black light burst out. The stunning blade light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. It was unparalleled and unstoppable. The corpse puppet couldn't even block a single blade. Its head was chopped off, and its corpse fell to the ground. However, the ancient coffin on the corpse puppet's back trembled and flew into the distance at an extreme speed. The human corpse transformation technique is useless in front of me. A cold voice came out of Luo Li's mouth. A blade light cut through the void and struck the ancient coffin. The ancient coffin exploded, and a skinny figure emerged from it. He was panicking and fleeing for his life. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the true body of the corpse puppet. The one before was just his refined corpse. However, the refined corpse was actually no different from a human. It could open its mouth and communicate with people, which was really amazing. A saber light slashed at the corpse puppet again. No! The corpse puppet roared, and in the next moment, it was directly cut in half by the saber light. The corpse puppet, ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, had been killed just like that. It was clear how brutal the battle of destiny was. This was only the beginning, and it would only get more brutal as time went on. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it the burial ground of the top talents. After Luo Li killed the corpse puppet, he waved his hand and kept the storage ring. Then, he looked in Lu Ming's direction with his demonic eyes. Lu Ming's expression changed. Could it be that he was discovered by Luo Li despite being so far away? However, Ro Li only took a glance and sneered. He then shifted his gaze and descended toward the Divine Bird Cliff. It seems like we can't go to the Divine Bird Cliff. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Ro Li's cultivation base was too strong. Compared to him, he was far behind, so he could only avoid him. He turned around quietly and headed in the direction of the Double Moon Mountain. Not long after, they were only a few thousand miles away from the Double Moon Mountain. Lu Ming concealed his aura and slowly approached. Who knew if there were any powerful geniuses on the Double Moon Mountain? Lu Ming had to be more careful. Boom! All of a sudden, a purple flame shot up into the sky from below and blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He took a step back and retreated rapidly, avoiding the attack. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Wang Yan. Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that the aura on Wang Yan's body was extremely terrifying. It was not the aura of the spiritual ocean tier, but the spirit embryo tier. Wang Yan had also broken through to the spirit embryo realm. For a genius like Wang Yin to break through from the spiritual ocean tier to the spirit embryo tier, it was definitely not just a little bit of improvement. His battle prowess would skyrocket. Lu Ming, let's see how you die this time. Wang Yan's eyes were as cold as ice. Previously, he was severely injured by Lu Ming and almost died. He hated Lu Ming to the core. A mere piece of trash dared to seriously injure him. This was simply unforgivable. The flames on his body were several times more terrifying than they were 20 days ago. The temperature was so high that even the space began to distort. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could feel a sharp pain in his body, as if his entire body was on fire. Whoosh! In a flash, Wang Yin crossed the void and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. A dragon's roar resounded. Lu Ming did not hold back at all and instantly exploded with all his dragon energy. For streams of dragon energy exploded. The vital essence in his body roared, and 4 types of concepts swirled around. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Boom! A beam of fire soared into the sky, and Lu Ming's body was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he felt a sharp pain on his arm. The dragon scales were cracked by the flames, and the surface of his arm was charred black. The fragrance of roasted meat wafted out. Too powerful. Wang Yan's battle prowess had increased by too much after breaking through to the spirit embryo realm. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm during this period of time, he was still far from being Wang Yan's match. His breakthrough was only a small breakthrough, while Wang Yan's was a huge breakthrough. It was incomparable. If Lu Ming had not broken through, he would not have been able to withstand a single punch and would have been seriously injured. I'm not his match right now. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. It's not that easy to escape. You must die today. Die. Wang Yin roared and turned into a flash of fire, chasing after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. However, in terms of speed, Lu Ming was still faster. The distance between the two of them was slowly widening. Damn it, Wang Yin roared. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. In front of him, an extremely sharp ray of light pierced through the air and flew toward Lu Ming. Chapter 909. 909 Trapped. It was a young man in black. His entire body was like a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Taichong. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Jiang Taichong's rank on the list of top 1,000 talents was higher than Wang Yan's. He was ranked 92nd, and his combat strength was even more terrifying. Lu Ming had never expected to meet Jiang Taichong here. It could not be such a coincidence. It was highly possible that Jiang Taichong had met Wang Yin a long time ago and was lying in ambush in the nearby area, waiting for Lu Ming. Aha! Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to run. Wang Yin laughed excitedly. Lu Ming. Jiang Taichong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He swung his arm in the air, and a terrifying sword light came slashing at Lu Ming. With Jiang Taichong at the front and Wang Yin at the back, Lu Ming was in a desperate situation. With a wave of his hand, a puppet of the 1st grade of the 7th level pounced forward and was directly cut in half by Jiang Taichong's sword light. Jiang Taichong's combat strength was stronger than Wang Yan's. I can only risk it all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged, and Lu Ming used the bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons, which charged madly at Wang Yin. Roar! The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying, devouring power erupted and enveloped Wang Yin. At the same time, 9 dragon claws stepped out in succession. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Transforming into the 9 dragons and using the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was the purest form of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and its power could be maximized. With 6 consecutive steps, a terrifying force was blasted toward Wang Yin. You want to break through from my side? Laughable. Die. Wang Yan's entire body was ablaze with flames as he sent out a terrifying flaming fist radiance. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out as the flaming fist radiance dispersed the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. However, the remaining power had already been reduced by a lot. When it landed on the bodies of the 9 dragons, their bodies trembled, but they did not care and continued to pounce towards Wang Yan. You're looking for death. Wang Yan threw another punch. However, Lu Ming did not care about this punch. His dragon claw stepped in the air, and he took another 6 steps. A powerful force blasted towards Wang Yan. It was a fight where he would risk his life. Boom! The terrifying fist force hit the bodies of the 9 dragons. In an instant, the scales exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. A huge wound was blown on the bodies of the 9 dragons, and the hot flame force kept rushing into the wound. However, the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps also slammed down on Wang Yan. Wang Yan's expression changed as he was forced to retreat by the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Buzz! Buzz! The 9 claws of the 9 dragons stomped on the void. This time it was extremely fast. The huge dragon body instantly turned into a stream of light, rushing past Wang Yan's head and flying towards the direction of Double Moon Mountain. Damn it! Chase! Wang Yan roared and chased after Lu Ming. Jiang Taichong did the same. One chasing and one escaping, the distance of thousands of miles was crossed in an instant. The Double Moon Mountain was right in front of them. There is indeed a powerful formation on the Double Moon Mountain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Double Moon Mountain was formed by 2 mountain peaks that intersected like 2 moons. At the intersection of the 2 mountain peaks, there was a huge stone door that seemed to be a cave. However, the area in front of the stone gate was filled with formations. Previously, he had heard the 3-eyed god race mention the Double Moon Mountain briefly. The 3-eyed god race did not know about formations, but from his words, Lu Ming could tell that there was a formation set up in front of the Double Moon Mountain. Therefore, Lu Ming rushed over. With the array, it was Lu Ming's chance. Buzz! Lu Ming transformed back into his human form and rushed towards the Double Moon Mountain. After he charged in, his figure constantly flickered, sometimes left and sometimes right, slowly moving forward. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong had arrived. After the 2 of them arrived, they stopped with unsightly expressions. They had arrived a few days ago and already knew that there was a formation here. This little bastard is proficient in the Tao of inscription. This formation can't stop him. Wang Yan's expression was extremely ugly. Watch me break it. Jiang Taichong strode forward, and a formation emerged on the ground at once. Saber lights that looked like crescent moons slashed toward Jiang Taichong. Jiang Taichong's palm kept slashing out. The sharp and terrifying sword light kept colliding with the crescent-shaped saber light. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of metal clashing rang out. After a while, Jiang Taichong returned with no success and retreated with an ugly expression. He could not rush in at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the layers of inscription arrays and arrived at an open space in front. There was no formation in the innermost area. If you have the ability, then come in. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong with a cold smile. Damn it, Wang Yan bellowed. Unfortunately, there was a formation in the air, so they couldn't get in. Lu Ming sneered. He sat cross-legged and began to recuperate. Earlier on, he had transformed into the 9 dragons and received Wang Yan's punch head-on. However, he was still injured, and his injuries were rather serious. He needed to recuperate as soon as possible. Circulating his War Dragon True Vitality, Lu Ming began to heal his injured body. Outside, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong's faces were extremely gloomy. Lu Ming was actually recuperating in front of them. This almost made the 2 of them explode in anger. The array here has been around for many years, and it's not very powerful. We just have to keep bombarding it and deplete the energy of the array. When the energy of the array is depleted, we can rush in and kill Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung took a deep breath to calm himself down and analyzed. Wang Yan's eyes lit up as he said happily, "Not bad, not bad. The formation here isn't particularly strong. We can definitely withstand it. As long as we keep bombarding it, we'll definitely be able to break it. Let's start." Jiang Taichung nodded. Boom, boom. The two of them burst out with powerful auras and stepped forward at the same time, entering the area of the array. Immediately, a formation appeared, and countless crescent blade lights condensed and slashed toward the two. The two launched their attacks, clashing with the crescent blade lights. Lu Ming opened his eyes and took a look outside. He then closed his eyes again and began to recuperate. He naturally understood Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan's plan. However, at this moment, he could only recuperate first before thinking about other things. After a day and a night, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. At this moment, Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan rested for a while before continuing to crack the formation. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the stone door that was located at the intersection of the two mountains. Damn it! Seeing this, Wang Yan roared in anger. It doesn't matter. We'll block him from the outside. Even if he gets the opportunity, he won't be able to escape from our hands in the end. Jiang Taichung was much calmer than Wang Yan as he spoke. Wang Yan also calmed down and continued to break the formation. Lu Ming walked to the stone door, stretched out his hands, pressed on the stone door, and gave it a hard push. It didn't move at all. The stone door didn't move at all. Lu Ming stepped back, then took a step forward and punched the stone door. Boom! It was as if the entire earth was shaking, but the stone door still did not move or be blown open. It's so hard. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Chapter 9:10. 9:10 Breaking through to become a level 7 alchemist. Just now, he had already used 100% of his Zhen Yuan and used the prison suppressing heaven technique. However, his punch did not break the stone door. This stone door was frighteningly hard. The next moment, Lu Ming directly exploded his dragon power. Scales appeared on his body, and his muscles bulged. He was filled with explosive power. Boom! A heavy punch landed on the stone door, causing it to shake violently. The two mountains beside the stone door also shook violently, but in the end, the stone door remained intact. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was like a ferocious beast in human form. He punched the stone door several times in a row, but he still could not break it open. It's too hard. With my cultivation level, there's still a gap. I can't break it. Lu Ming frowned. Ha ha! The heavens are really helping me. I better wait for my death outside. Seeing this, Wang Yan laughed arrogantly. Jiang Taichung also revealed a smile. Lu Ming frowned. He turned around and stopped attacking the stone door. Instead, he started to inscribe an array on the empty space. You want to inscribe a formation to protect yourself? Dream on. Wang Yan sneered. Since they had seen it, they would definitely be more careful in the future. They would not enter Lu Ming's array easily. Lu Ming spent 3 hours setting up a large array. He then stopped. Indeed, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung had both seen him inscribing a formation here. No matter how powerful the formation he had inscribed was, Wang Chong and Jiang Taishu would not be fooled into walking in. Therefore, the array that he had just carved was not a powerful killing array at all. Instead, it was an array that assisted in the cultivation of mental fire. The only way out now was strength. As long as he had enough strength, he would not need to fear Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung. Therefore, he could only break through on his own. However, Lu Ming's current martial art cultivation was only at the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. There was still the perfected spiritual ocean realm above him. He would only be able to break through to the spirit embryo realm if he went further. It was almost impossible to break through in a short time. Lu Ming estimated that the array at Double Moon Mountain could only hold Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung back for 5 days at most. It was almost impossible to break through to the spirit embryo realm in 5 days. Now, only the Tao of inscription could make it possible. Initially, Lu Ming had already lit up 10 blue spirit lamps. He was only one step away from becoming a 7th-level alchemist. As long as his inscription Tao reached level 7, Lu Ming's strength would increase greatly. By then, he would be able to contend or even kill Wang Yin and Jiang Taichong with his inscription Tao. Originally, it wasn't the time for a breakthrough yet. It wasn't perfect yet and needed to cultivate for a period of time before it could naturally break through. However, he could not care so much now. Lu Ming had to use some means and strive to break through within 5 days. He sat down cross-legged and took out a pill. Lu Ming had bought the Spirit Enrage pill from the Talisman Amulet Sect's Treasure Pavilion. Consuming this pill would cause one's mental energy fire to go berserk. It could increase one's mental energy fire for a short period of time, and, from there, achieve the effect of breaking through to the next realm. However, there was a risk here. If he failed to break through to the next realm, it might cause a few of his mental lamps to go out, and it would be very difficult to cultivate back later. Even if he succeeded in breaking through, his foundation would still be unstable, which would affect his future cultivation. He would need to spend time to make up for it. But now he couldn't care so much. He had to get through the difficulties in front of him. Lu Ming had to break through to the next realm within 5 days. Lu Ming swallowed the violent spirit pill without hesitation. He then activated the meditation and started cultivating. In his sea of consciousness, his mental energy fire started to go berserk and burned even more vigorously. On the ground, the array glowed. This kind of array could also allow the mental energy fire to erupt with even more power. Time passed quickly. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the mental energy fire was already abnormally violent and was about to turn into an angry dragon. As the mind fire went on a rampage, the flames of the 10 mind lamps began to merge and condense into a ball that burned fiercely. Now, he had to make the blue mental fire turn purple. Once it turned purple, it meant that he had broken through to become a 7th-rank alchemist. Time flew by quickly, minute by minute. Wang Yin and Jiang Taichong continued to bombard those formations, but they were broken one by one. They were about to break through the formation and enter. This kid knows that he can't escape and is waiting for death. Wang Yin sneered. Be careful later. This brat might counterattack before he dies. Jiang Taichong said. What are you afraid of? No matter how he counterattacks, he's still a spiritual ocean-tier martial artist. So what threat can he be to us? Wang Yin sneered. Jiang Taichong also nodded. It was indeed so. They were all geniuses among geniuses. It was common for them to jump levels and kill others. Moreover, they were now in a higher realm than Lu Ming. No one could defeat them when they were in a higher realm. They were constantly bombarding the array. Lu Ming had also reached a critical point in his cultivation. In his sea of consciousness, the mental energy fire continued to condense and shrink. Slowly, when it had shrunk to its limit, a wisp of purple light spread out. A small purple spirit fire was burning slowly on the first spirit lamp. It looked small and was not burning hot, but the spirit power that it emitted was 10 times stronger than before. The purple mind fire has finally broken through. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He now felt that as long as he willed it, a vast amount of spiritual power would be released. It seems that they haven't broken through the array. Let's wait for them. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He closed his eyes and activated the meditation to consolidate his cultivation. After half a day, there was a loud boom. Wang Yin and Jiang Taichong finally broke through the formation and stood dozens of meters away from Lu Ming. However, they did not immediately pounce on Lu Ming because they had seen him inscribe a large formation. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and slowly got up. Lu Ming, your time of death has arrived. Wang Yin revealed a sinister smile. Oh, really? If you have the ability, come and kill me. Lu Ming revealed a contemptuous smile. Oomph. Do you think that you can be safe just because you inscribe a formation? I'll break it. Wang Yin took a step forward and a stream of flames surged towards Lu Ming along the ground. The flames passed through without any obstruction. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he avoided the flame. Wang Yin was slightly taken aback, but he immediately burst out laughing. So you're just trying to be mysterious. You don't even have a formation. Die. With that, Wang Yan's figure flickered as he pounced on Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung did not move. Instead, he guarded the surroundings to prevent any changes or to prevent Lu Ming from escaping. A dragon's roar resounded as Lu Ming burst forth with his dragon energy and threw a punch at Wang Yan. With a loud boom, Lu Ming was sent flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stomped on the ground. Ha died. Wang Yan laughed out loud as the terrifying flames surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he rushed to one side, looking like he wanted to escape. However, Jiang Taichung moved and blocked Lu Ming. Chapter 911. 911 Killing Two Great Geniuses. Jiang Taichung stood in front of Lu Ming, and Wang Yin rushed up from behind. Lu Ming had nowhere to run. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression was extremely calm. In fact, there was even a flash of killing intent. Something's wrong. For some reason, Jiang Taichung's heart suddenly jumped. He had an inexplicable sense of crisis, but he could not figure out where the sense of crisis came from. Lu Ming? Impossible. Lu Ming's cultivation level was not their match at all. Wang Yin was already closing in. At this moment, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. Dense inscriptions appeared on the ground, and a few large arrays appeared. You want to deal with us by instantly setting up a formation? Dream on. Wang Yin laughed coldly, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. No, this is a level 7 formation technique. How could you inscribe a level 7 formation technique in an instant? Wang Yin cried out in disbelief. An ordinary rank 7 alchemist could not inscribe a rank 7 formation in an instant. Only a rank 7 alchemist with profound spiritual power could do it. How could Lu Ming do it? Not good, retreat. Jiang Taichung's expression changed drastically, and he was about to retreat. However, it was already too late. The formation glowed, and golden vines condensed and wrapped around Jiang Taichung and Wang Yin. Break! An extremely sharp aura emanated from Jiang Taichung's body. With a wave of his hand, sharp sword qi burst out and cut at the vines. However, he was only able to cut off a few vines. These vines were called golden vines and were formed by a level 7 primary formation technique. They were extremely tough and were impervious to fire and water. Wang Yin roared in anger as flames spread out in an attempt to incinerate the vines. Although he could do so, the speed was extremely slow. The two of them were entangled for a while. Lu Ming sneered and continued to inscribe the array. Countless inscriptions glowed on his feet and palms. Purple mental energy fire danced between his eyebrows. A 7th rank alchemist. He's a 7th rank alchemist. He has to get out. Jiang Taichung roared in horror and attacked with all his might. The vines were cut off one by one. A few golden vines array could not completely trap Wang Yin and Jiang Taichung, but Lu Ming's purpose was to stop them for a while, and that was enough. Buzz! On the ground, another formation appeared. This time, it was a level 7 intermediate array, the Frost Hunting Array. Formations were generally divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. For example, a level 7 primary array was sufficient to deal with martial artists of the 1st to 3rd level of the Spirit Embryo realm. If used well, it could kill a 3rd level Spirit Embryo realm martial artist. However, although Wang Yin and Jiang Taichung were only at the 1st level of the Spirit Embryo realm, their combat strength was enough to kill a 4th level Spirit Embryo realm cultivator. An elementary level 7 formation technique was not of much use to them. However, It was a different story for a grade 7 intermediate formation. A middle grade level 7 formation technique was able to deal with experts at the 4th to 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, although Lu Ming's mental energy was extremely dense and far exceeded that of an inscriber of the same level, he had just broken through to level 7. It was still impossible for him to inscribe a level 7 intermediate array in an instant. He would need some time. The time that the Golden Vine array had blocked Wang Yin and Jiang Taichung was enough for him to inscribe a level 7 middle array. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 Lavir long spears made of ice appeared, exuding an extremely cold aura. They pierced through the air and headed toward Wang Yin and Jiang Taichung respectively. Boom! Wang Yin punched out with both fists, and a terrifying flame spread out, trying to melt the ice spear. However, to his shock, the ice spear only shrank a little after piercing through the blazing fist force and continued on its way towards Wang Yin. On the other hand, Jiang Taichung spared no effort to hack at the ice spear. Although he managed to block it in the end, it was still very difficult. A layer of white frost appeared on his body, and he trembled all over as if he was about to be frozen. Whoosh! Whoosh! To their despair, more ice spears were formed. This time, there were 24 of them. Each of them had 12 roots, and they went for the kill. The 2 of them tried their best to block, but the power of the ice spears was too terrifying. Although they managed to block it, they were both injured. But then, more ice spears appeared. Following that, 2 desperate screams rang out. Wang Yin and Jiang Taichung's bodies were pierced by a few ice spears respectively. Their bodies stiffened as they were frozen to the spot. "No, don't kill me," Wang Yin cried out in fear. Although the Battle of Providence was dangerous, it was full of opportunities. No one had participated in the Battle of Providence, as they were all here to die. They all wanted to obtain great opportunities and boundless providence. Wang Yin and Jiang Taichung were naturally the same. They wanted to obtain a great opportunity in the Battle of Providence, obtain great providence, stand out from it, and surpass those stronger geniuses. How could they have thought that they were going to die less than a month after the Battle of Providence had started? How could they be willing? "Wang Yin, have you forgotten what I said? I said I will kill you." Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. With a wave of his hand, the ice spear appeared, and he struck again. No. Wang Yin and Jiang Taichung screamed in fear and madness, but they could not change the outcome. The ice spear pierced through the foreheads of the 2. Then, the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. The devouring power burst out and devoured the 2. It didn't take long for the refinement to be completed. Jiang Taichung cultivated the sword concept, which was not of much use to Lu Ming. When the time came, Wang Yan's fire concept would allow Lu Ming's fire concept to break through and step into level 3. However, Lu Ming's blood meridian did not improve. The prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline was at divine level 3, while the 9 dragons' bloodline was at divine level 4. After refining it, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. The Book of Destiny appeared before his eyes. He noticed that the Book of Destiny's destiny had increased by 2,000 points. This was because after killing Wang Yin and Jiang Taichung, their own luck value had been taken away by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming's luck value was close to 5,000. Then, he looked at the stone door. He had to break this stone door. Lu Ming began to inscribe the array in front of the stone door. This time, he spent half a day to inscribe a level 7 advanced array. Lu Ming could instantly cast a beginner level 7 array. However, if he was given enough time, he could even set up a top-notch level 7 array. The formation glowed, forming a giant hammer that smashed toward the stone door. The hammer condensed by a level 7 advanced array was many times stronger than Lu Ming's attack. Boom! The stone door shook violently as if it was about to be broken. Continue. One by one, the giant hammers formed and smashed against the door. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sounds were endless. After more than a dozen attacks, the door was broken open with a bang, revealing a dark passage. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He waved his hand, and a puppet walked in first. Seeing that there was no danger, Lu Ming also stepped in. After the passage, there was a huge underground secret room. Chapter 912. 912 Encountering the Little Demon Lord. This seemed to be a cave abode of an expert. There were tables, chairs, beds, and even a few bookshelves in the underground secret room. Lu Ming walked around and realized that there were only some books on bookshelf. Lu Ming walked over and took a look at the books. The sky leaping battle technique was a cultivation technique. Lu Ming opened it and his eyes widened. He was overjoyed. It was a deity-level cultivation technique, a low-grade deity-level cultivation technique. How precious was a god-grade cultivation technique? For example, the core cultivation technique of the 6 great ancient aristocratic families of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was a low-grade deity-level cultivation technique. A divine-level cultivation technique could almost support an ancient family. Lu Ming had the true war dragon technique and did not need to cultivate other cultivation techniques. It was unknown whether the true war dragon technique that Lu Ming cultivated was low-grade or high-grade divine level, but the cultivation requirements were extremely harsh. Others could not cultivate at all. Lu Ming had 2 disciples, family, and friends, but they could not cultivate the true war dragon technique at all. However, he could pass on other divine-level cultivation techniques to them. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept it. Then, he looked at the other books. There were more than a dozen books in total. Among them, there were 2 divine-level cultivation techniques, and the others were martial arts techniques, demigod-level martial arts techniques. There were both low-grade and high-grade demigod martial techniques. This was an unimaginable wealth. Lu Ming kept all of them in ecstasy and continued to walk around. He realized that the underground secret chamber was empty. There was nothing else. Lu Ming left the underground secret chamber reluctantly. He then chose a random direction and soared into the sky. Buzz! Not long after Lu Ming left, a figure with monstrous demonic chi descended on the Double Moon Mountain. It was little demon Lord Luo Li. The formation here has been broken. Someone has been here. I'm not afraid of you. Li mumbled as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He stepped into the underground chamber and reappeared outside. As expected, someone has taken the first step. Damn it! Li growled and leaped into the air. The direction he chose was the direction that Lu Ming had left in. As Lu Ming flew, the muscles and bones on his body squirmed. After a while, his body shape and appearance changed greatly. Then, the inscriptions on his body glowed, and he set up an array to conceal his aura. Not a single bit of aura leaked out from his body. Now, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley both wanted to kill him. It would be more convenient for him to act by changing his identity temporarily. Moreover, Lu Ming was not a match for the top talents on the list of top 1,000 talents for the time being. When he improved his cultivation, he would not need to be afraid of them anymore. Lu Ming flew at a slow speed. He mainly wanted to see if there were any spiritual herbs and pick them. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying sonic boom suddenly came from behind him, and a vast demonic might permeated the air. Stop! Immediately, a loud shout was heard. Lu Ming frowned. He stopped and turned to look. Luo Li appeared not far from Lu Ming with his vast demonic power. Kid, which direction did you come from? Li pointed at the direction behind him. Not bad. Lu Ming frowned. Have you ever been to the Double Moon Mountain? Li asked. Double Moon Mountain? What Double Moon Mountain? Lu Ming played dumb. Luo Li frowned slightly. He could tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. There was no way he could break the array of Double Moon Mountain. The treasures of Double Moon Mountain should not belong to Lu Ming. You've never been to the Double Moon Mountain? Did you see anyone pass by? Li asked. No, I've been looking for spirit herbs in this area and didn't see anyone else. Lu Ming said. Okay, then you can go. Li waved his hand. Lu Ming nodded and was about to leave when Luo Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, a saber light slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming burst out with dragon power. He turned around and threw a punch, which collided with the saber light. His body trembled, and he retreated rapidly. "What are you doing?" Lu Ming shouted. "Oomph! Restrain your aura and be sneaky. Kill them first." Ro Li snorted coldly, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he had casually struck out with that move, almost no one under the spirit embryo realm could block it. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to block it. Lu Ming's combat strength surprised him. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. These people were really overbearing. They were just suspicious and wanted to kill him. Fortunately, he was prepared. He sensed at the moment Luo Li made his move. Whoosh! Ro Li's demonic chi rolled, and he swung his palm again. A black blade light was sent flying at Lu Ming. A purple flame flashed between his brows. Lu Ming waved his hands, and an array appeared in the air. It formed golden vines that wrapped around Luo Li. Carving an array in the air? You're a level 7 alchemist. It seems that you've obtained the treasure of Double Moon Mountain. Die! Ro Li's killing intent surged as he roared, and his blade flashed. Bang! Bang! The sturdy golden vine exploded in an instant, unable to withstand Ro Li's attack. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and waved his hands. One after another, large arrays appeared. They were all beginner level 7 arrays. However, Ro Li was too strong. With a slash of his saber, everything was destroyed and all the formations were shattered. Peak of the 3rd level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Little Demon Lord Luo Li's cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm, but with his combat power, even if he was 3 levels higher, it would not be difficult for him to kill an ordinary 6th level spirit embryo realm ancient martial art practitioner. He was simply too strong. And this was still in the spirit embryo realm. If he was in the spiritual ocean tier, it would be easy for him to kill enemies who were 4 levels above him. A grade 7 primary formation posed no threat to Luo Li. Kill! The pitch-black demonic blade exuded a terrifying aura. The formation was shattered, and Lu Ming was swept by a blade gleam. The scales on his skin were shattered, and one of his arms was almost chopped off. Bang! On Lu Ming's body, the array that had concealed his aura collapsed, and his original aura was revealed. You're Lu Ming? Ha ha ha, my luck is not bad. If I kill you, the supreme leader of the Wang clan will reward me handsomely. Luo Li laughed as his demonic might surged. A terrifying saber radiance cut through everything, shattering the formation in front of him. The terrifying saber radiance then slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hands, and 2 puppets rushed out. They were easily cut in half by the saber radiance. Lu Ming, you're out of luck to have run into me. You'll die today. Ro Li laughed. However, Lu Ming waved his hands, and more than 10 puppets appeared, charging at Luo Li. They were all at 1st and 2nd rank of 7th level. Behind the dozen or so puppets were 9 puppets that looked like white birds. They followed the puppets in front of them and charged at Ro Li. The remaining 9 puppets were all at 4th grade 7th level. This was the highest grade puppet that Lu Ming had bought from the treasure pavilion. He could not control it if he had not broken through to become a 7th rank alchemist. Ro Li slashed with his demonic blade, and the puppets in front of him were cut into pieces. However, at this moment, the strongest puppet had arrived. Explode! Lu Ming spat out a word softly. Chapter 913. 913 Perfect Spiritual Ocean Tier. As Lu Ming uttered the word explode, the 9 4th grade, 7th level puppets glowed and exploded. The puppets self-destructed. The 9 4th grade, 7th level puppets self-destructed, creating a terrifying energy storm that surged toward Luo Li. Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to leave the place. Boom! 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 Ro Li's furious roar came from the violent energy, and after a few breaths, he charged out. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were in tatters, and there were many wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely. His face was pitch black, as if it had been burnt. He swept his gaze around, but there was no trace of Lu Ming. "Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you." A furious roar came from Ro Li's mouth. Luo Li's killing intent towards Lu Ming was extremely strong. Lu Ming used the Nine Dragons' heaven-stomping steps and advanced at top speed. The self-destruction of the 9 4th-grade 7th-level puppets was powerful, but Lu Ming knew that it would not do much to Luo Li. It's still not enough to rely on the Tao of Inscription. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. His Tao of Inscription was already very strong, and he could instantly cast a level 7 primary array. If coordinated well, even an ordinary 4th-level spirit embryo realm ancient martial art practitioner would be killed by him. He had only just broken through to become a level 7 alchemist, and that was already terrifying enough. However, Ro Li was no ordinary warrior. He was a prodigy among prodigies. My martial cultivation has to break through to the spirit embryo realm as soon as possible. Only then will I have the confidence to fight against prodigies like Luo Li. The breakthrough to the spirit embryo realm was imperative. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with ordinary heaven's favorites or even most of the god-level heaven's favorites. However, the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents, and even those who were ranked higher, were all monstrous geniuses. They were too strong for him. After flying for 100,000 miles, Lu Ming landed and circulated his cultivation for a while. The injury on his arm was completely healed. Then, Lu Ming took a look at his luck value. It had exceeded 10,000 and reached 10,800. He had obtained the secret manuals from the Double Moon Mountain, and his luck value had increased by more than 5,000. I've finished exploring the strange land within a radius of 100,000 li. I need to go further to explore. Lu Ming pondered and chose the west. He flew toward the west. What? After flying for a while, Lu Ming's gaze suddenly stopped. A group of figures appeared in front of him. The three-eyed god race had a total of 100 or so people, and they were flying through the sky at high speed. At this moment, the three-eyed god also saw Lu Ming. "It's those human youths. Kill them. Kill them." The moment the three-eyed gods caught sight of Lu Ming, they roared and charged at him. The strongest seems to be at the 4th level of spirit embryo realm. "Then, all of you will become my nourishment." Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold, killing intent. He took a few steps forward, and the inscriptions continued to seep into the void. Buzz! Buzz! The three-eyed god was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he was already close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a heavy step in the void. Runes glowed, and an array appeared. It condensed into sword beams and slashed forward. This was a level 7 array formation, and it was extremely powerful. Those three-eyed gods below the spirit embryo realm were instantly sliced in half, killed on the spot. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. With a roar, devouring power erupted. The blood essence, intent runes, and energy of the three-eyed elder god that had been killed were all devoured by Lu Ming. Even those who survived were greatly weakened by the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming continued to inscribe arrays and launched a storm of attacks. Some of the 1st and 2nd level spirit embryo realm three-eyed gods found it difficult to resist and were killed under the storm of attacks. Retreat, retreat. The leader was a 4th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god. He had a burly body and a powerful aura, but he was currently filled with fear as he shouted in shock. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swordlight flashed, and one by one, the three-eyed god race was killed. Bang! In the end, only the 4th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god managed to charge out of the array's range. He frantically fled into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. The other three-eyed gods were all killed by Lu Ming. What a pity, Lu Ming muttered. If he had directed all of his attacks at the fourth-level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god, it would have been enough to kill him. However, the attacks were too scattered, so he had escaped. Lu Ming kept all the storage rings and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to devour the 100 three-eyed gods and turn them into mummies before leaving the place. 10,000 miles away, Lu Ming dug out a cave in a large mountain. He carved an array at the entrance of the cave and sat cross-legged in the cave, beginning the refinement. Although most of the 100 three-eyed gods were at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm and had perfected the spiritual ocean realm, their energy was still shocking. Lu Ming continued to refine them. Lu Ming's focus was on the concept. He would get rid of the intent he didn't need and refine the intent he needed. Among them, the fire concept was the most abundant, and there was also the thunder and wind concepts. There weren't many earth concepts, but there were a few. There was even a three-eyed god at the 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm who had comprehended the earth concept. At the spirit embryo realm, one's intent would definitely be at the 3rd level. This allowed Lu Ming's earth concept to break through to the full circle of level 2. As his earth concept broke through to the perfected stage of level 2, the massive amount of energy was constantly being converted into Lu Ming's cultivation. Not long after, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed, and he broke through to the perfected spirit sea realm. Buzz! Then, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged, exuding an ancient and heavy aura. The 3 golden chakras glowed, and the next moment, the 4th chakra emerged. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline had also advanced to the 4th level of the divine level. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had refined all the energy. The wind and fire concepts had improved the most, and they were approaching the lower tier of level 3. His thunder concept had also broken through to level 3. Only the earth concept was still at the great circle of level 2. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the perfected spirit ocean realm, and he was only 1 step away from the spirit embryo realm. This time he had gained a lot. Moreover, his luck value had also increased by a few thousand. Killing these three-eyed god race beings really is worth it. Lu Ming revealed a smile. The 2nd level of the earth essence realm has been completed. Now is the time for the nature fruit to come in handy. Lu Ming pondered. The next moment, a nature fruit appeared in his hand. He swallowed it without hesitation. With a single thought, the nature manifestation fruit entered Lu Ming's body and transformed into a wondrous energy. This energy seemed to follow Lu Ming's thoughts and transformed into an extremely rich earth concept. The nature fruit could transform into anything. It was truly mysterious. Lu Ming cultivated the earth concept with the nature manifestation fruit and made rapid progress. Lu Ming took out another nature fruit after he had finished one. Previously, Lu Ming had obtained a total of Tulavir nature fruits. 3 days later, after Lu Ming had consumed 7 nature manifestation fruits, his earth concept finally broke through the bottleneck and reached level 3. At this point, Lu Ming's 4 concepts had all reached level 3. Their power had increased to a terrifying level. Chapter 914. 914 Chapter 914 Waiting. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was not over yet. He spent the next 2 days refining the remaining 5 nature fruits. His earth concept had improved to the middle of the 3rd level. However, the effects of the 1,000 elephant fruit are getting worse and worse. Lu Ming thought to himself. The effect of the 1,000 form fruit was the best during the first 5. The further he ate, the more his body seemed to be immune to the 1,000 form fruit, and the less effective it was. If he had more nature manifestation fruits and continued to eat them, the effect would be minimal. All 4 intents had broken through to the 3rd level. The next step was to form a spirit embryo. Condensing a spirit embryo was to condense the spirit ocean into a round shape, like a placenta. That was why it was called a spirit embryo. A spirit embryo could give birth to a spirit god. It wasn't that easy to form a spirit embryo, and it required a massive amount of energy. Lu Ming had a large number of raw gemstones on him, but he did not want to waste them. Weren't there many three-eyed gods out there? Why waste it? Lu Ming came out of the cave and found a very magnificent and more obvious mountain peak. Lu Ming began to inscribe the array on the peak of the mountain. The endless inscriptions kept entering the mountain peak. This time, he spent 2 whole days to inscribe a formation. However, this formation was a top-notch level 7 formation, and its power was extremely terrifying. After he was done, Lu Ming spent a little more time to inscribe some level 7 intermediate formations. Then he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He planned to wait here for the three-eyed god race. After all, the intent realm and true essence he devoured needed time to refine and polish. He might as well wait for the enemy to take the bait, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming sat on the peak of the mountain, cultivating quietly with his eyes closed. 1 day, 2 days, and the first 3 days, there was no one. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. His essential core and artistic conception were slowly becoming pure. However, it was not enough. He still needed to condense and polish them rapidly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Lu Ming had been sitting there for 6 days. Buzz, and NBSB whoosh. On the 7th day, there was the sound of air breaking. More than 20 figures appeared not far from the mountain. More than 20 figures were all young people. Some of them were young Heaven's Pride experts, while others carried long swords on their backs and were wrapped in black robes. They were men of sacrifice. These were the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There's someone on the mountain. One of them looked at the mountain peak and said. The others all looked towards the mountain peak. That person looks familiar. It's Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. Someone shouted. It's really Lu Ming. I didn't expect him to be sitting on the mountain peak so openly. Brother Luan, why don't we attack and kill Lu Ming? The few young men all looked at a young man in armor. He was a god-tier genius from the Luan family, an ancient family. He was ranked 139th on the list of top 1,000 talents and was the leader of the crowd. At this moment, Lu Ming also opened his eyes and looked at the geniuses of the DTN Divine Palace. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Lu Ming did not disguise himself since he was going down the formation. If the paragons of the other forces wanted to kill him, he would not mind killing them and obtaining their luck points. The prodigy of the chaotic clan frowned. Back then, at the Nine Dragons exchange meet, Lu Ming had displayed his powerful combat strength and was not much weaker than him. Now that more than half a year had passed, although he had made great progress, Lu Ming must have become stronger as well. He was not confident. Moreover, Lu Ming was sitting on the mountain peak openly. He had a bad feeling. Lu Ming is very evil. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure. Besides, he's just sitting there. I'm afraid he's up to something. Let's leave Lu Ming's life to those stronger people. We just have to spread the news, said the chosen of the chaotic clan. The others were silent for a moment before nodding. Since the prodigy of the chaotic clan had said so, the others, who were weaker in battle prowess, naturally didn't dare to make a move. Let's go. We're leaving this place, the chosen of the chaotic clan said. Then, the group flew forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. These people were really cautious. He had no choice but to continue waiting. However, in less than 2 hours, a loud sound came from the front. Lu Ming saw that it was still the young man from the Luan family and his group. However, at this moment, they were panicking and in a sorry state, running for their lives. Behind them, tall and burly figures were chasing them. Behind them, there were 500 to 600 three-eyed gods pursuing them. There were quite a few powerful beings among the three-eyed gods, and their auras were extremely terrifying. Die, human. How dare you use us as your trial targets? Die. And NBSB. Kill. Kill. The three-eyed god race members all shouted as they madly pursued. They weren't using their full strength, and it was as if they were playing cat and mouse. Stop playing around. Kill these ants as soon as possible and look for other humans. You'll be heavily rewarded for every human you kill. A deep voice rang out. Yes, yes. An expert from the three-eyed god race responded, and his speed suddenly increased. He soared into the air and charged in front of the chosen from the Yuan clan, blocking their path. Those people were shockingly at the third level of spirit embryo realm. As for the youth from the Yuan family, he was only at the great circle of the spiritual ocean tier. At this moment, he had a look of despair. Hey, there's a human on that mountain. Go kill him. At this moment, the three-eyed god race noticed Lu Ming. The leader waved his hand, and a first-level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god immediately rushed up the mountain peak and charged at Lu Ming with a sinister smile. The three-eyed god's killing intent was icy cold. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming stood up and struck out with his palm like lightning. Boom! This first-level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god was split into pieces by Lu Ming's palm. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the perfected spirit sea realm, it was a piece of cake for him to kill an expert of the first-level spirit embryo realm. The prison-suppressing heavenly art must be controlled properly. It can't be too explosive. Lu Ming secretly warned himself. As the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was upgraded to level 4 of the divine tier, the prison-suppressing heavenly technique power had reached the level of a low-grade divine tier martial technique. Its power was terrifying. However, the amount of essential core consumed was absolutely unimaginable. If Lu Ming were to use the white hair prison-destructive divine art at full force, his entire body of essential core would be drained dry in an instant. If he was not careful, he would not be able to release much power. Looks like I'll have to stop upgrading the prison-suppressing steel bloodline for now. I'll focus on upgrading the Nine Dragons bloodline. Otherwise, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique will be too strong, and my cultivation is too weak. It'll be difficult for me to use it. I'll think about it after I improve my cultivation. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. As for the chosen of the chaotic clan and the others, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming had actually killed a first-level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god with one move. He was too powerful. His combat strength was definitely far above his. However, he would still die in the face of so many three-eyed gods. He's quite strong. All of you, attack him together and kill him. The leader of the three-eyed god race waved his hand, and 7 to 8 figures charged toward Lu Ming. Chapter 9:15. 9:15 Breaking through to the spirit embryo realm. These 7 to 8 three-eyed gods were all in the first or second level of the spirit embryo realm. There was even one in the third level of the spirit embryo realm, which was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. The 8 three-eyed god race beings were all tall and muscular, covered in scales. Their eyes were cold, like demons from the abyss. They stepped in the air, causing the air to tremble. A terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. All of the three-eyed gods who had been preparing to kill the chosen of the Yuan clan suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked in Lu Ming's direction. They wanted to see how Lu Ming was going to be killed, and how the chosen of the Yuan clan would be struck with even more fear. Bang! Bang! The 8 three-eyed gods landed on the mountain peak. The mountain peak rumbled as the 8 of them landed in 4 different directions, surrounding Lu Ming. A second-level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god shouted coldly, and a beam of light shot out from his third eye. This beam of light was made of ice, and wherever it passed, a white passage appeared in the space, filled with ice crystals. Bang! And NBSB. Lu Ming took a step forward, and a large formation appeared on the ground. 2 ice spears were formed, one of which destroyed the three-eyed god's beam of light, while the other pierced through the three-eyed god. Not good. It's a formation. And NBSB. The other 7 three-eyed gods on the mountain all paled, and they tried to retreat, but it was too late. And NBSB. The cold air was pressing down on everyone, and 20 ice spears instantly appeared, surrounding the 7 three-eyed gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear pierced through the air with unparalleled speed. The 7 three-eyed gods screamed in pain as they were killed. This was a level 7 middle-grade array technique. It was more than enough to kill a 3-eyed god whose highest cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. The other 3-eyed gods all paled. And NBSB, the 3-eyed god in the lead, had a grave expression on his face, and then a cold, killing intent began to spread. So you've set up a formation here. Do you think that setting up a formation is of any use? Let's attack together and kill him with long-range attacks. The leader of the 3-eyed god race ordered. In an instant, all the 3-eyed gods surrounded Lu Ming's mountain peak. They surrounded him from all directions, making it impossible for even a drop of water to pass through. On the other hand, no one bothered with the prodigies of the chaotic clan. Let's go further away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the prodigy of the chaotic clan and the others flew far away, hiding on a hidden mountain peak to watch. If anything went wrong, they planned to escape immediately. Kill! The leader of the 3-eyed god race gave the order, and all the other 3-eyed gods' third eyes glowed. Beams of light shot out at the speed of light, shooting toward Lu Ming. Within 3,000 meters, that's enough. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Even though the 3-eyed gods surrounded the mountain and didn't approach it, they were still within 3,000 meters of it. This was enough. He took a step forward, and a huge formation appeared on the mountain peak. The formation was made up of countless inscriptions. It was the top-notch level 7 formation that Lu Ming had spent 2 days inscribing. This formation was called the Star-Chasing Moon Formation. The formation was activated, and countless arrows were shot out in all directions. Each arrow was like a stream of light, tearing through the void as if it could chase the stars and the moon. That was how the formation got its name. Bang! 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 The beams of light shot out from the 3-eyed god's eyes were all shattered, and the arrows didn't stop. They continued to shoot out in all directions. The power of a peak grade level 7 formation was truly terrifying. The 3-eyed gods were all pierced through and shot into the air. Retreat, quickly retreat. And NBSB, the remaining 3-eyed gods, all screamed in fear and tried to run, but they were greeted by even more arrows. Blood splattered everywhere, and agonized cries rang out. No matter if they were in the spiritual ocean tier or the spirit embryo realm, no matter if they were in the 1st level or the 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm, or even stronger, they were all killed by the arrows in an instant. No, Arg. The leader of the 3-eyed god race let loose a cry of terror as a vast aura erupted from his body. A terrifying black light that seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and earth appeared. This leader of the 3-eyed god race had a cultivation of the 7th-tier spirit embryo realm and was extremely powerful. However, under the attack of a peak grade level 7 formation, it was still useless. He was pierced through by the dense arrows and turned into a hornet's nest. A level 7 high-grade array could already kill experts of the 7th level spirit embryo realm and above, let alone a top-notch level 7 array. Lu Ming had spent 2 days to set this up. In the distance, the paragon of the chaotic clan and the others were all pale with fright, and their bodies trembled in fear. They thought of how they had wanted to kill Lu Ming previously. It was a good thing they were wary and didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have been dead. This Lu Ming is too powerful. He can actually set up such a terrifying formation. We'd better not provoke him in the future. If others want to kill him and get rewards, let them do it. The heavens favorite of the chaotic clan said with lingering fear in his heart. That's right. We can't deal with such a monster. Let's leave this place first and find other opportunities. Another person said in a low voice. "That's right, let's go. Leave his place." After that, the young man from the Wan family and the others left the place carefully. And NBSB, at this moment, all of the three-eyed gods around the mountain had been killed by the formation. Lu Ming cast a glance in the direction where the youth from the chaotic family and the rest had left, but he ignored them. He was just a clown, and the highest he could get was only at the great circle of the spiritual ocean realm. Even if he killed him, he wouldn't get much. With the appearance of the nine-dragon bloodline, a violent, devouring power burst forth, devouring the blood essence, energy, and intent runes of the three-eyed gods. "Let's go and find a place to refine it." Lu Ming moved and left the place. He found a hidden place and started to refine. The surging energy was continuously converted into true essence and poured into the spirit sea. The blood essence was used to improve the bloodline of the nine dragons. It's enough. There's enough energy. I'll start to break through to the spirit embryo realm now. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and began to break through to the next realm. The spiritual ocean tier was continuously expanding the area of the spiritual ocean. The larger the area of the spiritual ocean, the more Zhen Yuan it could store. However, the spirit embryo realm was completely different. One had to condense the spirit ocean into a sphere like an embryo. This was the spirit embryo realm, and as one's cultivation continued to rise, the area of the spirit embryo would become smaller and smaller, but it would become more and more solid, and finally give birth to a spirit god. Boom, boom, boom. The spirit sea started to shake and change its shape. Lu Ming had started to break through to the next realm. This process was slow and required time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The spirit sea in Lu Ming's dantian had disappeared and was replaced by a huge ball. This ball was transformed from the previous spirit sea and was completely condensed from vital essence. A vast and powerful aura was emitted from the ball. Lu Ming's body also exuded a powerful aura. Spirit embryo realm, breakthrough. However, this was not the end. The energy from the hundreds of three-eyed gods he devoured was too abundant. Lu Ming's energy had not been completely consumed even after he broke through to the first level of spirit embryo realm. His cultivation was still rising rapidly. Another 3 days passed before Lu Ming's aura stabilized. His cultivation had already advanced to the second level of the spirit embryo realm. Chapter 916. 916 Great Improvement in Strength. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the second level of the spirit embryo realm in one go. His strength had skyrocketed, and it was much higher than before. Lu Ming felt that his entire body was filled with energy, boundless energy. Roar. Dragon roars reverberated as the 5 golden chakras on the body of the 9-dragon bloodline shone. His 9-dragon bloodline had also been upgraded to the 5th level of the divine level. This was all thanks to the leader of the three-eyed god race, who was at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. He was really powerful. Whether it was his blood essence or energy, they were all extremely powerful. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have been able to have such a huge improvement. And the intent realms of wind, fire, and thunder are all at the peak of the 3rd level entry. I'm just one step away from the 3rd level lower tier. The earth intent realm is also at the late stage of the 3rd level entry. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. The function of a 9-dragon's bloodline was too heaven-defying. It allowed Lu Ming's cultivation base to skyrocket. It was entirely possible for him to cultivate a few more concepts in the future. This time, be it the will or the Zhen Yuan, they have both improved too much. I can already feel that the will and Zhen Yuan are a little messy. I can't devour them for a while. I need to spend some time to stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming pondered secretly. However, Lu Ming did not want to go into seclusion to condense all the time. He wanted to search for treasures and opportunities while slowly building his foundation. After all, 1.5 months had passed since the Battle of Providence. There was less and less time left. Lu Ming ended his closed-door cultivation and flew high into the sky. With a flash of his body and a burst of quintessential essence, Lu Ming's figure was dozens of miles away. His vital essence is too strong. With my current cultivation, I can definitely fight with Little Demon Lord Luo Li, or even kill him. Lu Ming revealed a confident smile on his face. Compared to the last time he met Luo Li, Lu Ming had improved a lot. All 4 intents had broken through to the 3rd level. With the advancement of a 9-dragon bloodline, he had an additional dragon power. In addition, his cultivation had advanced to the 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm. His combat strength had improved too much. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Next, Lu Ming searched for elixirs and precious materials while he built his foundation and stabilized his cultivation. Although Lu Ming's speed was not too fast, he still flew hundreds of thousands of miles. On the way, he met a few people from the Three-Eyed God race, but he didn't attack them. There were powerful beings among these Three-Eyed God race beings, and there were quite a few of them who were above the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. And in the spirit embryo realm, it was undoubtedly more difficult to fight across levels. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was confident that he would not be afraid of 7th level spirit embryo realm experts. However, it would be troublesome if he were to be surrounded by many experts of this level. Furthermore, his foundation wasn't stable yet. Even if he killed the Three-Eyed God race, he wouldn't be able to devour them, so he didn't make a move. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a large tree, condensing his essential core and polishing his artistic conception. Suddenly, in the distant sky, 2 figures were flying forward at high speed. They were 2 young men, a man and a woman. Inscriptions glowed on their bodies. Xianxia flapped his wings and continued flying forward. However, they seemed to be in a panic and were in a sorry state. The Talisman Amulet Sect. Lu Ming's expression changed. This was the first time Lu Ming encountered a Talisman Amulet Sect disciple since he entered. The number of Talisman Amulet Sect members participating in the Battle of Karmic Luck was small to begin with, so the chances of encountering one were naturally small. However, the 2 Talisman Amulet Sect disciples were obviously running away with someone chasing after them. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 or 4 streaks of light streaked through the air and chased after him. They were 4 young men. From their clothes, they were actually from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect. The 2 forces had actually joined forces to pursue the Talisman Amulet Sect. Hee, you can't run away. Just come with us obediently. A paragon of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, who was covered in corpse chi, sneered. This person had a cultivation at the Great Circle of the Spiritual Ocean tier. It had been more than a month and a half since the War of Providence had started. In such an environment, Lu Ming was not the only one making progress. Everyone was making progress as well. Many people's cultivation levels had also improved by leaps and bounds. When they first entered, only Wang Yin and the other top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents had a cultivation at the perfected spiritual ocean realm. Even Di Feng was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. But now, there were already quite a number of people who had broken through to the perfected spirit sea realm. There were even some who had started a charge towards the spirit embryo realm. And those heaven's favorites who were already above the spirit embryo realm naturally had a breakthrough. Everyone was improving, and if they didn't improve, they would be eliminated. Of the other 3 pursuing youths, one of them had a cultivation base at the perfected spiritual ocean realm, while the other 2 were at the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. The 4 of them were extremely fast as they approached the 2 Talisman Amulet Sect disciples. Let's go all out with them. The Talisman Sect's woman shouted angrily and stopped. More than 10 inscription scrolls appeared in her hand. Mental energy fire filled the air, and the inscription scrolls lit up. Attacks burst out one after another. attacking the four people who were chasing after them. Small tricks. A saber light slashed out. It came from a purple-robed young man from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The purple-robed young man was another expert at the perfected Spirit Sea realm. Without a doubt, this man was a God-tier Heaven's favorite who had awakened a God-tier bloodline. His combat strength was extremely powerful. As the blade light flashed, the Talisman Sect woman's inscription scrolls were all destroyed. In the end, the blade light landed on the woman's body and broke her protective shield. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body drifted back. Junior Sister High. The Talisman Sect man supported the woman, his face filled with worry. Like I said, you can't leave. Just come with us obediently. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse Sect stepped forward and sneered. The four young men from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect had already surrounded the two Talisman Amulet Sect disciples. Don't even think about it. You captured our Talisman Amulet Sect disciples just to help you crack the array in the ruins. That array is extremely mysterious and dangerous. Even if we were to crack it, there's a high chance that we'll die. The treasures we obtain in the end will belong to you. Don't even think about it. The Talisman Sect's young woman was extremely unyielding as she rebuked loudly. Do you still not understand? Your Talisman Amulet Sect's only purpose in participating in the War of Providence is to help us crack the formations in the ruins. Otherwise, we would have killed you long ago if we saw you. Why would we have kept you alive until now? The purple-robed young man said coldly with an air of superiority. Kong Mingshang, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I'll help you break the formation. After breaking this one, there's still the next one. I'll die sooner or later. Why don't you kill me now? The young woman shouted coldly. Kong Mingshang was a Heaven's favorite from the Kong family, one of the 6 great ancient families. He was ranked 198th on the list of top 1,000 talents and was a true God-level Heaven's favorite. Do you want to die? It's not that easy. You're pretty good looking. We can have a good time with you. I'll see if you beg for mercy under my Majesty's eyes. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse Sect sneered, and a trace of evil fire flashed in his eyes. This made the young woman's face pale. Everyone, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Lu Ming was stepping in the air and walking toward them. Chapter 917. 917. The situation of the Talisman Sect's disciples. Tianyun. No, Lu Ming Zongzi. The 2 men from the Talisman Sect were pleasantly surprised when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. The faces of Kong Mingshang and the rest changed when they saw Lu Ming. Back then, Lu Ming's combat strength was already very terrifying at the social gathering. Kong Mingshang and the other 3 could not help but gather together. They looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. What's wrong? Do you think my Talisman Amulet Sect has no one? Lu Ming's expression turned cold. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. There are 4 of us. Why should we be afraid of him? Moreover, our cultivation and abilities have improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time. We might be able to improve even faster than Lu Ming. If the 4 of us join forces, we'll be able to kill him. A hint of viciousness and greed flashed in Kong Mingshang's eyes. Killing Lu Ming would earn him a huge reward from the Wang family, supreme martial artist. This made him very tempted. When the other 3 heard Kong Mingshang's words, they were very tempted. Lu Ming was strong in the past, but that did not mean that he would always be strong. During this period of time, they had made great progress. They did not believe that the 4 of them could not kill Lu Ming with their combined strength. Lu Ming looked at Kong Mingshang with a half-smile, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Attack. Let's attack together and kill him. Kong Mingshang growled. Being looked at by Lu Ming with such a gaze, Kong Ming still felt very uncomfortable. He was ranked 198th on the list of top 1,000 talents, and yet Lu Ming was looking at him with such contempt. Who was Lu Ming? Kill! The 4 of them roared and attacked at the same time, charging toward Lu Ming. The dazzling saber light and the boundless corpse qi enveloped Lu Ming. Zongzi, be careful. The two talisman sect disciples exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not move, but took a step forward. Countless inscriptions emerged from under Lu Ming's feet. A large array appeared out of thin air. A fierce tiger with blazing flames condensed and roared at the sky. Kong Mingshang and the other three were shocked, and their pupils contracted. He carved an array in the void. He's a level 7 alchemist. This is a level 7 formation. No, spare my life. The four of them screamed in fear. However, the next moment, the flaming tiger pounced and tore the four of them apart. Naturally, after killing 4 people, Lu Ming's luck value increased a little. The two talisman amulet sect disciples were dumbfounded. Zongzi, Lu Ming, you've advanced to a rank 7 alchemist. The young woman was overjoyed. All the young prodigies of the talisman amulet sect knew that Lu Ming had lit up 10 spirit lamps in the first 5 levels. After that, Lu Ming entered the observatory, and the spirit lamps he lit at the 6th level were definitely not bad. With such a foundation, Lu Ming would definitely be very strong when he broke through to a 7th rank alchemist. Naturally, they would be happy. What are your names? Lu Ming nodded and asked. Zongzi, I'm Hai Fei, he's Lu Guang, the young woman said. The two of them looked quite intimate, so they should be a couple. I heard you say that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect are capturing the disciples of our Talisman Amulet sect to help them break the array formation in the ruins. What exactly is going on? Lu Ming asked. It's like this. The Heavenly Corpse sect, the Heavenly Demon Valley, and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace have discovered a huge ruin. However, the ruins are surrounded by array formations that are extremely powerful. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect can't break through the array formations with their half-baked Tao of inscription. Therefore, they have set their sights on the disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect. The 3 parties have joined forces to capture the disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect and help them break the array formation. I heard that some of the disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect have already died while trying to break the array formation. Hai Fei gritted her teeth and said. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He was treating the Talisman Amulet sect disciples as tools. Don't tell me that there aren't any experts from our Talisman Amulet sect to fight against them, Lu Ming asked. No, Hai Fei shook her head. The 13 Zongzis aren't here, and the enemy is too strong. Even if someone tries to fight them, they'll die. That's right. I heard that many Heaven's Pride experts from the 3 forces have gathered there. There are even quite a few of them who are ranked in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. The strongest ones are the Little Demon Lord Luo Li, the Li Fire Sword Li Tian Go, the Blood Sword 7 and the Blood Sword 9 from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the 2 Heaven's Pride expert from the Heavenly Demon Valley, who are no weaker than the Li Fire Sword and the Little Demon Lord. Lu Guang added, Little Demon Lord, is there still Brother Letian? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Among them, Brother Letian was the highest ranked on the list of top 1,000 talents at 51st place. He was 10 places higher than Little Demon Lord Luo Li. Of course, it had been more than 4 years since the last update of the list of top 1,000 talents. Brother Letian's combat strength might not be stronger than the Little Demon Lord's, but he was definitely not to be underestimated. Where are the ruins? Lu Ming asked. Zongzi, do you really want to go? But the other side is so powerful. Hai Fei was a little worried. What's wrong? Are you afraid? If you're scared, tell me the address. I'll go alone, Lu Ming said. In the future, he would take control of the Talisman Amulet sect. In his opinion, these paragons of the Talisman Amulet sect would become the pillars of the sect and his powerful helpers. How could he let them die here? Lu Ming would definitely go and save them. Also, it was time to settle the score with the Little Demon Lord. He had wasted so many puppets. No, I'm not afraid. If Zongzi wants to go, I'll go with him. Lu Guang, what about you? Hai Fei gritted her teeth then looked at Lu Guang. Since you're going, I'm naturally going too. Lu Guang's determined gaze warmed Hai Fei's heart. Haha, all right, then you guys lead the way. We'll go together, Lu Ming said with a smile. The three of them immediately tore through the void and headed toward the ruins that Hai Fei had mentioned. There was a huge legacy site more than 100,000 miles away from Lu Ming and the rest. This was a group of palaces. They looked very old, and some places were already somewhat dilapidated. In all directions of the palace complex, there were all kinds of killing formations, illusory formations, overlapping each other, making it extremely dangerous. This place was first discovered by the paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, but they couldn't enter at all. They even lost a lot of people in the formation. In the end, they could only gather the nearby Heaven's Pride experts to crack the array together. In the end, even the Heaven's Pride experts of the Sky Demon Valley joined in. However, they realized that it was too difficult to break these arrays. Even if they could break them, they didn't know how long it would take. Therefore, they began to target the Talisman Amulet sect disciples and capture them everywhere. Outside the ruins, the supreme talents of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley, as well as some suicide soldiers, numbered more than 300 people. They surrounded the dozen Talisman Amulet sect disciples in the middle. All right, we've rested enough. Let's set off now and continue to crack the array. Little demon Lord Luo Li's eyes glowed with a murderous light as he stared at the Talisman Amulet sect. Don't even think about it. If you want to break it, you can do it yourself. We won't go again. In the past 3 days, 6 of our senior and junior brothers have died in order to break the formation. A crisp sound was heard. It was by Qi Xue, who was also caught by them. Chapter 918. 918 meeting R.O. Li again. Not going? Sure, I'll kill you right now. And you're as beautiful as a fairy. This young master doesn't mind letting you have a good time. The little demonic lord stared at by Qi Xue with his eyes full of evil fire. If not for the fact that there were people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley, he would have executed by Qi Xue on the spot. Bai Qi Xue's face turned pale when she saw the little demon lord's evil eyes. She did not dare to say anything. You guys go first and break the formation. The little demon lord pointed at 5 of them and said coldly. The 5 people's faces turned ugly and they sighed. He had no choice but to break the formation. If he did, he might still be able to survive. If he didn't, he would be killed. Previously, 2 Talisman Amulet sect disciples had gone against the little demon lord and were brutally killed by him. Who didn't know that the various devil lords of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were cruel and merciless? As the 5 Talisman Amulet sect disciples walked into the ruins, the 3 parties from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were closely watching them. After a while, light began to shine from inside. The disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect had already begun to break the array. But not long after, a scream was heard. What's going on? The little demon lord's voice spread far and wide. A Talisman sect disciple tried to break the formation but was killed by the formation. A disciple of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace came to report. You're really trash, the little demon lord shouted coldly. Bai Qi Xue and the other disciples of the Talisman sect looked miserable. Among the 4 great powers, the Talisman Amulet sect was the weakest. Now, if the other 3 powers had joined forces to deal with them, they had no way of resisting. These Talisman Amulet sect disciples are too weak. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to break the array here. A young man in blood-red clothes and carrying a blood-red sword on his back said coldly from the crowd of the Heavenly Corpse sect. His name was the 7th Blood Sword, and he was ranked higher than the little demon lord on the list of top 1,000 talents. That's right. If we can catch one of the 13 candidates, the possibility of cracking the seal will increase greatly. One of the Sky Demon Valley's elites said as he licked his lips. I don't know where those guys are. I haven't seen a single one these days. The seventh blood sword said. Not bad. The others nodded in agreement. As for the talisman sect disciples who were killed while breaking the array, they were unconcerned. They even thought that the other party was trash who couldn't even break the array. The few of them were chatting when suddenly, their expressions changed and they looked towards the eastern sky. 3 beams of light flew over. When the light dispersed, 3 figures appeared. They were Lu Ming, Hai Fei, and Lu Guang. Lu Ming, it's you, you piece of trash. The little demon Lord Luo Li was the first to speak, his eyes filled with anger. Previously, he had been injured by Lu Ming's puppet. He had wanted to tear Lu Ming's bones apart. He had never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly appear here. Lu Ming, it's him. There are 2 talisman amulet sect disciples with him. Haha, there's actually someone who delivered himself to my door. The others all called out. This was especially so for the supreme talents of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley. They looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. There would be a huge reward for killing Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? They want to capture our talisman amulet sect disciples to help them break the formation. Hurry up and leave. Seeing Lu Ming, Xianxia cried out, looking anxious. There are too many paragons from the 3 forces here. They were too powerful. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he was no match for them. Lu Ming smiled at Xianxia and glanced around. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Buzz, buzz. In a flash, the supreme talents of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley moved. They appeared around Lu Ming and vaguely cut off his escape route. Lu Ming, I'll see where you can run to this time. If I don't skin you alive, I'm not called Luo Li. The little demon lord looked at Lu Ming coldly. Didn't you want to break the formation here? I'll help you break it. Lu Ming said as he glanced at the little demon lord. You can break it. The 7th blood sword's eyes lit up. Lu Ming stretched out his palm, and a ball of purple mental energy, fire, danced in his palm. A 7th rank alchemist, he exclaimed. More people's eyes lit up. How is it? I'll help you break the array, but I have a condition. Release the other talisman sect disciples. Lu Ming said loudly. Let them go? That's impossible. Lu Ming, what right do you have to negotiate with us? The little demon lord said coldly. Haha, not bad. This Lu Ming is really an idiot. He actually delivered himself to our door. Just in time, we'll take you down. You'll still have to obediently help us break the array. A young man on Lu Ming's right sneered. This young man was called Quan Fei. He was also a peerless heaven's pride of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, ranked 109th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Now, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. He was extremely powerful. Even though Lu Ming was a 7th rank alchemist, he was not afraid at all. He took large strides forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Obediently surrender and help us break the formation. Quan Fei laughed coldly and strode forward, sending a palm strike at Lu Ming. This palm was extremely powerful. The huge palm force-locked onto Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at him coldly. Get lost. Suddenly, Lu Ming roared and took a step forward. Boom! The earth rumbled and the palm force that flew out collapsed instantly. Then, Lu Ming slapped out. Pah! A slap landed directly on Quan Fei's face. Quan Fei let out a blood-curdling screech and was sent flying a few thousand meters away, like a broken sack. He crashed heavily onto the ground and twitched nonstop. CSI. Gasps of shock could be heard as everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. A single slap had actually sent Quan Fei, who was at the peak of the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm, flying. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Although he had been careless and did not use the blood meridian fusion, Lu Ming's combat strength was still terrifying. How dare you injure the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? I'll cripple you now. The little demonic lord was furious. Demonic qi surged from his body. He took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. He waved his palm in the air, and a terrifying saber light slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He was not afraid at all. He immediately burst out with dragon energy. His body was covered in a layer of scales as he threw a punch forward. Boom! The fist radiance and the saber radiance collided, causing a violent boom. Lu Ming and the little demon lord both took 3 steps back. Impossible! The little demon lord roared in disbelief. He had never expected that Lu Ming would be able to force him to retreat with one move, even though he did not use his full strength in the attack just now. 4th level Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The little demon lord Luo Li was stronger than the last time. He had broken through a level and reached the 4th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. However, even if it was 2 levels higher, so what? Lu Ming was still confident. Around him, Bloodsword 7, Bloodsword 9, and Brotherly Tian, the Leaving Fire Sword, all the elites of the Sky Demon Valley, looked grave. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. Chapter 919. 919. Only those with strength can negotiate. Bai Qi Xue and the other disciples of the Talisman sect were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against the little demon, Lord Luo Li. This kind of improvement was too great. Kill! The little demonic lord roared. Demonic qi rolled around his body, and a blade light shot into the sky. Whoosh! A shocking saber radiance cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. This blade was much stronger than the previous one. Let's see how you're going to block this. The little demon lord's cold voice rang out along with the saber light. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward. The aura on his body grew stronger, and a second dragon energy burst out in his body. Boom! Just like before, a loud boom rang out, and the energy roared. Bang! 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 This time, the little demon lord also took 3 steps back, while Lu Ming only took 2 steps back. The little demon lord was actually at a disadvantage. Everyone was shocked. Now, they had already seen that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, while the little demon lord was at the 4th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming could actually cross 2 levels and suppress the little demon lord. How is this possible? It was simply inconceivable. Who was the little demon lord? He was a genius among geniuses. Ah, die, I want you to die. 9 deaths, demon saber. The little demonic lord roared, his killing intent surging like a tide as he slashed out with his saber. Demonic might shook the sky, and the power was terrifying. You're not enough. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the little demon lord. Another burst of dragon energy erupted in his body. Lu Ming's strength had increased. With every punch he threw, the space shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Lu Ming and the little demonic lord were engaged in a fierce battle. The entire area was shaking violently. Buzz! The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Bang! Then, a figure fell to the ground at an extreme speed and stomped on the ground heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was little demon Lord Luo Li. He was injured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the air and looked down at the little demon lord with a cold gaze. Buzz! And MBSB whoosh! At this moment, Brother Litian and the 2 powerful heavens favorites from the Sky Demon Valley surrounded Lu Ming in a flash. Luo Li, let's attack together and take down Lu Ming, Brother Litian said. Not bad. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. The Sovereign of the Sky Demon Valley said. Sanguine Sword 7 and Sanguine Sword 9 also looked at Lu Ming with hostile gazes. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly burst out laughing. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? Brother Litian said coldly. Do you think you can take me down by joining forces? How laughable. If I were to fight to the death, I'm confident that I can kill one of you. Lu Ming's cold eyes swept across brotherly Tian and the rest. They did not know why, but when Lu Ming's gaze swept across them, their hearts turned cold. They did not doubt Lu Ming's words. When Lu Ming was fighting with the little demon lord, although the little demon lord did not use his full strength and did not use blood meridian fusion, Lu Ming did not use blood meridian fusion either. Moreover, none of them knew if Lu Ming had any other trump cards that he had not used. If he had a stronger trump card, it was still possible for him to kill one of them in a desperate battle. Who would be willing to die together with Lu Ming? At the thought of this, their expressions turned ugly. I've already said that I'm here to cooperate. Let go of the talisman sect disciples, and I'll help you break the array. After breaking the array, we'll leave the treasures inside to our own abilities. If we really have to fight, no one will be able to get the treasures in the ruins. Lu Ming said. This time, the scene fell into silence. Seventh Sanguine Sword and the others had grave expressions as they pondered. Lu Ming had a faint smile on his lips. This was strength. Only when one was strong could they talk about cooperation. Now, Lu Ming had already displayed his strong strength. If one didn't have the strength, it would be a joke to talk about cooperation with the other party. One would be suppressed by the other party. It's impossible to let the talisman amulet sect disciples leave. If we really let them leave, we might not be able to stop you if you play any tricks. Brother Litian said. That's right. I can't let them leave, but I can ask them to break the formation with you. The Seventh Blood Sword said. He would let the talisman amulet sect disciples follow Lu Ming to break the formation while they guarded the surroundings. This way, Lu Ming would not be able to play any tricks. All right, let's do it this way. Release the talisman sect disciples and the talisman sect disciples who are breaking the array. Lu Ming said. Brother Litian and the rest nodded. Then, they had the talisman amulet sect disciples walk to Lu Ming's side. Zongzi, Lu Ming Zongzi. The talisman amulet sect disciples walked to Lu Ming's side and looked at him gratefully. Lu Ming nodded and looked ahead casually. He said coldly, There's still one more person. Why not let him go? Bai Qixue was still in their hands. We can't let this woman go. I can see that you have a special relationship with her. In order to prevent you from playing any tricks, she must be controlled by us. The little demon lord walked to Bai Qixue and said with a cunning smile. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were all geniuses. Each of them had deep thoughts and was very meticulous. Of course, they could not trust Lu Ming completely. All right, let's go break the formation now, Lu Ming said and strode into the legacy site. The other talisman sect disciples followed closely behind him. Let's go, we'll follow him. Don't let him play any tricks. The little demon lord said, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He hated Lu Ming to the core. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect in the Sky Demon Valley also nodded. The three parties left a few people to keep watch outside. They moved one after another and followed Lu Ming. The little demon lord even took action personally. He clasped Bai Qixue's shoulder with his fingers, not giving her a chance to escape. Lu Ming stopped after a few thousand meters. In front of them was an area densely covered with formations. This area was about 10,000 meters deep, and after crossing this area, they would reach the core of the palace complex. In other words, this 10,000-meter area was densely covered with arrays. Lu Ming took a light step on the ground, and rows of inscriptions slithered forward like living snakes. The next moment, a complicated array appeared on the ground in front of him, shining with a colorful light. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the arrays, searching for their weaknesses and thinking of ways to crack them. A moment later, he extended a finger and waved it in the air. Inscriptions flew forward and entered the array. Bang! Bang! Immediately, a few formations collapsed, turning into light and dissipating. Brother Litian, the Seventh Sanguine Sword, and the others' eyes lit up. In just a short while, Lu Ming had already cracked several arrays. There was hope for him to crack the array. At the same time, Their eyes were filled with solemnness. Lu Mingming's refinement path standard was beyond their imagination. Luo Li, keep a close eye on this lady. Lu Ming is well-versed in the art of formations. This place is full of formations. We have to be careful to prevent him from playing any tricks. Brother Litian sent a message to Luo Li. Chapter 920. 920 Breaking the Formation. I know. Don't worry. I'll look after her. Lu Ming won't have a chance. Roli nodded. Zongzi, you're so powerful. At the side, the Talisman Sect's disciples cast Lu Ming looks of admiration. Some of them had already been trying to break the array for several days and knew how difficult it was to break it. In the past few days, many Talisman Puppet Sect disciples have been killed by the array. However, after Lu Ming came, he had only observed for a short while, and he had already broken a few large arrays. They knew that Lu Ming's understanding of formations far surpassed theirs. Lu Ming continued to watch. This time, he spent even less time. He waved his fingers, and another array collapsed in front of him. Lu Ming realized that the formations that appeared in this world during the Battle of Providence were not particularly advanced, difficult, or beyond their abilities. It was as if he was doing this on purpose to give them a chance to gain experience. Lu Ming was filled with curiosity about the Battle of Providence. He had a feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands behind the scenes that were controlling everything. He shook his head and his heart. These things were not something he could think about now. It was useless even if he thought about it. It was said that the Battle of Providence was taking place in the other continents overseas. To be able to control the endless mainland to participate in the Battle of Providence. What was the use of thinking about such an extraordinary ability? Even a martial royal realm expert would train his sect's geniuses obediently in order to obtain the light from Providence. Don't those martial emperors want to find out the secret behind it? Of course they wanted to, but they just didn't have the ability to. Lu Ming cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and continued to crack the array. His speed of breaking the formation was very fast. As he broke the formation, he walked in. In just a day's time, they had advanced 3,000 meters. The little demon lord and the rest followed closely behind Lu Ming. Their eyes were burning with passion. This ruin was filled with so many formations. It must be extraordinary. The treasures inside must be extraordinary. If he could get it, it would be a great opportunity. Moreover, he would probably have a lot of luck value. They all revealed looks of anticipation. However, after that, Lu Ming's speed of breaking the array slowed down. The deeper he went, the more complicated the array was and the harder it was to crack. It took them 2 days to advance another 3,000 meters. He was still 4,000 meters away from the palace. Lu Ming spent a total of 5 days on the last 4,000 meters. In total, Lu Ming had been breaking the array for 8 days. At this time, they were only about 100 meters away from the palace. But here they stopped. In front of him, the formation glowed. There were flames, ice, lightning, poison gas, and so on that flickered continuously, blocking his line of sight. He couldn't see what was ahead at all. Lu Ming had been standing there for 3 hours. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Why aren't you breaking the formation? The little demon lord berated. I can't break the formation here. Lu Ming shook his head. You can't break it. The little demon lord and the others were stunned. Lu Ming, you'd better think of a way to crack it. Otherwise, none of you from the Talisman Amulet sect will be able to leave this place. You'll all die here. The little demon lord said coldly. Idiot! Lu Ming looked at the little demon lord and suddenly berated him. You? What did you just say? You bastard, what did you say? The little demon lord roared. Lu Ming actually called him an idiot? He was furious. What are you if not an idiot? I said I can't break it, but that doesn't mean we can't go in. In the Tao of formations, where there is death, there is life. As long as you find a way out, there's no need to break it. You can go straight. You don't even know this common sense. If you're not an idiot, what are you? Lu Ming sneered. You? The little demon lord's face turned red, and he almost vomited blood. If not for the fact that he needed Lu Ming now, he would have killed him with one palm. Bastard, just you wait. Once we enter the palace, I'll kill all of these symbol puppet sect disciples and enjoy this woman in front of you. The little demon lord roared in his heart, his eyes extremely cold. Lu Ming, you've been watching for so long. Have you found a way out? Brother Litian asked. Over there. Lu Ming pointed forward. Brother Litian's expression changed. Lu Ming, are you kidding me? Brother Litian said with a dark expression. The direction that Lu Ming was pointing at was a sea of fire. The terrifying flames were burning. One look at it and it was terrifying. That's the way out. If you don't believe me, you can send someone first. You'll know once you try. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Do you think we're stupid? Let your talisman amulet sect go first. The little demon lord shouted coldly. Not bad. Let your talisman amulet sect go first. The seventh sanguine sword also said coldly. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly. You guys go first, Lu Ming said to the talisman amulet sect disciples. The talisman sect disciples looked at each other and saw the flames in front of them. Their eyes were filled with fear. Let's go. Zongzi won't harm us. Hai Fei took the lead and walked forward, followed by Lu Guang. The rest of the talisman amulet sect disciples followed behind and stepped into the sea of fire. The moment they stepped into the sea of fire distorted and the figures of the talisman amulet sect disciples disappeared. It's really a way out. Hurry up and follow them. Don't let those talisman amulet sect disciples escape. The little demon lord hurriedly ordered. A few geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace led more than 10 men of sacrifice and rushed into the sea of fire. However, as soon as they rushed into the sea of fire, they let out shrill screams and were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The power of that flame was incomparably terrifying. What's going on? Damn it, Lu Ming, you're cheating. You're looking for death. The little demon lord immediately roared. Brother Litian, the seventh sanguine sword, and the others also exuded a terrifying killing intent that enveloped Lu Ming. What do you mean I cheated? You're just too impatient. The formations here are overlapping and constantly changing. The path of survival is also constantly changing. It was a path of survival just now, but now it's a path of death. It's normal. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Why didn't you say so earlier? The little demon lord roared. You didn't ask me. Why should I say it? And didn't I ask your people to go first? I was planning to send a batch of your people in first, and after the path of survival changes, find another path of survival, and then send another batch in. You were the one who insisted on letting the talisman amulet sect disciples leave first. Then, before I could even say anything, your people rushed forward. Who can you blame? Lu Ming pursed his lips and looked at the little demon lord in disdain. The little demon lord trembled with anger. All right, Lu Ming, can you find a new way to survive? Brother Li Tian frowned. At the same time, they paid more attention to Bai Qixue. Now, the talisman sect only had Bai Qixue in their hands. Lu Ming continued to watch. A moment later, he pointed at a place full of lightning and said, That's the way out. Let's set off from there. You guys go first. The little demon lord pointed at a few men of sacrifice. If you want to leave, then leave a little more. Don't leave in groups. The more this formation operates, the more changes it will have. After a while, even I won't be able to break it. Lu Ming said. Chapter 921. 921 Toying with the Paragons. All of you come with us. Don't worry, with us here, you won't dare to play any tricks. The young demonic lord pointed at some of the paragons. The seventh blood sword, the paragons of the heavenly demon valley, and the others had also arranged for a group of people to rush in according to the path Lu Ming had pointed. Sure enough, as soon as those people rushed into the lightning area, their figures flickered and they disappeared one after another. Only then did Brother Litian and the others look a little better. After that, Lu Ming continued to watch and look for a way out. After a while, Lu Ming pointed to an area covered with ice and said, "Let's go through this road." However, the little demonic lord, Brother Litian, and the seventh sanguine sword did not move. These most powerful geniuses did not trust Lu Ming. If what Lu Ming said was false, wouldn't they die an unjust death if they went in? Although they had Bai Qi Xue with them, they had to be very careful when it came to their own lives. "I think it would be best if we go in together." The little demon lord looked at Lu Ming and pushed Bai Qi Xue forward slowly. Brother Litian and the rest nodded. That was for the best. If there was a trap, Lu Ming and Bai Qi Xue would be in danger. That's for the best. You and Qi Xue go first. I'll walk in the middle. You guys can rest assured this way. Lu Ming took a few steps to the side, seemingly wanting to make way. Good. Lu Ming, you'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, both of you will lose your lives. The little demon lord said coldly. He held Bai Qi Xue's shoulder and walked forward. Lu Ming stood there without moving. The little demon lord was relieved and walked toward the ice area. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the ground glowed, and a formation appeared out of nowhere. A few sharp sword chi stabbed toward the little demon lord's forehead, fast as lightning. The little demon lord's heart had just relaxed when he didn't expect such a move. Subconsciously, he let go and retreated to protect himself. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming moved. His body was like a stream of light as he rushed toward the little demon lord. A terrifying fist force bombarded the little demon lord like a storm. Lu Ming! The little demonic lord roared angrily and slashed out with his palm. Bang! The little demonic lord's figure retreated repeatedly. Damn it, block the exit! Brother Litian, Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, and the elites of the Sky Demon Valley all roared in anger. One of the elites of the Sky Demon Valley was the fastest and was the closest to the ice region. His figure flashed, and he appeared at the entrance of the ice region to prevent Lu Ming from entering. The rest of the people made their moves and charged toward Lu Ming. Brother Litian, Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, and the Sky Demon Valley's Demon Race Prodigy were all at the 4th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. Especially Brother Litian and the 7th Sanguine Sword, who had reached the peak of the 4th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. With all of them joining forces, their power was terrifying, as if they were going to crush Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming did not hesitate to release 5 bursts of dragon power. His body was filled with power. Qi Xue, go to the poisonous area. Lu Ming pulled Bai Qi Xue and pushed her into the poisonous zone. In front of the toxic area, no one stopped him. Lu Ming was lying when he said that the icy area was the way out. In fact, the poisonous area was the way out. His purpose was to distract the other party's attention. Bai Qi Xue's figure disappeared into the poisonous zone. Nobody could stop her. Damn it, Brother Litian and the others knew that they had been tricked. Boom, boom. As he pushed Bai Qi Xue away, Lu Ming threw out a few punches in a row to block Brother Litian and the others, buying time and waiting for the escape route to change. Everyone exchanged blows, and the terrifying light drowned Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he retreated. Ah, damn it, stop him! The little demonic lord roared and charged at Lu Ming. It was the truth. He did not dare to rush into the poisonous zone now. Who knew if there would be any changes to the way out? He could only capture Lu Ming and ask him to lead the way. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a few steps forward and a formation appeared. He then punched out with both fists, sending out terrifying fist forces. He used his formation and martial arts to block the many heaven's favorites. Lu Ming, you won't be able to leave today. So what if you've saved the people of the Talisman sect? You have to stay too. Brother Li Tian's eyes were cold. A flaming sword appeared in his hand, and it was emitting a shocking heat. This was Li Fire, an extremely terrifying flame, not inferior to the Wang family's purple extreme heavenly fire. At the same time, Blood Sword 7 and Blood Sword 9's bodies glowed with a blood-red light. The blood-red sword light exuded a strong bloody aura, cutting through the void and slashing at Lu Ming. One of the Sky Demon Valley's elites transformed into a fierce tiger. His claws were like heavenly blades, cutting through the space and clawing at him. At the same time, the attacks of the little demon lord and a green-robed genius of the heavenly monster tribe arrived. When the 6 paragons joined forces, their power was shocking. The 6 of them attacked Lu Ming from different directions. Lu Ming did not take it head-on. Instead, he rushed in the direction of Blood Sword 9, who seemed to be the weakest. Boom! The punch landed on the blood-colored sword radiance. Blood Sword 9's body trembled violently, and he continued to retreat. Lu Ming strode forward and dodged the attacks of the various geniuses. He ran towards the lightning zone at top speed. Not good. The lightning zone is the way out. You want to go in? Stop him. Li Tian'er roared. Roar. The tiger roared and pounced on Lu Ming at top speed. However, Lu Ming's body paused, and he retreated abruptly, avoiding the tiger's attack and dodging to the other side. Stay here. The little demonic lord shouted angrily, and the black saber light slashed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body paused again. Like a slippery loach, he dodged the little demonic lord's attack in a flash and dodged to the other side. His body was extremely agile, charging left and right, not fighting them head-on at all. In addition, they had to guard against the escape route and the array in front of them to prevent Lu Ming from breaking out of the encirclement. They were distracted and could not do anything to Lu Ming. Damn it! The 6 Heavens favorites were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. As for the others, they could not stop Lu Ming at all. Once Lu Ming crashed into them, their bones were broken and their tendons snapped, sending them flying far away. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed again, and he rushed to the flame area. They thought that the flame area was the way out and hurriedly stopped him. However, Lu Ming's figure suddenly turned, and he rushed toward the poisonous area. This time, Lu Ming shook them off and stepped into the poisonous zone. In a flash, his figure disappeared. This is the way out. Charge in. The green-robed young man from the Sky Demon Valley was the fastest. He followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed into the poisonous zone. However, as soon as he rushed into the poisonous area, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and turned into a green divine eagle. He only managed to rush out after using all his strength, but his entire body was green. He had already been poisoned. If not for his profound cultivation and powerful combat strength, he would have died inside. It was obvious that Lu Ming had been walking in circles with them just now to calculate the time. He had calculated the time well, and just as the time for the poisonous zone to become a path of survival was about to run out, Lu Ming rushed in. When the green-robed young man followed him in, the path of life had changed into a path of death. Lu Ming had already calculated all of this. Ah, damn you, Lu Ming. Bastard beast, I'll kill you. The little demon lord let out an angry roar. Chapter 922. 922 Test, Precious Treasure. The rest of the people had ugly expressions on their faces as well. So many people had witnessed it, but in the end, Lu Ming had saved all the Talisman sect disciples. They could not even stop Lu Ming himself. If word of this got out, they would be embarrassed. Since the paths of life and death here are constantly changing, let's try them one by one. There are only 9 regions in total anyway. Brother Litian said coldly. Yes, that's the only way. You go to the flame area, you go to the ice area. Immediately, Blood Sword 17 began to give orders to the men of sacrifice. The 9 regions were constantly changing. That was easy to handle. As long as 9 men of sacrifice stepped into the 9 regions at the same time, they would naturally know which region was the path of survival. The 9 men of sacrifice stepped into the 9 regions at the same time without hesitation. 8 of them died immediately, leaving only 1 man alive in the black fog. He disappeared in a flash. There's a way out, charge. The little demonic lord and the others all rushed into the black mist and disappeared. After Lu Ming stepped into the poisonous zone, he appeared in front of a palace in the next moment. There was no one in sight. The talisman sect's disciples who had entered earlier, as well as the disciples from the other factions, did not see them either. It seems that the formation was randomly teleported to any corner of the palace. Lu Ming pondered. I hope that Qi Shui and the others don't run into the little demon lord and the others. Lu Ming knew very well that the array would not be able to stop the little demon lord and the rest. He only needed to send 9 people to try. Lu Ming immediately sized up his surroundings. There were palaces everywhere, and between the palaces, there were some small alleys. Following that, Lu Ming walked into the palace in front of him. There was nothing in the palace. It was empty. Shaking his head, Lu Ming walked along a small alley toward the other palaces. However, after walking for a while, he frowned. He realized that he had stepped into an array. This formation was like a maze, because after walking in his alley for a while, he returned to the original place. There was also a formation in the palace. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. It was good to have an array formation. It was an advantage for the talisman sect's disciples. Even if they encountered the little demonic lord and the others, they might have a chance to escape. Lu Ming immediately observed his surroundings carefully. After a while, Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. He took mysterious steps and walked forward. Half an hour later, he had walked out of the maze. In front of him, a huge palace appeared. The palace gate was tightly shut. Lu Ming went forward and pushed the door open. He walked in. The palace was empty, but there was a stone door in the innermost part. Lu Ming walked towards the stone door. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, sharp air-piercing sounds were heard from both sides. 2 rays of saber light were slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved and dodged backward, avoiding the 2 saber lights. However, the 2 saber lights continued to slash at Lu Ming. A puppet. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that it was 2 puppets that were attacking him. The 2 puppets were in human form. Their bodies had a metallic luster, and their eyes were golden. They were filled with a cold and emotionless aura. Each of them held a big knife in their hands, and they slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique. 4 types of concepts swirled around his palms as he struck out twice. Clang! Clang! With 2 loud bangs, the 2 puppets were forced to retreat by Lu Ming. It's equivalent to the peak of the 3rd-level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The 2 puppets were pushed back by Lu Ming. They stomped their feet and charged at Lu Ming again. Buzz! Lu Ming dodged and struck out 2 more palms. The 2 palms directly hit the 2 puppets, and the 2 puppets were smashed into pieces. Lu Ming strode forward and walked towards the stone door. No puppet came out to stop him. Lu Ming pushed the stone door open. There was a stone room in front of him. There was another stone door in front of the stone room. However, as soon as Lu Ming stepped into the stone chamber, 2 more puppets appeared and charged at him. This time, the strength of the 2 puppets had reached the 4th level of the spirit embryo realm. It was still easily dealt with by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped forward and pushed the stone door open. Behind the stone door was another stone room, and in front of the stone room was another stone door. This time, a total of 9 4th-level spirit embryo realm puppets appeared. What's in front of us? These trials are like tests. I like to go and take a look. Lu Ming's mind raced as he launched an attack. In a short while, the 9 puppets were scattered by him. Sure enough, there were stone rooms below, and there were puppets in each room, and they were getting stronger and stronger. When Lu Ming reached the 9th stone chamber, the puppet that appeared had already reached the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, they could not stop Lu Ming, and they were defeated by him one by one. After the 9th stone chamber, there were no more stone chambers. Instead, there was a passage. On both sides of the passage, there were metal puppets standing motionless with sabers in their hands. Nest, also, what level of strength do the puppets here have? They can't all be at the 7th level spirit embryo realm, right? Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. He slowly walked forward. Gotcha. All of a sudden, one of the puppets moved. Its cold, metallic eyes glared at Lu Ming. Bang! He took a step forward, the saber in his hand exuding a sharp light, and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming burst out with 5 streams of dragon energy and threw a punch at the puppet. Bang! With a dull thud, the puppet and Lu Ming were forced to take 6 or 7 steps back. Whoa, this is definitely a puppet at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. You're pretty strong to be able to force me back. At this moment, the puppet suddenly spoke. However, its voice was cold and emotionless. What's inside? Lu Ming asked. There's a precious treasure inside. There will be tests along the way. Our strength will be adjusted according to the strength of the people who enter. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger we will be. Only if you pass the test will you be able to obtain the precious treasure inside. The puppet spoke, similarly emotionless. There are so many puppets equivalent to the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. How can I defeat them all? Are you kidding me? Lu Ming looked at both sides of the passage. There were more than 100 puppets in total. He was speechless. With his current combat strength, how is it possible for him to defeat hundreds of puppets at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm? If he were to burst out with his strongest battle strength and circulate the prison-suppressing heavenly art to its strongest, it was still possible to defeat 2 or 3 of them. However, after that, he would run out of true chi and would no longer be able to fight. This test was too difficult. He was only at the 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm, and the puppet that appeared was actually at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, which was 5 levels higher than him. How many people could complete it? There's no need for you to defeat all of us. You just need to pass through this passage. The puppet spoke again. Chapter 923. 923, Chapter 923, Difficult Challenge. I just need to pass. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Passing and defeating were 2 different concepts. If he just had a pass, it would be much easier. Lu Ming carefully sized up the passage in front of him. Suddenly, he waved his finger, and all kinds of runes and formations appeared on his body. They were all support type, and with the array, Lu Ming's abilities had increased again. He moved and rushed toward the passage. He planned to catch them off guard and rush through the passage in one go. However, the puppets seemed to have known that he was going to attack. When Lu Ming moved, the puppets moved as well, and the sharp saber light slashed at Lu Ming. On both sides of the passage, the other puppets' cold gazes were also directed at Lu Ming. Nest, your reaction is so fast. Since the surprise attack had failed, Lu Ming could only force his way in with his actual combat strength. Buzz! He dodged the first puppet's saber light and flashed past its side, but what greeted him was even more saber light. Lu Ming punched continuously, clashing with the few sabers that were slashing at him. The powerful force made Lu Ming's body tremble, and the saber light was also hit back by Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and charged forward. Unfortunately, the space was too narrow. He could not unleash the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He had just moved when the saber light in front of him slashed toward him. It surrounded Lu Ming and sealed off all the space. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He could only wave his fists continuously and bombard the air. Even with the aid of the formation, it was still very difficult to advance. These were all puppets made of a strange metal. They were impenetrable and extremely hard. The most shocking thing was that they could use martial arts techniques. A puppet was more difficult to deal with than a human warrior of the same level. Lu Ming charged forward repeatedly, but he could only break through the encirclement of more than 10 puppets. There were still 80 to 90 puppets ahead. I don't believe that I can't make it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. With a dragon's roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a 2-meter-long 9 dragon. Its 9 dragon claws swiped in all directions, sweeping away the saber light. After transforming into the 9 dragons, his combat strength had increased again, and the speed of his charge had increased once again. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying rumbles came from the tunnel and reverberated in the air. After a full half an hour, Lu Ming successfully rushed through the passage. As soon as they rushed through the passage, the puppets quieted down and stood on the 2 sides of the passage, motionless. I'm so tired. Lu Ming sat on the ground, panting heavily. Lu Ming's essential core was completely depleted after he rushed through the passage. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and charged through in one go. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. The difficulty was too high. How could an ordinary genius pass? However, Lu Ming began to look forward to it. The greater the difficulty, the greater the harvest. What kind of treasure would be inside? The puppet had said earlier that there was a precious treasure inside. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. Let's first recover my true qi. Lu Ming took out a pile of raw gemstones and started to recover his essential core. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's essential core had recovered to its peak, and he was filled with energy again. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward. Buzz! He had only walked a few dozen meters when dense inscriptions appeared on the ground, forming a large array. It condensed into flaming dragons that pounced at Lu Ming. There's still a test. Is there an end to it? Lu Ming was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He could only clench his fists and bombard the air continuously. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive explosions, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. This formation is so powerful. It's even more powerful than the golems from before. How am I supposed to pass through it? Lu Ming took a few steps back, and a grave look flashed in his eyes. The flood dragon formed by the formation was too powerful, exceeding the power of the peak of the 7th-level spirit embryo realm. Furthermore, this was only the appearance of a single formation. There would definitely be more in front of him. This test was truly too difficult. Wait, I don't have to force my way through the formation. I can break it with the Tao of inscription. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Formations were different from puppets. Puppets could not be controlled by others, but formations could be broken. Lu Ming immediately looked at it carefully. After a while, he waved his hands repeatedly. Runes appeared and entered the formation. With a bang, the formation collapsed. Lu Ming took a step forward, but another formation appeared in front of him. Lu Ming continued to carve runes to break it. However, at this moment, under his feet, where he had just broken the formation, another formation appeared. Damn, didn't we already crack it? Why is there a new one? Lu Ming was depressed. He could only continue to inscribe runes to speed up the cracking. Bang! The formation in front collapsed, but there were attacks coming from behind. Lu Ming had no choice but to use all his strength to resist the attacks and break the formation at the same time. Just as he was breaking it, the formation that he had just broken appeared again. Lu Ming really wanted to vomit blood. This array would be condensed again after it was cracked. What else could he do? He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. In this way, Lu Ming blocked and cracked the attacks at the same time. This process lasted for a full 6 hours. Lu Ming was already half dead from exhaustion. He had used up a lot of his essential core, and even his mental energy fire was almost completely depleted. This won't do. There's no end to this formation. I'll break one, and another will appear. It's impossible to break all of them. I'd better leave. I'll be in danger once my true essence is exhausted. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized that the array that he had just deciphered did not reappear. Could it be that the energy to activate the formation has been used up, and I can't continue to form the formation? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked excited. He continued to break the formation. As expected, The next array that he had to crack would not appear. Since it would not reappear, it was much easier for Lu Ming. Not long after, he had cracked all the arrays and stepped into a secret room. "No, I'm so tired. I'd better rest and recover first." Lu Ming panted heavily. He sat cross-legged, took out the rough stone, and began to regulate his breathing. A few hours later, he had fully recovered his true essence, but his mental energy fire was still very dim. Just now, his mental fire had been severely depleted, and it was almost completely depleted. Lu Ming activated the meditation and started to restore his mental energy fire. In this world, not only was the spiritual qi extremely rich, but the conception of heaven and earth was also very clear. Even sensing the nomological laws was much easier. By circulating his mental cultivation method, he could easily absorb the power of inscription in the inscription laws and increase the strength of his mental fire. After half a day, Lu Ming's mental energy fire became vigorous again. He had completely recovered. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and sized up the secret room. This time, there were no puppets or formations in the way. He seemed to have reached the end. In the middle of the secret room, there was a picture scroll floating in the air. Chapter 924. 924 Mountain and River Diagram. Don't tell me this is the treasure inside. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with great anticipation. Lu Ming strode forward and observed the surroundings. After ensuring that there was no danger, he reached out and grabbed the drawing. What kind of treasure is this? Lu Ming sized it up. It looked very ordinary. Then he opened the painting scroll. The first thing that came into view was a line of words. It was the mountain and river diagram, a treasure of the heavenly abode. At the sight of this line of words, Lu Ming's heart started to beat faster and his breathing became a little rushed. A grotto heaven treasure. It was actually a legendary grotto heaven treasure. Legend had it that an Eden treasure contained an alternate world. In other words, there was a world within the Eden treasure. There were mountains, rivers, wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. It was like a small world, and living beings could enter it to live and cultivate. In the divine wilderness continent, there were only legends of grotto heaven treasures, but no one had ever seen one. Not even the imperial Tao experts had one. Lu Ming quickly opened the scroll. The scroll was more than 2 meters long. A vast picture appeared in front of Lu Ming. The vast mountain range and the mountain peaks that rose into the clouds were endless, as if a real world came into view. At this moment, Lu Ming had an idea, and the Book of Destiny appeared before him. A line of words appeared on the Book of Destiny. You've obtained the mountain and river diagram, a grotto heaven treasure. Your luck points have increased by 100,000. Lu Ming's heart started to beat rapidly again. After obtaining the mountain and river diagram, his luck value had actually increased by 100,000. It was simply terrifying. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had only obtained slightly more than 10,000 points of luck. Then, another line of words appeared on the Book of Destiny. It could only be used after being condensed with blood. He was probably talking about the mountain and river diagram. With a thought, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Lu Ming studied the mountain and river diagram for a while, then forced a few drops of blood from his fingertips and dripped them on the mountain and river diagram. The blood landed on the mountain and river diagram and was immediately absorbed by it, disappearing. Lu Ming then injected his essential core and began to refine the mountain and river diagram. All precious treasures needed to be refined before they could be used. The mountain and river diagram was undoubtedly a treasure among treasures. It was extremely difficult to refine. In the next half a month, Lu Ming was refining the mountain and river diagram. Moreover, Lu Ming had to drip fresh blood every day and use his blood as a medium to carry out the refinement. Half a month later, the mountain and river diagram was suspended above Lu Ming's head, emitting a mysterious glow. Slowly, the glow grew brighter and brighter. In the end, the mountain and river diagram shrank rapidly and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. The mountain and river diagram was finally completely refined, and it flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. With a thought, the mountain and river diagram reappeared in his hand. I'll try. Lu Ming could not wait any longer. With another thought, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. In the secret chamber, only the mountain and river diagram was left floating. Lu Ming's body appeared on a mountain peak. Standing on a mountain peak and looking into the distance, what came into view were vast mountains and ancient trees forming forests. The fragrance of flowers assailed the nose, and waves of fragrance came from them. Is this the world inside the mountain and river diagram? It's no different from the real world, and the spiritual qi is also very dense. Lu Ming realized that the spirit qi here was very rich. The mountain and river diagram seemed to be absorbing the spirit qi from the outside world into the mountain and river diagram at all times. Let's see how big the boundary of the mountain and river diagram is, he said. Lu Ming rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the sky. Not long after, Lu Ming flew to the end. There was chaos in front of him. He had obviously reached the edge of the mountain and river diagram. Then, Lu Ming turned around and flew to the edge of the mountain and river diagram. After that, he made a big circle in the mountain and river diagram. East to west, north to south, it's about 100,000 li. Lu Ming muttered with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This size was naturally incomparable to the vast divine wilderness continent. It was like a grain of sand, but Lu Ming was already extremely happy, because this world was something he carried with him. Furthermore, it was not small either, slightly larger than the Burning Sun Empire. There's also spiritual energy here, and one could also sense the essence realm of heaven and earth and the law of inscription. Such a treasure was simply a creation of heaven and earth. In the past, the Supreme Divine Hall of the Nine Sun Supreme also contained a space that people could enter. However, it was only so big and the area was very limited. There was no spiritual qi of heaven and earth, nor could one feel the essence realm of heaven and earth or the law of inscription. Compared to the mountain and river diagram, it was many times worse. Treasure. This was a peerless treasure. There were indeed great fortunes and opportunities in the battle of destiny. No wonder so many geniuses were willing to risk their lives to participate in the battle of karmic luck. However, other than plants, there are no other living creatures. There are no demonic beasts, ordinary wild beasts, or any spiritual herbs. I'll have to replenish them slowly. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Let's pick some spirit herbs first. Lu Ming smiled. He waved his hand, and a large number of spiritual herbs appeared. There were low-level ones and high-level ones. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he planted the spiritual herbs on the nearby mountain peaks. 3 days later, Lu Ming had planted thousands of spiritual herbs on the peaks and mountains. Of course, for a distance of 100,000 miles, 1,000 spiritual herbs was like a drop in the ocean. Forget it. I'll take my time in the future. I've already spent enough time here. I'll go somewhere else. I wonder how the other talisman amulet sect disciples are doing. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram glowed and entered the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. Lu Ming immediately walked out. There were no obstacles when he went out, and he passed through easily. After a while, Lu Ming came out of the place and arrived outside the palace. He continued to walk through the small alley in the palace complex. After that, they entered a few palaces, but they didn't gain anything. The palaces were empty. Half a day later, Lu Ming found a few bottles of pills in what looked like a side hall of an alchemy room. The congealing divine pill was a pill that could nurture one's spirit and congeal the spirit fire. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Previously, he had been forced to break through to a 7th-level alchemist due to the circumstances. His mental energy fire's foundation was somewhat unstable, and there were side effects. It would take a long time to recover. However, with the focus pill, he could recover in a short time without any side effects. It seemed that this place was specially designed to test inscription masters. Lu Ming speculated. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting ahead. There were people fighting. Lu Ming dashed forward in a hurry. In front, 2 Talisman Amulet sect disciples were running away in a panic. Behind them, a youth with dense demonic qi was chasing after them. It was the little demonic lord. He was chasing after 2 Talisman Amulet sect disciples. You can't escape. The people of the Symbol Puppet sect deserve to die. The little demonic lord's killing intent burst forth as he strode forward. A black blade light slashed at a Talisman Amulet sect disciple. The 2 Talisman Amulet sect disciples took out their puppets and inscription scrolls to block, but it was useless. They were directly split apart by the little demon lord's blade. Pucci, the blade light slashed down, and a Talisman Amulet sect disciple was cut in half. Little demon lord, Lu Ming Zongzi will not let you off. The other Talisman Amulet sect disciple shouted. His face was filled with fear as he staggered backward. Chapter 925. 925, The Great Battle Against the Little Demon Lord. Buzz. The little demonic lord's figure moved and chased after the Talisman sect disciple. He grabbed with his claw and destroyed all the attacks of the Talisman sect disciple. He grabbed the Talisman sect disciple's throat and lifted him up high. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, don't let me bump into him. Otherwise, I'll make sure he dies without a burial ground. The little demonic lord's expression was extremely ferocious. He hated Lu Ming to the core. You'd better let him go. Otherwise, I guarantee that you'll be the one to die without a burial place. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ming walked out of small alley. Lu Ming Zongzi. The Talisman sect's disciples revealed looks of joy. Lu Ming. The little demon lord spat out the 2 words word by word coldly, his voice extremely cold. He was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming just as he mentioned him. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area, and his gaze turned gloomy when he saw the Talisman sect disciple who had been killed. Lu Ming, didn't you want to save people? Let's see how you're going to save him. Hee hee. The little demonic lord sneered. He suddenly exerted force in his claws. With a crack, he crushed the Talisman sect disciple in his claws to death. Boom! Lu Ming's body exploded with a violent aura. A cold, killing intent burst out and enveloped the little demon lord. Luo Li, you will die today. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the little demon lord as if he was looking at a dead man. Lu Ming, don't think that you can kill me. I didn't even use my full strength the last time. We don't know who will win yet. A powerful aura burst out of the little demon lord's body, and a black demonic qi rushed into the sky. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming strode forward, the 5 dragon energies in his body erupting at the same time. His body was covered in a thick layer of scales. Kill! The word kill came out like a thunderbolt. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and the space trembled. 9 Death's Devil Blade. A pitch-black saber appeared in the little demonic lord's hand, and a sharp saber light burst out. Boom! With a huge boom, the little demon lord's body trembled, and he staggered back. How can his strength be so terrifying? The little demon lord's face revealed a trace of shock. In his previous battle with Lu Ming did not burst out with 5 flashes of dragon energy. Die! Lu Ming strode forward and blasted out a violent force. His palm was like an immemorial divine mountain, containing infinite power, and he struck at the little demon lord. I don't believe it. The little demonic lord roared and touched his chest. He let out a low growl. Then, the little demonic lord's body began to swell, and bone spikes extended from his arms and shoulders. His aura also increased greatly. Lu Ming, the little demonic lord, roared and charged at Lu Ming like a demonic creature. With a wave of his hand, the bone spikes pierced through the air, making a sharp whistling sound as they stabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! The vital essence in his body roared, and 4 types of intense swirled around. Lu Ming circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique in his palm and continuously bombarded the little demon lord. The two of them were like a demon and a demon. They kept bombarding each other in a very direct way. The entire area began to shake violently. The surrounding palaces all heard it. There's a huge battle going on. Let's go and take a look. A burly young man was exploring one of the palaces. When he heard the commotion, he rushed towards the source of the sound. There were also others who heard the commotion, but they didn't dare to rush over. This was because the commotion was too shocking and it exceeded their strength. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged dozens of moves with the little demon lord. Gradually, the little demon lord was at a disadvantage while Lu Ming had the upper hand. Bang! Lu Ming's palm hit the little demon lord's shoulder, breaking the bone spur on his shoulder and creating a huge wound. The little demon lord let out an angry roar. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. A burly young man appeared. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and he bared his fangs. Brother Jean, let's kill Lu Ming together. The little demon lord was overjoyed to see this young man. Good, just what I want. The burly young man revealed a ferocious smile. In the next moment, he transformed into a huge tiger and pounced at Lu Ming. It was the powerful heaven's favorite from the Sky Demon Valley. He had 50% of the bloodline of the divine beast, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming, the little demonic lord's eyes revealed a malevolent look. A hideous-looking creature appeared above his head. It was a demonic creature with thick demonic chi, a wide mouth with sharp fangs, and a body full of bone spikes. There were 5 golden chakras shining around the demonic creature. This was the bloodline of the little demonic lord, a 5th-level divine bloodline. The little demonic lord turned into a ray of light and fused into his blood vessels. He had completely transformed into a demonic creature. Demonic chi surged as he charged at Lu Ming. You're the ones who will die. 9 dragons! Lu Ming shouted. His 9-dragon bloodline appeared, and he transformed into 9 dragons, exuding a vast dragon's might. What is this? The fierce golden tiger was shocked and felt a little scared. The true dragon was the head of all beasts, and there were not many that could be compared to it. Other divine beasts would instinctively feel reverence when facing a true dragon, let alone 9 dragons. The ferocious golden tiger was shocked. The 9 dragons' claws struck down and sent the ferocious golden tiger flying. Following that, it struck out with its claw again, clashing with the little demon lord's move, causing him to stagger back. Roar! At that moment, the golden tiger roused its spirits and roared loudly, pouncing towards Lu Ming. The bloodline of the 9 dragons. This is the legendary 9 dragons. You've actually awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Hand it over. The golden tiger roared, its eyes filled with greed. The 9 dragons were existences that were of a higher level than the true dragon. If he could take away Lu Ming's 9 dragon bloodline, even if he could not use it himself, he could offer it to the supreme being of the Flood Dragon tribe. He would definitely be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, the little demonic lord also rushed toward Lu Ming. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. The 9 dragon claws stepped in the air as if they were real dragons, surveying the world and ruling it. A terrifying dragon's might gushed out, and under the 9 claws, a vast power erupted. Lu Ming had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to the 6th step, which was equivalent to the highest level of a high-grade demigod martial technique. However, after transforming into the 9 dragons and performing it, the power was even more terrifying. Boom, boom. With two deafening sounds, the little demonic lord and the golden tiger were sent flying by Lu Ming. A surge of energy gushed out in all directions. However, the palace seemed to be made of some kind of unique material that made it indestructible. It was unknown whether it was inscribed with a formation or made of some kind of special material. The powerful energy that seemed to be able to pierce through the earth did not leave a single mark on the palace at all. How can he be so strong? The little demon lord cried out in disbelief. He and the golden tiger were both at the 4th level spirit embryo realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. The two of them had joined forces, but they were still at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Kill! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and pounced at the little demon lord. Boom! With a swipe of his claw, the little demon lord spat out a large mouthful of blood, and more than a dozen of the hideous bone spikes on his body were broken. Join hands! Join hands! The little demonic lord roared and was a little flustered. He was not Lu Ming's match at all. On the other side, the golden tiger was a little frightened, but it still roared angrily and pounced at Lu Ming. At this moment, a scroll flew out of the 9 dragons' forehead. It was the mountain and river diagram. Chapter 926. 926 Killing the Little Demon Lord. The mountain and river diagram glowed and expanded rapidly, becoming longer and wrapping around the golden tiger. The golden tiger roared and struggled with all its might. However, the mountain and river diagram was shining, and it could not break free at all. It's indeed useful. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a usage he thought of at the last minute. The mountain and river diagram was a treasure that contained a world within it. Naturally, it was strong and immortal. If the golden tiger was trapped, it should not be able to break free. As expected, the effect was very good. The golden tiger was trapped. Roli, let's see who else can help you now. The 9 dragons' eyes glowed with a ferocious light as they pounced at the little demon lord, using the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Bang! Bang! The little demonic lord was no match for him and kept retreating. The bone spikes on his body were broken, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Go, go! The little demon lord was scared and wanted to escape, but the 9 dragons had completely blocked his way out. How could he escape? Poochie! Then, the little demonic lord screamed as one of his arms was torn off by the 9 dragons. The huge demonic creature's body shrank rapidly and turned back into the little demonic lord. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Die! The huge dragon claw grabbed at the little demon lord. No, no, Lu Ming, you can't kill me. My brother is demonic lord Luo Tian, 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. If you kill me, my brother will not let you off. The little demonic lord shouted as he resisted with all his might. What a joke. Weren't you very arrogant before? Now that you've lost, you're bringing up your big brother. What a waste. Lu Ming berated coldly, his dragon claws not stopping. Bang! The little demonic lord screamed as a huge wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed out, and his aura became even weaker. On the other side, the golden tiger let out a long roar. Its entire body emitted a brilliant golden light, but it was useless. It couldn't break through the mountain and river diagram. Chi-Chi! The dragon claw continued to claw down and hit the little demon lord's chest. The little demon lord was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the palace. The palace did not move, but the little demon lord's bones cracked and he fell to the ground, unable to move like a dead fish. Lu Ming transformed into his human form and stepped forward, stepping on the little demon lord's face. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at the little demon lord's heart. No, no, don't kill me. The little demonic lord was incomparably terrified. His entire body was cold as he felt the approaching death god. He had never been so afraid before. He had been a proud son of heaven since he was young. His brother, Luo Tian, was even more talented and almost invincible. They had been taken in as Di Tian's imperial guards since they were young and were carefully nurtured. He had never been so close to death before and had never been so afraid. It had always been him killing others. When had others been able to kill him? On the list of top 1,000 talents, those who were ranked higher than him had to give him face because his brother was Luo Tian. However, Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely cold. He was not afraid of his big brother at all and wanted to kill him. If I don't kill you, why didn't you consider letting my talisman amulet sect's disciples off when you killed them? Lu Ming sneered and looked down at the little demon lord. The little demonic lord was speechless. In his heart, those talisman sect disciples were all trash. How could they compare to him? But how could he say such thoughts out loud? Lu Ming, my brother Luo Tian, is unrivaled and ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. His combat strength is far beyond your imagination. No matter how talented you are, you're no match for my brother. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, no one can save you. The little demon lord continued to mention his elder brother, hoping to deter Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped his foot hard, and the little demon lord's face hit the ground hard. A few of his teeth fell out, and blood flowed out of his mouth. What a joke. No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he's only ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are 9 humans above him, not including the demons. He's invincible? Also, can your big brother compare to Di? Now, even Di wants to catch me, but I'm still fine. What do you mean by no one could save me? If your big brother comes, I'll kill him. Lu Ming sneered, his killing intent growing stronger. Lu Ming stopped. Suddenly, a figure appeared in a small alley. It was Brother Litian. Ah, Brother Litian, save me, save me. Seeing Brother Litian, the little demonic monarch shouted with all his might. It doesn't matter who you call, just die. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand suddenly stabbed out, piercing the little demon lord's heart. The little demonic lord let out a hysterical scream, his eyes popping out, filled with unwillingness and hatred. Bang! With a shake of the long spear, vital essence exploded, crushing the little demon lord's heart into pieces. The little demon lord died. At the entrance of the alley, Brother Litian's face turned ugly. He turned around and disappeared into the alley in a flash. Brother Litian knew very well that his combat strength was only slightly higher than the young demon lord. He was probably not Lu Ming's match in a fight. He might as well leave. Lu Ming glanced in the direction that Brother Litian had left. He did not pursue him. Instead, he waved his hand and put away the little demonic lord's storage ring. Then, he walked towards the golden tiger. Ah, don't kill me. The fierce golden tiger cried out in fear and struggled with all its might. Seeing the little demon lord being killed in front of him, he almost peed his pants. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fist and punched the golden tiger's head. Bang! The golden tiger was unable to resist and was hit by a heavy punch. It suddenly felt dizzy and felt as if its head was about to be crushed. It saw stars. Whoa, this tiger's head is too hard. It's actually not killed after one punch. Lu Ming was also a little shocked. He was well aware of how terrifying his punch was. However, he was surprised that it did not smash the tiger's head. No, don't kill me. I admit defeat. I surrender. I'll recognize you as my big brother. Please let me go. The ferocious golden tiger shook its head and actually loudly begged for mercy. It cried out in an extremely miserable manner. Lu Ming, I'm begging you. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I beg you, please spare me. From now on, you're my big brother. I'll be grateful for your kindness. The golden tiger continued to roar. Lu Ming was a little stunned. This golden tiger was also a weirdo. Nonsense. I see that you have abundant yang qi. You clearly haven't lost your virginity. Where did you come from, a 3-year-old child? Lu Ming rolled his eyes and then chided. This That's a child I picked up from the barren mountains. Every word is true." The golden tiger's eyes darted around as it continued to spout nonsense. "All right, don't talk nonsense in front of me. You can surrender if you want, but relax your mind. I'm going to carve a formation in your mind. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. I'll have to kill you. You have 50% of the divine beast bloodline. The tiger whip is also a great supplement." As he said that, Lu Ming cast a few glances behind the golden tiger. The golden tiger felt a chill run down its spine, and it couldn't help but clench its legs. Inscribe the formation. The golden tiger was a little hesitant. It was very clear that if the array was really engraved on it, it would really become Lu Ming's slave. However, if he did not agree, Lu Ming would not let him off. Chapter 927. 927, Chapter 927, Emperor's Legacy. He possessed half of the divine beast bloodline and had a bright future. He did not want to die just like that. He felt a chill all over his body, especially when he thought of being killed by Lu Ming and possibly becoming a dish to go with his wine. As for backbone, he had lived for so long that he didn't know what backbone was. His top priority was to save his life. Therefore, he only thought about it for a moment and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I agree. You carve the formation, and you'll be my big brother from now on." After saying that, his eyes revealed a pitiful look. However, he was big and burly, with a wide mouth and sharp fangs, and a fierce aura filled the air. How did he look pitiful at all? Relax your mind and don't resist at all. With that, Lu Ming began to inscribe the array. The soul-splitting array. Lu Ming had once used this array to control Wang Haoxian. Soon, the formation was formed and entered the golden tiger's head. The soul-splitting formation. With just a thought from me, your soul will be torn apart. At the very least, you'll become an idiot. At the very worst, you'll die on the spot. Do you want to try the effects? Lu Ming kept the mountain and river diagram and looked at the golden tiger. The fierce golden tiger's eyes rolled and said, "No need, no need. You're an expert from the Talisman sect and are proficient in the Tao of inscription. I naturally believe you. Big brother, you're my big brother from now on." The golden tiger transformed into a human form. It was a burly young man with strong muscles all over his body. His arms were thicker than Lu Ming's thighs. "Get lost. Who's your big brother?" Lu Ming berated. Okay, not big brother, but boss. You are my boss." The golden tiger immediately nodded and bowed. Lu Ming's expression looked better. He said, "What's your name?" "I'm called King Kong. What do you think? Isn't this name powerful?" King Kong's muscles twitched as he spoke. It's powerful. It's indeed powerful. You'd better transform into your beast form and be my mount for the time being." Lu Ming instructed. "To be your mount?" Vajra's eyes widened, revealing a fierce look. Who was he? He was a heaven's favorite of the demon clan who had 50% of the divine beast bloodline. He was high and mighty and worshipped by thousands of demons. Now, Lu Ming actually called him a mount. He was furious. "What's wrong? You want to test the power of the god's splitting formation?" Lu Ming looked at King Kong with an unfriendly gaze. King Kong immediately gave in and lost his momentum. He grinned and said, "No, why would I? It's this little brother's good fortune to be able to become your mount, boss." As he spoke, he transformed into a ferocious golden tiger. It was 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. Its body was covered in shiny golden hair, smooth and silky. Needless to say, this fellow's appearance was not bad. Although King Kong appeared to be honest, he was cursing in his heart. I'll bear with it for now. When the Battle of Providence is over, I'll go out and think of a way to break that formation. I'll definitely cut this kid into 8 pieces to vent my heartache and hatred." Thinking of this, King Kong's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. This guy looks honest on the surface. If I don't teach him a lesson, he might stab me in the back. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly had an idea and exploded the power of soul splitting. Vajra let out a blood-curdling screech and started rolling on the ground. What's going on? What was going on? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm going to split apart? It hurts, it hurts. King Kong kept roaring and rolling on the ground. After a while, Lu Ming finally stopped controlling the god's splitting formation. King Kong lay on the ground, powerlessly with his tongue out and a look of exhaustion on his face. I'm sorry. I accidentally triggered the soul-splitting array that I engraved in your mind. Are you all right? Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. Oh, big. Was that you just now? King Kong looked at Lu Ming with great hidden bitterness. I'm sorry, I was not careful just now. Speaking of which, was it because you were scolding me in your heart just now that I activated the soul-splitting array? Lu Ming looked at King Kong with a faint smile. King Kong wailed in his heart. He finally knew the power of the soul-splitting formation. This time, he was really honest and shouted, boss, I'm innocent. From now on, I'll be loyal to you. Yes, that's more like it. Lu Ming patted the King Kong's huge head. The King Kong's combat strength was not bad. It would be of help to him if he kept it. Let's go and take a look at other places. He waved his hand, and Lu Ming took the lead. Buzz! They hadn't even taken a few steps when an invisible ripple suddenly came from the depths of the palace. At the same time, the entire group of palaces began to tremble. Buzz! And NBSB whoosh. Then, the fluctuations became more and more intense, and the nearby palaces also trembled more and more violently. He's inside. Let's go over. Lu Ming and King Kong went deep into the palace at top speed. All of a sudden, Lu Ming saw a palace in the distance emitting endless golden light. The vast mental energy formed a mental storm that swept in all directions. An endless majestic aura filled the air. The next moment, a figure appeared from one of the palaces and sat cross-legged above it. The endless golden light was being emitted from this figure. Qi Shui. Lu Ming was shocked to see the figure. It was by Qi Shui. That golden light is so terrifying. It's a golden spirit fire, the spirit fire of an imperial Dao expert. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. He had received Lien Song's inheritance, so he could tell at a glance that the spirit fire on by Qi Shui's body was the spirit fire of a 9th-level alchemist, a sovereign warrior. Bai Qi Shui had received the inheritance of a level 9 alchemist. While Lu Ming was shocked, he was also happy for Bai Qi Shui. He did not expect Bai Qi Shui to have such a lucky chance to get the inheritance of a level 9 inheritor. Buzz! Buzz! Golden light filled the air and the palace trembled. Inscriptions appeared on the countless palaces, but then they all collapsed and disappeared. It seemed that Bai Qi Shui's inheritance had affected those formations. The disciples of the Talisman sect can forget about obtaining the inheritance. With an angry roar, a blood-red sword light slashed towards Bai Qi Shui. Lu Ming turned pale with fright and leaped into the air. Previously, the palace was filled with inscription formations, and it was difficult to soar into the air. Now that the formations had collapsed, it was no longer a problem. Although Lu Ming was fast, it was too late. However, when the blood-red sword light was about to hit Bai Qi Shui, another sword light shot out from her body and blocked it. 7th Blood Sword, you're looking for death. Lu Ming flew into a rage. He stepped in the air and approached Bai Qi Shui in an instant. His palm was like a heavenly blade, and he slashed at a young man in a blood-red robe. It was the 7th Blood Sword, the sovereign of the Heavenly Corpse sect, who had just attacked. Lu Ming. The 7th Sanguine Sword's eyes narrowed at the sight of Lu Ming. He brandished his sanguine sword, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. A sanguine sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Bang! The blood-red light collapsed. Lu Ming's body trembled as he felt his arm go numb. The 7th Blood Sword's combat strength was even above the Little Demon Lord's. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, figures flashed through the surrounding palace. There were Talisman Amulet Sect disciples and people from the other 3 factions. Talisman Amulet Sect disciples, gather together, Lu Ming shouted. Chapter 928. 928 Three-Eyed God Race's Arrival. Take down those talisman sect disciples. A blood-robed youth called out. It was Bloodsword 9. Vajra, go and help. Lu Ming shouted. All right, Bloodsword 9. Your opponent is me. King Kong roared and pounced at Bloodsword 9. They immediately fought. King Kong, are you crazy? Our opponent is Lu Ming. Bloodsword 9 roared. You dare to fight with my boss? I'll cripple you. King Kong roared and clawed out continuously, covering Bloodsword 9. No matter how Bloodsword 9's sword light flickered, he couldn't break through. Bloodsword 7, Bloodsword 9, and the others were all shocked. The demon race's proud son of heaven, Vajra, actually called Lu Ming boss and sided with him. What was going on? Die! Lu Ming transformed into the 9 dragons and clawed at Bloodsword 7. The 7th sanguine sword's body flashed with a blood-red light. The blood-red golden light was extremely sharp as it slashed toward Lu Ming. The two of them fought, and the rumbles continued. Figures flickered around him. Lu Ming saw brother Litian and another demon race prodigy, the man in green. King Kong, what's the meaning of this? The green-robed young man of the demon clan rushed toward King Kong. What do you mean? Get lost. The Vajra roared. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain and river diagram flew out of Lu Ming's glabella and wrapped around the 7th blood sword. The 7th sanguine sword was shocked. He instinctively felt that the painting was very dangerous. He retreated quickly and slashed out sword light to split the mountain and river painting. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies, and the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps burst out toward the 7th blood sword, forcing him to retreat. Kill! Lu Ming surrounded himself with a mountain and river diagram to protect his vital points. Then, he launched a violent attack on the 7th sanguine sword, ignoring his defense. The 7th blood sword fought back, but the mountain and river diagram didn't move at all when the sword light hit it. Bang! Bloodsword 7 was shocked and was hit by the 9 dragons' claws. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. He did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed, and he rushed to where Bloodsword 9 was and met up with him. Lu Ming stepped into the void and came to King Kong's side. The two sides were in a confrontation. Li Tian's brother stood in the distance and did not make a move. He had seen with his own eyes that Lu Ming had killed the little demon lord and restrained the Vajra. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. King Kong, how dare you betray the demon race and help Lu Ming? Do you want to die? The green-robed demon youth shouted coldly. What are you shouting for? I'm all alone in the demon race. What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to join Lu Ming's side now. What's wrong with that? King Kong opened his mouth and looked at the young man in green with disdain. You, the green-robed youth's face turned ashen. You're looking for death. Lu Ming suddenly roared. Not far away, a paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect was about to kill a talisman sect disciple who was flying over. A long spear appeared and instantly crossed the void, killing the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Whoever dares to kill the disciples of my talisman amulet sect will die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across the audience. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Bloodsword 9 shouted. Oh, really? Let's see who will die. Lu Ming strode toward Bloodsword 9. Sanguine Sword 9 launched an explosive attack, but just like Sanguine Sword 7, Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He launched a fierce attack, causing Sanguine Sword 9 to vomit blood. He could only turn around and escape. Bloodsword 7 and Bloodsword 9's expressions were ugly. They did not dare to fight Lu Ming. The green-robed young man from the demon clan was extremely fearful and kept his distance from Lu Ming. If any of you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the entire scene. The supreme talents of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Heavenly Demon Valley stayed far away. They were extremely afraid. No one dared to stop the talisman sect's disciples. Very soon, the talisman amulet sect's disciples gathered around Lu Ming. There were 5 to 6 people, less than before. It was obvious that these 5 to 6 people had already fallen. This made Lu Ming's eyes turn gloomy. He pondered how to keep all the geniuses from the 3 parties. Buzz! At this moment, Bai Qixue's inheritance seemed to have reached a critical moment. The energy fluctuations from her body were getting stronger and stronger, and the golden light spread far and wide. From a distance, they could see that the surroundings of the palace were originally filled with great arrays. At this time, those great arrays were glowing and collapsing one by one. This place had become an ordinary land, and the formation had disappeared. All around, everyone was watching from afar. The people from the Empyrean Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley were very unwilling and wanted to cause trouble. However, with Lu Ming eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey and the Vajra, they did not dare to make a move. After a while, the energy fluctuation on Bai Qixue's body decreased, and the golden light faded away. When the golden light was gone, Bai Qixue opened her eyes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue seemed to know nothing. She was a little confused. She looked around and then stood up as if she had remembered something. Qixue, how is it? Lu Ming moved and came to Bai Qixue's side. Fortunately, I seem to have obtained the inheritance of a senior. Bai Qixue blinked her eyes and looked a little confused. Lu Ming was speechless. Bai Qixue had obtained the inheritance of a 9th-level alchemist. Did she not know about it? There seems to be a lot of new things in my head that I need to digest. Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming nodded. It was true. It was just like when he first received the legacy from Liansong. It was impossible to increase his combat strength so quickly. He needed time to understand it. It would be very helpful for his future cultivation. The other disciples of the Talisman sect all looked at Bai Qixue with envy. With the inheritance of a 9th-level alchemist, Bai Qixue was destined to rise in the future. As for the other 3 forces, their eyes were filled with killing intent. It was not a good thing for the other 3 forces that Bai Qixue had received the inheritance of the emperor. In the future, when she rose to power, she was destined to be on the opposite side of the 3 forces. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a violent explosion came from the distance. The voice came from outside the palace. The earth rumbled as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Even the void was shaking violently. Then, powerful auras shot up into the sky like smoke. What's going on? Everyone present was shocked. Buzz, buzz. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the people from the 3 forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace who had stayed outside the formation. Now that the formation had collapsed, there was naturally no one who could stop them. 3-eyed God race. It's the 3-eyed God race. After those people flew over, their faces were filled with panic. Everyone else's faces changed as well. They then saw that on the ground and in the air, there were many tall and burly 3-eyed gods riding on a huge demonic beast. These demonic beasts were similar to the 3-eyed God race. Their bodies were covered in scales, and they had 2 long horns like water buffaloes. And NBSB, the 3-eyed God race, had completely surrounded them. These 3-eyed gods have been eyeing this ruin for a long time. They probably want to surround us and kill us. Once the formation collapses, they'll charge out. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. He could sense many powerful auras among the 3-eyed God race. Chapter 929. 929 Chapter 929 Chaotic Slaughter. Some of the auras were extremely thick and gave off a powerful pressure. Not only were there 7th-level spirit embryo realm cultivators, but there were even stronger ones. Boom, boom, boom. The 3-eyed god's mount trembled as it stomped through the air, carrying with it a heaven-shaking, killing intent. Human brat, how dare you use my race as your hunting target? Today, I'll bury you here. And NBSB, kill, A thunderous voice boomed from the three-eyed god race, causing one's eardrums to buzz. What do we do? Some people were terrified. There were simply too many three-eyed gods, and their experts were as numerous as the clouds. It was impossible for them to charge out. Could it be that they were going to die here today? Brother Litian, Bloodsword 7, Bloodsword 9, and the geniuses of the monster race all had ugly expressions. No way. Don't tell me I'm going to die here today. Vajra looked into the distance with fear in his eyes. Don't resist. Lu Ming looked at by Qixue and the rest. The Talisman sect disciples looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the mountain and river diagram flew towards the Talisman Amulet sect disciples. Remember, don't resist. With that, the mountain and river diagram glowed and rolled up the Talisman Amulet sect disciples, taking them into the mountain and river diagram. Is this a spatial treasure? King Kong's eyes almost popped out. The others looked at Lu Ming one after another, their eyes filled with greed. Kill. Don't leave a single one. One of the most muscular three-eyed gods waved his hand, and a group of three-eyed gods charged toward Lu Ming's group on their water buffalo-like mounts. There were about 200 people, but each one of them exuded a terrifying aura. The pressure on their bodies was like a tide, surging towards them. Every single one of them was an expert above the spirit embryo realm. What do we do? What do we do? A Heaven's Pride expert of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace shouted in fear. There was no way to retreat because there were three-eyed god race experts everywhere. They were already surrounded, and there were experts no matter where they retreated. Kill. In an instant, there were already experts who rushed over. Kill. Brother Litian and the others shouted. They had no choice but to fight. Human Brat Doc, a burly three-eyed god with a battle axe in his hand and a mount charged toward Lu Ming, swinging his axe down at his head. This was a three-eyed god at the 5th level of the spirit embryo realm. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and his fist was as heavy as a mountain, crushing down on the three-eyed god. The three-eyed god's body was punched through by Lu Ming and he died on the spot. And NBSB, the devouring power erupted, completely devouring the three-eyed god's blood essence. You're looking for death. When the other three-eyed god saw this, he pulled on his mount and charged toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 3 people, and they were all at the 6th level spirit embryo realm. A long spear, and an iron hammer. 3 types of weapons were thrown at Lu Ming. Boss, let me help you. The Vajra let out a long howl and charged towards a three-eyed god with a spear in his hand. His claw light slashed out and shattered the attack of the other party. The three-eyed god's face changed drastically as a beam of light shot out from his third eye. His mount also roared and charged at King Kong with its sharp horns. These three-eyed gods were not on the same level as the ones that Lu Ming had encountered before. These three-eyed gods were even stronger, and they were clearly the elites of the three-eyed god race. And NBSB. At the same time, the other 2 three-eyed gods also began to charge at the Vajra. Die! Lu Ming took a step forward, and the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst forth, blasting toward the 2 three-eyed god race beings. The 2 three-eyed gods, including their mounts, trembled and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Die! Lu Ming burst out with 5 rays of dragon energy, and his strength increased greatly. In a flash, he charged at his opponent. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive palm strikes landed on 2 three-eyed gods, splitting them into pieces. Even their mounts were killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, the spear-wielding three-eyed god had also been killed by the Vajra. The commotion they were making had attracted the attention of the other three-eyed gods. A few burly three-eyed gods glared at Lu Ming and King Kong coldly. You're looking for death. Charge, he said coldly. The three-eyed gods commanded their mounts to charge at Lu Ming and the others. Then let's kill to our heart's content. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he transformed into the 9 dragons and charged toward the group of three-eyed gods with Vajra. Roar! Devour! The 9 dragons roared, and a terrifying devouring power erupted. Some of the three-eyed god race beings at the first and second level of the spirit embryo realm were unable to control their bodies. They felt their blood, essence, and power being devoured by the 9 dragons. They screamed in horror as they watched their life force slip away. Even those three-eyed gods above the third level of spirit embryo realm were terrified. Enveloped by the devouring power, their breathing became unstable, and their blood essence seemed to be about to burst out of their bodies. Boom, 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 boom. Following that, they were greeted by Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The terrifying power struck them, and all those below the 5th level spirit embryo realm exploded, their blood essence and energy devoured by the 9 dragons. As for those at the 5th level of spirit embryo realm and above, they also vomited blood and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps combined with the devouring power was simply a large-scale killing weapon. Kill him. Let's work together and kill him. A few of the 6th and 7th level spirit embryo realm, three-eyed gods bellowed in rage and charged at Lu Ming. Vajra, you enter the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram danced and wrapped around the Vajra. Vajra's expression changed. He relaxed his body and mind. Suddenly, a force pulled Vajra and put him into the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram immediately surrounded the bodies of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense and charged towards the three-eyed god. The 9 dragon claws kept striking out. 2 three-eyed gods of the 6th level spirit embryo realm were killed in a row. Bang! Bang! All around, the attacks of the three-eyed god race landed on the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram trembled slightly, but it was blocked. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted and charged at a 7th-tier spirit embryo realm three-eyed god. With a claw, he pierced through the heart of the three-eyed god. The devouring power continued to erupt, devouring the three-eyed god. Boom! A black iron hammer heavily hit the mountain and river diagram, causing it to fluctuate. The other three-eyed god at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm held a metal hammer and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Earth Essence Realm died. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with greed. This three-eyed god at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm cultivated the Earth concept. Lu Ming had to kill him. Lu Ming pounced on the other party. The other party was frightened and retreated quickly. Die! Human, go to hell! A long spear and a saber struck the mountain and river diagram heavily, causing it to fluctuate violently. Waves of energy passed through the mountain and river diagram and hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and he offset this force. It seems that the defense of the mountain and river diagram changes according to my cultivation. My current cultivation is still low, so the defensive ability of the mountain and river diagram is not very high. If the opponent is much stronger than me, I will not be able to resist it. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Chapter 930. 930 Chapter 930 Refuge. The 2 three-eyed gods were only at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, but they were able to send their power through the mountain and river diagram to hit Lu Ming. Of course, it had been greatly weakened by the mountain and river diagram and could not cause any harm to Lu Ming. However, if it was someone stronger, such as the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, it might cause harm to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He ignored the attacks of the 2 8th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed gods and focused on the 7th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god. The 9 dragon claws were all using the prison, suppressing heavenly art as they charged at each other. Bang! The other party used his huge iron hammer to block, but it was useless. The huge iron hammer was sent flying by Lu Ming. The dragon claw grabbed the other party's body. The other party roared and flew 100 meters away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he did not die. The Earth Essence Realm's defensive power is indeed powerful. However, he still has to die. The dragon's claws stepped in the air, and with a twist of its body, it appeared in front of the opponent in an instant, clawing out again. Pucci. The claw pierced through his opponent and killed him. Lu Ming devoured all his blood essence and energy. While Lu Ming was killing, screams could be heard from other directions. The paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley were all killed on the spot. Some of them were peerless geniuses in the outside world. There were even god-level geniuses, but their lives were like grass, and they were killed mercilessly. Lu Ming saw Blood Sword 9's blood-colored sword light crisscrossing, and his entire body suffused with blood chi. He had killed a three-eyed god at the 7th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, but his head had been chopped off by an expert at the 8th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. The 63rd on the list of top 1,000 talents had fallen. Go retreat. Go to those palaces. Brother Latian and the 7th Sanguine Swordsman roared and rushed out of the encirclement, rushing toward the palace. And in BSB, there were many wondrous things within those palaces that might be able to stop the three-eyed god race. Whoosh! At this moment, a saber cut through the void and slashed at the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram shook violently, and a powerful force poured into the bodies of the 9 dragons. It even cut open the scales of the 9 dragons and left a wound. 9th level Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming was shocked. One of them was at least 6 meters tall and was riding a huge mount. He held a saber in his hand and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Kill! He roared, and his saber cut through the void, slashing at Lu Ming again. Boom! The mountain and river diagram shook violently. A terrifying saber chi passed through the mountain and river diagram and cut the bodies of the 9 dragons, leaving another wound. The 9th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm is too strong. Even a mountain and river diagram can't block it. Retreat first. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In the Spirit Embryo Realm, the gap between each stage was extremely huge. Only a rare person like him who cultivated a god-grade technique, had 2 god-grade bloodlines, and had extremely powerful bloodline martial techniques could cross 5 stages and kill an opponent. However, Lu Ming was helpless against an 8th level Spirit Embryo Realm cultivator, while 9th level Spirit Embryo Realm cultivator could easily kill him. Let's go. Lu Ming moved and dashed toward the palaces. The palace he had chosen was the one he had obtained the mountain and river diagram from. The strength of the puppets in the palace would change according to their cultivation level. Lu Ming believed that the three-eyed god would not be able to charge in. Stop him! The three-eyed god expert at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm let out an angry roar. A few three-eyed gods of the 8th tier of the Spirit Embryo Realm kept on attacking Lu Ming, but they were all blocked by the mountain and river diagram. Get lost! Lu Ming charged forward with all his might, breaking through the obstacles and rushing into the palace. He then transformed into his human form and rushed forward. In front of him, 2 puppets appeared. They glanced at Lu Ming with cold eyes and then stepped aside. He seemed to have recognized Lu Ming and did not stop him. Lu Ming was overjoyed and rushed over. Behind them, the other three-eyed gods rushed forward, but the puppets moved. They turned into terrifying attacks and charged towards the three-eyed gods. Lu Ming heard a blood-curdling scream. It seemed like one of the three-eyed gods had been killed. As expected, the puppets here would adjust their strength according to the cultivation level of the people who entered. Lu Ming walked into the secret room below. Just like the last time, puppets appeared, but they gave way to Lu Ming after a quick glance. Lu Ming arrived at the passageway without any obstacles. The puppets on both sides of the passage only glanced at Lu Ming and stood there without moving. Lu Ming's path was smooth, and he arrived at the secret chamber where he had obtained the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. This place should be safe. Let's refine the energy first. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began refining. This time, he had devoured quite a lot of energy and was constantly being refined. I've made a breakthrough in the Earth concept. It's now at the peak of the second level. Lu Ming had an idea. At the same time, the energy was constantly being refined and transformed into true essence, which poured into the spirit embryo. In his dantian, his spirit embryo was beating as if it was nurturing a life. As true essence poured in and was continuously condensed, the spirit embryo size was also slowly shrinking. A day later, the aura on Lu Ming's body surged. Third level spirit embryo realm. After refining this energy, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the third level of the spirit embryo realm. The energy I devoured this time is just enough for me to break through to the third level of the spirit embryo realm. Inside, there are 2 three-eyed gods at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, 5 to 6 of the 6th level, and dozens of 5th level spirit embryo realm and below. That's just enough for me to break through to the third level of the spirit embryo realm. The energy I need is so much. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If he didn't devour a third-eye god of the 7th level spirit embryo realm, he wouldn't be able to break through. Of the 4 intents, the earth intent has reached the peak of the second level beginning, while the thunder and wind intents are still at the peak of the second level beginning. However, the wind intent has broken through and reached the lower tier of the second level. Most of the three-eyed gods I just killed cultivated the wind intent. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons hasn't been upgraded. The amount of blood essence required is even more terrifying. Let's go into the mountain and river diagram, first to take a look at Xianxia and the others. After that, I'll stabilize my foundation here, condense my true energy and will, and then break out of here. His cultivation had increased by 1 level, and he was now at the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. With the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming was confident that he could break out of the encirclement and escape. With a single thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he entered the mountain and river diagram, he saw by Xianxia and the other talisman amulet sect disciples flying around in the vast land. After a long time, some people finally noticed Lu Ming and gathered around him. Xianxia, Lu Ming Xianxia. The talisman sect disciples saluted Lu Ming. They looked at Lu Ming with envy, shock, and gratitude. They were envious of a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. However, Lu Ming had saved them time and time again. They were extremely grateful to him. Lu Ming, this must be a grotto heaven treasure. I didn't expect that there would be such a wondrous treasure in the world. Bai Qixue also flew over and looked at Lu Ming with shock in her eyes. This was simply a world of its own. Who wouldn't be shocked? Boss, you're amazing. You even have such a treasure. King Kong stepped on the void and rushed over. He looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Looking at Vidra's appearance, the talisman sect disciples admired Lu Ming even more. He could even subdue the demon race's prodigy. Chapter 9:31. 931 3 months. All of you can stay here and cultivate for the time being. We're currently being surrounded by the three-eyed god race. I'll hide in a palace and charge out after a while. Lu Ming said. Xianxia, you have to be careful. A talisman sect disciple asked worriedly. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled and then looked at Bai Qixue. Qixue, let's go to the side. Then he walked to the side, followed by Bai Qixue. The others were tactful and did not disturb him, each finding a place to cultivate. Qixue, you must have obtained the inheritance of the emperor, right? Lu Ming asked. Yes, that's right. It's a pity that there are still many things that I can't see. My current cultivation is still too low. Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. For example, when he obtained the legacy of Lian Song had set a seal for him. On the path of cultivation, one could not aim too high. One had to take it one step at a time and walk up step by step to reach the peak. If one saw too many things at once, one would be confused and lose one's direction. Qi Shui, how much luck did you get? Lu Ming was somewhat curious. How many points of luck could one gain from an emperor's legacy? 50,000. Bai Qi Shui blinked her eyes and said, although she was trying her best to hold it in, she could still see the excitement in her eyes. 50,000. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He did not think that Bai Qi Shui had gained too much, but too little. When he had obtained the mountain and river diagram, he had obtained 100,000 fate points. In that case, the value of the mountain and river diagram was even more valuable than the inheritance of an emperor. Lu Ming, how many points of luck have you obtained? Bai Qi Shui looked at Lu Ming curiously. She was eager to try and surpass him. A few 100,000, Lu Ming said casually. 10. 100,000? Bai Qi Shui was tongue-tied, and finally, she felt dejected. Lu Ming secretly laughed. This little girl wanted to compete with him. All right, you've obtained the emperor's inheritance. Cultivate well. I'm going out. With that, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. He returned to the secret chamber and put away the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly, stabilizing his foundation. Time flew by and half a month passed. At this moment, Lu Ming was ready to go out. Now that his cultivation had advanced to the third level of the spirit embryo realm, he was confident that with the mountain and river diagram protecting him, even a 9th-level spirit embryo realm expert wouldn't be able to hurt him. Lu Ming came out of the palace and flew above one of the palaces to look outside. Outside, it was completely empty. Not a single three-eyed god could be seen. The three-eyed god race had all left. Lu Ming guessed that there were many people participating in the War of Providence. Seeing that they could not find them, the three-eyed god race left to hunt down the others. I don't know if Brother Latian and the 7th Sanguine Swordsman were killed or if they managed to escape. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then he rose into the air and flew into the distance. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they still didn't encounter any three-eyed gods. At this moment, Lu Ming found a secret place and entered the mountain and river diagram. He told the Talisman Amulet sect disciples that he was out of danger and asked if they wanted to go out. Everyone naturally wanted to go out. The purpose of participating in the Battle of Providence was to find opportunities. If they were to hide here, they might as well not have participated in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming moved everyone out of the mountain and river diagram. How about this? During this period of time, let's move together and search for opportunities. After that, we will gather even more Symbol Puppet sect disciples. What do you think? Lu Ming suggested. Is Lu Ming Zongzi coming with us? That's great. The Talisman sect disciples were overjoyed. They had already witnessed how powerful Lu Ming was. With Lu Ming, their chances of obtaining opportunities would be higher and the chances of encountering danger would be lower. Lu Ming nodded. This was not due to his sudden kindness. He did this for 2 reasons. First, he had to win the hearts of the people. These young geniuses would definitely be the pillars of the Talisman Amulet sect in the future. If he wanted to control the Talisman Amulet sect in the future, it would be very important to gain the support of these geniuses. If he did them a favor now, they would naturally be loyal to him in the future. Secondly, the more fate energy the Talisman Amulet sect obtained, the more beneficial it would be to the entire sect. Naturally, it would be beneficial to Lu Ming as well. Why would he not do it? All right, we'll look for opportunities while you guys contact the Talisman sect disciples nearby. Lu Ming said. In this world, the transmission distance of a Jade Voice transmission talisman was greatly suppressed. The transmission distance was less than 1/10 or even 1/100th of the outside world. Even a high-level Jade voice transmission talisman could only contact people within a radius of 100,000 miles. With everything planned out, everyone began to move. Following that, Lu Ming led the group to search for some strange places to explore while contacting other members of the Talisman sect. As time passed, more and more Talisman Amulet sect disciples gathered. Everyone's respect and gratitude for Lu Ming grew. Lu Ming's ability was recognized by everyone. During this period, they explored several strange places and obtained quite a few opportunities. They also encountered some dangers, such as the pursuit of the three-eyed god race. However, under Lu Ming's lead, they managed to overcome them one by one. Lu Ming naturally won the hearts of the people. As time passed, Lu Ming understood more about this world. During this period of time, he captured a few three-eyed gods alive and obtained a lot of information from them. This world was very vast. The three-eyed god race's royal city was located in the center of this world. Within the three-eyed god race's capital, there were many powerful experts. With the royal city as the center, it was divided into 4 major areas. Lu Ming and the rest have been active in the eastern area. There must be even more heaven's favorites in the other 3 directions. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence had begun. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain. His body glowed, and a dragon's roar could be heard. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's aura surged. However, in the next moment, his aura was concealed again. Lu Ming opened his eyes. 4th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming smiled faintly. In the past few months, he hadn't killed many three-eyed gods. Most of them were cultivated by himself, and he had made great progress. The 4 intents had all entered the lower tier of the 3rd level. Today, his cultivation had also broken through to the 4th level spirit embryo realm, and his foundation was extremely stable. At the spirit embryo realm, it was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough. In the outside world, even geniuses would find it difficult to break through a level without a few years. As for some of the more ordinary spirit embryo experts, it was normal for them to spend decades or even centuries to break through one tier. It was already very fast for Lu Ming to be able to break through one level within 3 months by relying on his own hard work. And NBSB. This was also due to the excellent cultivation environment and the fact that he had devoured a few three-eyed gods. Other people might not have such a speed. Moreover, the higher one went, the slower one's cultivation would be. Not far away, some Talisman Amulet sect disciples were cultivating, while others were patrolling the area. In 3 months, they had already gathered more than 60 Talisman Amulet sect disciples. Chapter 932. 932 Rescue. Meeting an acquaintance. In the distance, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A figure was rapidly approaching. Soon, the figure stopped not far away. It was Jimai, the 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Xianxia, seeing that Lu Ming had ended his cultivation, Jimai flew over. Jimai had also joined Lu Ming's team recently. At this time, Jimai looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. In fact, when Jimai first entered the observatory, his mental energy fire had already broken through to the 7th level. During this period of time, he had made more progress and initially thought that he had finally surpassed Lu Ming. However, during this period of time, he realized that the gap between him and Lu Ming was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply unfathomable. After learning from the other Talisman sect disciples that Lu Ming could even kill the little demonic lord and could even tame the demon race's heavenly child Vajra, who was no weaker than the little demonic lord, he immediately dispelled the thought of competing with Lu Ming and was full of admiration for him. Jimai, did you find anything? Lu Ming smiled, stood up and asked. Xianxia, I've indeed discovered something. Jimai's expression was serious. What is it? Lu Ming asked. There's a possibility that there are chosen from our talisman amulet sect more than 300,000 kilometers away, but they're trapped in one place. Jimai said. Immediately, Jimai began to explain in detail. It turned out that he had been observing the situation within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. He had heard the sound of a battle outside a valley. He looked from afar and found that inscriptions were shining in the valley and flames were soaring into the sky. Someone was fighting. However, the aura was extremely powerful, far stronger than Jimai's. Jimai knew very well that there must be a heaven's favorite who was far stronger than him. If he attacked, he would only die. So, he hurried back to report to Lu Ming. His aura far surpassed Jimai's. He was definitely in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents, or even higher. The person from the talisman sect who was trapped was definitely no small matter. If Lu Ming's guess was right, there should be a paragon of the talisman amulet sect in the valley who had set up an array to resist the attacks of others. Jimai, lead the way. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. As for the talisman amulet sect disciples, they didn't have to worry about them. They had already set up a dense array in the vicinity. The advantage of the talisman sect disciples was that as long as they had the time, they could inscribe a powerful array formation, and defense was not a problem at all. Jimai nodded and flew away with Lu Ming. The two of them flew at top speed without stopping. It did not take long for them to arrive at the place Jimai mentioned. Boom! A purple flame shot up into the sky and covered half of the sky. At the same time, runes and arrays glowed, forming a light shield to block the attack of the flame. Purple heavenly fire, it's the Wang family. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He was all too familiar with the extreme purple heavenly fire. When Jisher, do you think that hiding in there will be of any use? Sooner or later, I'll break through your formation, and you won't be able to escape. A cold voice rang out. It's senior brother Wen Qini. Jimai's expression changed. Wen Zongshi was one of the 13 candidates from the talisman sect. He was also very famous among the 13 candidates. He was ranked 52nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, only one rank lower than brotherly Tian. But now, when Zhongyi was clearly in trouble. Wang Chun, I didn't offend you, and you're already trying to kill me. A voice came from a valley. Didn't you hear what my Wang clan supreme martial artist said before we entered the battle of karmic luck? Kill anyone you see from the talisman amulet sect. You talisman amulet sect are really bold. Lu Ming is wanted by His Majesty, Martial Emperor D.E., and you dare to take him in. You're courting death. Who can you blame? The voice from before rang out. Haha, what a joke. I heard that the supreme martial artist of the Wang family was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. A dignified supreme martial artist almost died at the hands of a young man. No wonder he flew into a rage out of humiliation and took his anger out on our talisman amulet sect. In the valley, when Zhongtu's voice rang out, "You're looking for death," accompanied by an angry roar, the light of the top-grade purple heavenly fire brightened. The light shield formed by the formation trembled continuously and was on the verge of collapse. Wang Chun, ranked 43rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Wang Chun, ranked 43rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. No wonder Wen Jisher was trapped here. Let's go. Lu Ming strode toward the valley. In a few breaths, they were close to the valley. From afar, he could see more than a dozen figures standing in the sky above the valley. There were both men and women, and at the very front, there was a purple-robed young man. His entire body was covered in monstrous flames, and he was constantly launching attacks at the bottom of the valley. This person must be Wang Chun. There were 3 young people in the valley, 2 men and 1 woman. A scholarly-looking man stood in front of Wang Chun, waving his hands continuously. Purple mental energy flames danced and formed an array to resist Wang Chun. Behind this person, there was another man and woman sitting cross-legged, their faces pale. They were obviously injured. Mengjia. Lu Ming recognized the woman. She was Meng Jia, whom he had met during the competition. As for the young man, Lu Ming remembered him as well. He was Gong Fei, one of the 13 Zongzi candidates of the Talisman sect, ranked 77th on the list of top 1,000 talents. The one who was fighting with Wang Chun was, without a doubt, Wen Jishu. Who is it? As soon as Lu Ming and Jimai approached, those people heard the commotion and turned around to look at them. It's him, Lu Ming. When these people saw Lu Ming, they cried out in surprise. At the same time, their eyes were filled with a shocking, killing intent. What? Lu Ming ignored the others and landed his gaze on two of them, a man and a woman. The woman was Wang Haoxian. She was still wearing a ring around her neck, and her face looked haggard. The aura on her body was weak. After so long, he was still at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Logically speaking, with Wang Haoxian's talent, he should have been able to reach the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm at the very least, or even higher. It was obvious that she was being controlled, and it was difficult for her to improve her cultivation. When she saw Lu Ming, her eyes lit up. As for the other young man, he was wearing a starry robe. He was actually from the Holy Star. After the battle on the sacred constellation in Mulan's wedding day, the sacred constellation had disappeared. He never thought that he would see it here. Lu Ming, it's you. Kill him, Saint Constellation said in a cold voice. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong. His grandfather, Shangwan Zhongyan, had been smashed to death by Lu Ming's divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron in the Battle of Nine Dragons. He was a spiritual god realm powerhouse, but he had died just like that. With Shangwan Zhongyuan's death, the status of Shangwan Wuchun, Shangwan Wuling, and even the sacred constellation had plummeted in the Shangwan clan. If it were not for the fact that he had awakened the divine bloodline, he would have been in an even worse state. Therefore, when the new and old grudges were added up, one could imagine how much he hated Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Jimai, what are you guys doing here? Hurry up and leave. In the valley, Wen Zhongli also saw Lu Ming and Jimai and immediately shouted. Lu Ming and Jimai were no match for Wang Chun and the others. Furthermore, there were even more terrifying heaven's favorites here. Chapter 9:33. 9:33, I'll give you 3 chances. Ha ha ha, we've searched high and low for you, but you found it without any effort. Lu Ming, you've delivered yourself to our door. That's great. It saves us the trouble of looking for you. Wang Chun stopped and let out a wild laugh. Stop them, don't let them escape. You're courting death. Xianxia shouted and dashed toward Lu Ming and Jimai with a few other young men. Jimai's eyes were filled with solemnness. However, he held back his words when he saw Lu Ming's calm expression. In the next moment, a few young men, including the sacred constellation, surrounded Lu Ming. In front of them, Wang Haoxian looked worried. Lu Ming, at least you know your place. You know that you can't run away, so you didn't. However, even if you stay and beg for mercy, you'll still die today. Xianxia's eyes flickered with killing intent. At the same time, he looked confident. If he was not afraid of Jimai, he would have already attacked. Idiot! Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at the sacred constellation. He could see the cultivation of holy constellation with a single glance. Peak of the 1st level spirit embryo realm. The cultivation of the sacred constellation had actually soared to this level. He must have obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to rise to this level. Back then, he had only been ranked at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents on the Holy Star. Now, he had actually made it to this level. No wonder he was so confident. With this cultivation, he could already make it into the top 200. What did you say? Bastard, what did you say? The holy constellation was furious that Lu Ming had called him an idiot in such a contemptuous manner. Now that his cultivation level had improved greatly, he was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. A loser who thinks he can be so arrogant in front of me just because he has some cultivation. If he isn't an idiot, What is he? Lu Ming swept a glance at the sacred constellation and then looked away to the front. Wang Chun held Wang Haoxian's shoulder and walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I can't help but be impressed by your abilities. Even the prodigy of the Wang family has fallen to your enigma. You're so close to me despite our grudges. You're really a bitch, a bitch. Today, I'll kill you with my own hands in front of this bitch and make her despair. Wang Chun stared at Wang Haoxian coldly. You'd better let her go. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Ha ha ha, your heart hurts. Then I'll make your heart hurt even more. Pa! As he spoke, Wang Chun slapped Wang Haoxian across the face. A handprint appeared on Wang Haoxian's face and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Wang Haoxian glared at Wang Chun. Bitch, keep staring and I'll dig out your eyes. Wang Chun shouted coldly. Wang Haoxian, don't worry. I will make you pay for this slap. Lu Ming's expression calmed down, but his voice was very cold. Young Master Wang Chun, there's no need for you to kill this bastard. Let me do it. I have a grudge against Lu Ming. I'll kill him with my own hands today. Xianxia said. There's no need to kill him. Just cripple his cultivation first. I want him to beg for death. Wang Chun said coldly. Good, just what I want. After saying that, Xianxia strode out. Starlight emanated from his body, and 7 stars appeared above his head. The 3 golden chakras of the Big Dipper bloodline were shining. The sacred constellation had successfully awakened the 7 stars of the Big Dipper bloodline, reaching the 3rd level of the divine level. No wonder he was so confident. Lu Ming, I know that you've awakened a 2nd level divine, level blood meridian. I can crush you now. Xianxia's eyes were bright and full of confidence. Back in 9 Dragons, the blood meridian that Lu Ming had displayed was a 2nd level divine blood meridian. Nonsense. Hurry up and attack. I'll give you 3 chances to attack. Try your best. This is the last chance I'm giving you. You won't have a chance to attack in the future. Lu Ming berated coldly. You're talking big, Dai. The Saint constellation was boiling with starlight, and it condensed into a starry long sword. It exuded a terrifying aura and stabbed toward Lu Ming's dantian. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming's cultivation in one move. Whoosh! The starry longsword cut through the void like a shooting star streaking across the sky at an extremely fast speed. However, Lu Ming stood still, as if he did not see the sword gleam. He did not even release his protective essential core. You're acting. I'll see how you die if you're acting in front of me. Xianxia's eyes were cold. His vital essence burst out, and the speed of the long sword increased. Just as the long sword was about to hit Lu Ming, he moved and swung his palm. Bang! When the palm hit the star's sword crumbled like tofu. Xianxia was so scared that his eyes almost popped out. He exploded with all his power to stop his body from moving forward and retreated backward. After retreating 1,000 meters, Holy Star finally stopped. Then, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not because he was injured by Lu Ming. He had originally continued to charge forward, but he had forcefully stopped his body and retreated. This reversal was too great. Under the surge of his essential core, he had suffered internal injuries. Damn it! Holy Constellation roared in his heart, and his ashamed face turned green and red. Lu Ming had not even made a move, and he had already injured himself. It was really embarrassing. However, Lu Ming's slap just now was truly shocking. It had actually destroyed his sword gleam so easily. He had retreated in shock. One idiot. First move, 2 more moves, treasure the opportunity. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His smile was full of contempt. Die. Lu Ming, go to hell. 7-star, heart-killing sword. The Saint Starlight roared and its eyes turned red. The Big Dipper glowed in the endless void. It seemed to have turned into a sword light, falling from the sky and slashing at Lu Ming. This strike was extremely terrifying. It was several times stronger than the previous one. On the side, the other young men had grave expressions on their faces. The battle prowess of the sacred constellation had made them serious. In an instant, the sword light landed on Lu Ming's head. However, Lu Ming did the same as before and slapped him. With a bang, the sword light shattered. It was no different from the last time. At the scene, the others were stunned. It was beyond the expectations of many people that Lu Ming could defeat the attack of the holy constellation so easily. Lu Ming's combat strength is not weak, Wang Chun said, but his tone was still relaxed. That was because the sacred constellation was no different from an ant in his eyes. Even if Lu Ming was stronger than the sacred constellation, he was just a slightly stronger ant. He did not take it to heart. Although Lu Ming's combat strength isn't weak, compared to a prodigy like Wang Chun, there's still a huge gap. It's dangerous for him to stay here. In the valley, Gong Fei and Meng Jia had already finished recuperating and were looking outside with worried looks. Lu Ming looks very calm. He knows that Wang Chun is here, but he still dares to stay. He must be confident. We'll see how things go. If things don't look right, we'll charge out together. When Lezhang said, "There's still one more move. Holy Star, is this all you've got? What a disappointment." Lu Ming smiled faintly. How is that possible? How is that possible? Holy Constellation roared in disbelief in his heart. Chapter 934. 934, Chapter 934, Ruined Sacred Star. Back in the Xianxia region, on his wedding day with Mulan, he was defeated by Lu Ming. He swore that one day he would return the favor tenfold. He would defeat Lu Ming. For this reason, he cultivated with great effort. With the help of the Xianxia family, he made rapid progress. At that time, he also heard the news that Lu Ming had entered 9 dragons and even beat up his mother. At that time, he wanted to seek revenge on Lu Ming. However, later on, there was news that Xianxia Jinjue, the pride of the Xianxia family, had been killed. Later on, there were more and more news of Lu Ming fighting against other pride of the Xianxia family. It was obvious that Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed his. This made him jealous and mad. It made him cultivate even more desperately. He wanted to awaken the divine bloodline and suppress Lu Ming. However, before he could awaken his divine bloodline, Lu Ming had overpowered everyone at the social gathering and even defeated the prince of the ancient dynasty in the central continent. Later on, it even directly triggered the war in 9 dragons. In that battle, not only was his grandfather, Xianxia Zhongyuan, killed, but even the supreme being of the Wang family was almost killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming even managed to escape from 9 dragons. After that battle, Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. However, the sacred constellation was not discouraged. He believed that Lu Ming had only relied on the divine 9-dragon cauldron in that battle. He did not know what method Lu Ming had used to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Even without the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he could still defeat Lu Ming. Later on, he had successfully awakened a 3rd-level divine bloodline, greatly increasing his confidence. During the Battle of Providence, he had obtained a great opportunity, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. He was even more confident and felt that he could easily crush Lu Ming. However, everything that had happened just now, including Lu Ming's 2 simple moves, had completely crushed his confidence. It turned out that in front of Lu Ming, he was so small and vulnerable. No, I must kill him. I will. St. Constellation's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into a 7-star bloodline. He burst out with absolute power and charged toward Lu Ming. If he did not kill Lu Ming, he would not be at ease. His heart of martial arts would collapse, and it would be difficult for him to make any progress in his martial arts cultivation. The vast starlight pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at it. He directly punched the starlight. Boom! The starlight trembled, and a scream came from within. Then, the starlight collapsed, and transformed back into the shape of the holy star. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a pool of mud. He lay there in despair. His aura was low, and there was no fluctuation of true essence at all. Lu Ming's punch just now had already destroyed his spirit embryo and crippled his cultivation. I've said that those 3 moves are your last chance to attack. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the sacred constellation and no longer looked at him. On the side, the other young men retreated in shock. They were also prodigies, but their battle prowess couldn't compare to the sacred constellation, so they were naturally shocked. Wang Chun, it's your turn. Lu Ming shifted his gaze to Wang Chun. You think you can fight me just because you defeated a piece of trash? What a joke. Fine, I'll let you see how big the gap between you and me is. Wang Chun laughed contemptuously as he slowly took a step forward. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. Boom, boom, boom. The top-grade, purple heavenly fire on Wang Chun's body shot up into the sky. It was as if half of the sky had been dyed with a layer of purple light. The flames roared, and Wang Chun's eyes turned cold. 5th-level spirit embryo realm. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint cold smile. The 5th level of the spirit embryo realm was only 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. Wang Haoxian, watch how I cripple him. After I cripple him, I'll cripple your cultivation and sell you off after the Battle of Providence is over. I'll let you know the consequences of betraying the Wang family. Wang Chun's voice spread far and wide, causing Wang Haoxian's face to turn pale. Wang Chun said something similar before, but he's already dead. Now, I'll send you down to accompany him. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. You killed Wang Chun? Then you deserve to die even more. Wang Chun's killing intent soared. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. With 4 intense Reval levering around him, he activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch as well. Boom! The 2 fists collided and the air trembled. Wang Chun's body swayed and he staggered backward. Lu Ming, on the other hand, did not retreat a single step. The others widened their eyes and gasped in shock. How is it possible that Lu Ming could force Wang Chun to retreat with 1 punch? Although the crowd was shocked when Lu Ming crushed the sacred constellation so easily, it was just a surprise. No one thought that Lu Ming could fight Wang Chun. There was a huge difference between the Holy Star and Wang Chun, and there was no way to compare. Wang Haoxian's eyes shone with a shocking light. In the valley, when Qi Gong Fei, and Meng Jia's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a look of surprise. Wang Chun, on the other hand, was furious. Damn it! Wang Chun bellowed, his killing intent soaring. He had actually been forced back by Lu Ming. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had expected to beat Lu Ming half to death with a single punch. Lu Ming, you must have used all your strength in that punch just now, right? But let me tell you, I only used half of my strength. Don't think you can stop me. Wang Chun said coldly. Oh, was it? I only used 20% of my strength just now. Lu Ming said casually. Nonsense, you're talking big. Strength can't be determined by words. Die. Wang Chun's aura grew even stronger as he punched out with his divine fist of flames, sending heaven and earth into chaos. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was not wrong. He had only used 20% of his strength just now. However, obviously, no one believed him. Then let the facts speak for them Slaviers. He stepped forward and threw another punch. This time, the power was even stronger. It collided with Wang Chun's fist again, and Wang Chun was forced to retreat again. This time, there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. His strength had increased, and Lu Ming's strength had increased as well. He could not accept that Lu Ming could still crush him. At the same time, he was a little shocked. Could it be that what Lu Ming said just now is true? Did he really only use 20% of his strength? Impossible, it was impossible. Kill. A cold killing intent burst out from Wang Chun's body. His bloodline emerged, and 5 golden chakras dazzled as he transformed into a ball of purple flames. Divine level rank 5 bloodline. In fact, most of the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents had 5th grade divine level bloodlines, and only a few had reached 6th grade divine level. One should know that the 6 supreme martial artists of the 6 great ancient families only had 6th level divine level bloodlines. How many supreme martial artists were there in the entire East continent? They were all accumulated over the years. Whoosh! The flame turned into a sword and slashed down at Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as Lu Ming burst out with 2 streams of dragon energy. His body swelled and scales appeared on his skin, making him look demonic. Bang! He threw out a punch, and it hit the flame sword heavily. The sword made a violent sound and kept shaking. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sword was sent flying. Chapter 935. 935 The Great Battle with Nangong. Bo Lu Ming took a series of steps and punched continuously. His fists were like 2 huge iron hammers, constantly bombarding the flaming sword. The flaming sword trembled violently and had no power to fight back. At the side, the other members of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace looked at this scene in shock. Their eyes widened and they could not believe it. Wang Chun, ranked 43rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, had been completely suppressed by Lu Ming. He could not even fight back. Who would have believed it if they had not seen it with their own eyes? Back at the Nine Dragons' 3-sect exchange meet, Lu Ming was indeed very strong. However, there was still a huge gap between him and the top 100. How long had it been since then? And Lu Ming had already reached this stage. Everyone in the top 100 was a prodigy among prodigies. Lu Ming had improved, and so had they. It could only be said that Lu Ming's improvement was too terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The iron fist continued to bombard the flaming sword. Finally, with a loud bang, the flaming sword exploded and turned into flames. The flames drifted back and then condensed back into Wang Chun's appearance. However, the current Wang Chun was in a sorry state. His face was pale, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. His aura was weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. He looked at Lu Ming in shock and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged forward. Today, Wang Chun must die. Nangongbo, save me, Wang Chun shouted as he retreated. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he continued to charge forward. Stop! Die! A young man shouted coldly. He stepped on the air and pointed his finger. A phoenix's cry was heard, and a fiery red phoenix flew out and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch and crushed the phoenix, then continued to attack Wang Chun. How dare you? You don't seem to have heard what I said. The young man's eyes were cold, and his body glowed. With a tremble, he appeared in front of Wang Chun, his eyes emitting a sharp light. A terrifying aura burst forth from his body, far above that of Wang Chun's. Nangongbo, ranked 32nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, was a heaven's favorite of the Nangong family, one of the 6 great ancient families. Nangongbo is about to make his move. In the valley, when Zhongli's eyes turned serious, the spiritual fire between his eyebrows jumped, ready to attack at any time. Nangongbo was not someone Wang Chun could compare to. Nangongbo, if you block me again, I'll kill you too. Lu Ming shouted coldly and pressed forward. Hee, kill me as well. Let's see how you're going to kill me. Nangongbo's eyes were cold, and the fiery red light on his body became even stronger. That kind of light seemed like fire, but it wasn't fire. There seemed to be a phoenix's long cry in the light. The Azure Phoenix Spirit Seal was the Nangong family's strongest technique. Get lost. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. He threw a punch. Nangongbo struck out with his palm, and a phoenix's cry rang out. A phoenix condensed and flew towards Lu Ming. As it flapped its wings, a terrifying killing intent overflowed. This was a phoenix condensed from the Blue Phoenix Spirit Seal. It had terrifying power and looked good, but it was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's fist collided with the phoenix without a sound. However, Lu Ming's expression changed, and he could not help but take a few steps back. He felt a tearing pain on his fist. He glanced around and found that the scales on his fist had cracked and blood was oozing out. What a terrifying azure phoenix spirit seal. It was silent and deadly. Furthermore, Nangongbo's cultivation was also very frightening. He had reached the early stage of the 6th level spirit embryo realm, and his strength was much stronger than Wang Chun. Buzz! The cry of the phoenix rose again as Nangongbo stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, another phoenix flew out, filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. He was extremely powerful. Then I'll kill you too. Lu Ming snorted coldly, and the dragon energy in his body burst out again. With the eruption of 5 dragon energies, Lu Ming's strength increased by several times. With a single punch, the phoenix crumbled. Why would I? Nangongbo was shocked. He waved his hands, and 2 phoenixes rushed out. Lu Ming waved his fists, courageous and unrivaled. The true energy in his body whistled, and the 4 concepts were activated. He circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique, and its power was extremely strong. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming strode forward, breaking down madly. Nangongbo's expression was extremely unsightly. The phoenix's cry continued, and his entire body glowed. His fingers continued to form seals in the air, and another phoenix flew out. This phoenix seemed to have a breath of life, and its power was even more powerful. Lu Ming continued to punch for a few days. The sky was like a thunderclap. He punched 8 times in a row before he finally broke the phoenix. However, Nangongbo condensed another phoenix. Nangongbo was indeed very powerful. The Heaven's Pride experts who were ranked higher on the list of top 1,000 talents would have a higher combat strength than those who were ranked lower on the list, even if they were at the same cultivation level. Otherwise, how could they be ranked at the top? Behind Nangongbo, Wang Chun was overjoyed. With Nangongbo around, he wouldn't die. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he pondered how he could kill Lu Ming. Today, he was actually crushed by the people inside. He had lost a lot of face and must take revenge. His eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Haoxian. He sneered and flew towards Wang Haoxian. What are you doing? Wang Haoxian was shocked and quickly retreated. Since Lu Ming is so concerned about you, I'll kill you in front of him. Hee hee. Wang Chun sneered. He wanted to kill Wang Haoxian in front of Lu Ming and distract Lu Ming so that he would be killed by Nangongzhan. Wang Chun, you're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he kept punching. However, Nangongbo's combat strength was so strong that he was holding Lu Ming back. For the time being, Lu Ming could not break out. I'm indeed anxious. Wang Chun laughed coldly and walked towards Wang Haoxian. Buzz! Suddenly, the space lit up and countless inscriptions glowed. A formation appeared and several ice dragons formed, pouncing towards Wang Chun. When sure, Wang Chun was furious. Flames filled the air as he fought the ice dragon. However, he had been injured by Lu Ming earlier and his combat strength had been weakened. He could not break this array at all. When sure, Gong Fei, and Meng Jia stepped through the air. With every step they took, runes would appear under their feet. Runes would appear in the air. Not good. They're setting up a formation. Stop them. Kill. At the side, the other geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace roared. Their true energy exploded, and they charged towards Wen Zhongli and the others. However, the formation glowed, and the ice sword pierced through the air. A few Heaven's favorites screamed as they were killed by the ice sword. Wen Qixi, how dare you kill the supreme talent of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? You must die. Nangongbo bellowed. You should worry about yourself. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. He transformed into 9 dragons. Nangongbo's pupil shrank. A fiery red phoenix appeared above his head. It was also a level 5 divine level expert, and he had transformed into a phoenix. Roar! The 9 dragons roared, and the devouring power burst out. He stepped into the void and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The phoenix let out a long cry and also used its killer move to fight against the 9 dragons. A dragon and a phoenix fought in the sky. It was as if they had returned to the ancient times when hundreds of beasts fought for supremacy and the dragon and phoenix fought. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. The more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. He began to suppress Nangong Bo. Phoenixes and true dragons were on the same level, but the 9 dragons were stronger than ordinary true dragons. They were known as the top 10 battle beasts, the 10 most powerful divine beasts in the world, and their battle strength was unparalleled. Even if the bloodline level was the same, the 9 dragon bloodline could suppress the phoenix bloodline. Chapter 936. 936 The 9 Great Forbidden Grounds. Pucci. The 9 dragons showed their might and tore one of the phoenix's wings. The phoenix let out a wail, and its aura weakened as it rapidly retreated. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps of the 9 dragons' footwork chased after the phoenix, and its 9 claws struck out in succession. Wounds appeared on the phoenix's body. It wailed, and its eyes were filled with fear. With a final cry, the phoenix turned around and ran. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. Nangong Bo had escaped. Lu Ming did not pursue him. Nangong Bo's combat strength was very strong, and his cultivation was 2 levels higher than his. Even if Lu Ming could win, it would not be easy to kill Nangong Bo. Run! Nangong Bo's escape caused the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to be in a state of chaos. Each and every one of them cried out in fear and wanted to escape. However, the inscriptions around them glowed, and a formation appeared, trapping them. When Jishur, Gong Fei, Meng Jia, and Jimai attacked at the same time, trapping them in the area. Lu Ming, who had transformed into the 9 dragons, took a step forward and appeared in front of Wang Chun. He looked at him coldly. No, damn it. Wang Chun was terrified, his entire body emitting cold air. He had never expected Lu Ming to be so terrifying that even Nangong Bo was not his match. He was seriously injured by Lu Ming and had to escape alone. Lu Ming did not use his full strength in the battle with him just now. Who? Lu Ming grabbed with his claws. Pucci. Although Wang Chun tried his best to resist, one of his arms was still torn off. He screamed in pain, his eyes filled with despair. Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. He stepped forward and punched out with both fists. Bang! Bang! Wang Chun was completely unable to resist and was severely injured. In the end, Lu Ming punched his dantian, shattering his spirit embryo and turning it into a waste. Wang Chun screamed hysterically, his voice filled with despair and hatred. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you offend the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and His Majesty, the Martial Emperor? After the Battle of Providence is over, you'll definitely die at His Majesty's hands. You definitely will. Wang Chun let out a venomous cry. With his cultivation crippled, he knew that he was finished. Even if Lu Ming did not kill him, he would die in this world. Wang Haoxian, if he wants to kill you, then I'll let you kill him. Lu Ming looked at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian stepped on the air and formed a long sword of fire in his hand. He looked at Wang Chun with a murderous look. Wang Haoxian, you bitch. You betrayed the Wang family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You will die sooner or later. Wang Chun shouted. Whoosh! The sword light slashed across, and Wang Chen's head flew far away. No. Spare me. Spare me. I don't want to die. The other paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace started to beg for mercy. However, when Zhongli and the rest did not show any mercy, a formation appeared, and not long after, everyone from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was killed. Lu Ming controlled the bloodline of the 9 dragons and devoured the blood essence of the disciples of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, turning them into dried corpses. When Qini and the rest looked at Lu Ming's blood meridian in shock, it was the first time they had seen such a domineering bloodline. Lu Ming, thank you very much for this. When Jishu stepped forward and cupped his fists. On the side, Gong Fei and the Meng family members bowed in unison. Their eyes were filled with surprise and even shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He had completely surpassed them. Now, in terms of combat strength alone, Lu Ming could be ranked in the top few among the 14 candidates of the Talisman Amulet sect. There were only a few who could surpass Lu Ming. The key was that Lu Ming had improved too quickly. If this continued, he would surpass most of the people and be on par with Huanjun. You're too kind. We're all from the same sect, so it's only right for us to help each other. Furthermore, before the Battle of Kismet, the elders also instructed us to be united. Lu Ming smiled. When Xinyi and the rest had a better impression of Lu Ming. He was powerful, but he was not arrogant or overbearing. He gave off the feeling of a spring breeze. They knew that Lu Ming was someone they could befriend. Brother Wen, Brother Gong, there's still many of our Talisman Amulet sect's senior and junior brothers not far from here. Let's meet up there, Lu Ming said. All right, when Zhongli and the rest nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they flew towards the gathering place of the Talisman Amulet sect disciples. On the way, Lu Ming also understood why when Qini and the rest were being attacked. It was obvious that the Talisman sect had been targeted in the Battle of Providence. Not only the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, but even the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley would either kill or capture the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples and help them break some of the array formations in the ruins. During this period of time, many Talisman sect disciples had died. Wen Zhongli and the other 2 had also bumped into Wang Chun, Nangong Bo, and the rest. Without a word, Wang Chun and the rest had attacked Wen Zhongli and the rest. If it were not for Wen Zhongli and the rest desperately setting up a defensive formation in the valley, while Nangong Bo and Wang Chun had the mentality of a cat and mouse game and wanted to play slowly, they would have been in danger before Lu Ming arrived. Lu Ming and Ji Mai gritted their teeth. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the other 2 great powers really thought that the Talisman Amulet sect was easy to bully. The 5 of them chatted as they flew. Suddenly, the 5 people's eyes moved, and they all stopped. The Books of Destiny appeared in front of the 5 of them. Lu Ming looked at the Book of Destiny and saw a line of words appearing on it. One of the totem pillars had appeared in the 9 forbidden grounds, and only by gathering all 10 of them could one open the ancient city of Providence. The totem pillar? Could it be that the ultimate treasure to open the ancient city of Kismet is this so-called totem pillar? Jimai's voice was filled with shock. The 5 of them put away the Book of Destiny and looked at each other. It was obvious that the 5 of them had received the same information. That should be the case. The totem pillars are the key to opening the ancient city of Providence. I didn't expect one of them to be in one of the 9 forbidden grounds, and one of them has already appeared. I wonder who has it. Wen Lezhang said. Lu Ming knew about the 9 forbidden grounds as well. Previously, he had learned from the 3-eyed god that there were 9 most dangerous places in this world. The 9 forbidden grounds that the 3-eyed god race called the Forbidden Grounds were precisely the 9 forbidden grounds. The 9 forbidden grounds were many times more dangerous than the other ruins. This world was very strange. There were some relics that were not very dangerous to Lu Ming and the others, but they were fatal to the 3-eyed god race. Once the 3-eyed god race set foot in them, they would be wiped out immediately. These legacy sites seemed to be specially designed to test Lu Ming and the others who were participating in the Battle of Providence. This made Lu Ming feel even more that there seemed to be an inexplicable big hand behind his back that was controlling everything. As for the 9 forbidden grounds, they were the most dangerous of all dangers to the three-eyed god race. Lu Ming had learned about it before, but he did not think about going there. He guessed that the 9 forbidden grounds were the most important places for testing. There must be amazing treasures in there, but they were often accompanied by danger. If one went there before he had the ability, he would be courting death. But now, it seemed like he had no choice but to go. Because even if he didn't go, others would go. Chapter 9:37. 9:37 The Sky, Poison Island. The Battle of Karmic Luck was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was about a year's time. It was mainly a trial process. During this process, they would explore some ruins and treasure lands to obtain opportunities and obtain fate value. There was also the method of obtaining luck through killing. During this process, he could also continuously improve his strength. The second stage was to open the ancient city of Providence and start the final battle. However, in order to open the ancient city of Providence, there were some conditions. For example, one had to gather some specific treasures before the ancient city of Providence would appear. Only when the ancient city of Providence appeared would the value of Providence obtained from the Battle of Providence be of great use. It would be able to truly turn into Providence, allowing one's sect, family, and friends to obtain great benefits. If he couldn't activate the ancient city of Providence, the Battle of Providence would end once the time was up. The Providence he had obtained during the process would be useless, and it would mean that he had failed in the Battle of Providence. Other than some opportunities that he had obtained during this period of time, there was no other use. Therefore, opening the ancient city of Providence was the key. It was obvious that the ancient city of Providence had been opened using the same totem pillars. In the 9 forbidden grounds, only by entering the 9 forbidden grounds could one obtain the totem pillars. And now, someone had already obtained a totem pole. Needless to say, obtaining a totem pole would definitely give him a huge amount of luck. The few of them looked at each other. Lu Ming said, "The forbidden area closest to us is one of the 9 forbidden areas, the Sky Poison Island. Let's go to the meeting place first and discuss our next move," Lu Ming suggested. The group nodded and continued flying. Not long after, the group returned to the Talisman Amulet Sect's gathering place. The Talisman Sect disciples were naturally overjoyed to see Wen Zhongtu and the others. After that, Lu Ming gathered the Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples to discuss the 9 forbidden grounds. It was obvious that everyone's Book of Destiny had received the same message. Many people shook their heads and chose to back out. "I'm not going either. The 9 forbidden grounds definitely contain great opportunities, but they are also extremely dangerous. At the same time, all the geniuses will definitely gather in the 9 forbidden grounds, which are the places where the strongest geniuses fight for. Even if I go, I won't be able to obtain any opportunities." Jimai shook his head and sighed. Although he was quite powerful, he was still far from the top 1,000 talents on the list. Then, Meng Jia shook her head, indicating that she was not going. In the end, only Lu Ming, Wen Jishur, and Gong Fei decided to go. As for the other Talisman Sect disciples, they planned to gather together and find a good place to inscribe a large formation. They would use it as their base camp and then explore the nearby area to obtain opportunities. Lu Ming nodded. This was the best choice. If one didn't have enough power, going to the 9 forbidden lands would just be throwing their lives away. After the discussion, Lu Ming, Wen Zhongtu, and Gong Fei bade farewell to the rest and flew in the direction of one of the 9 forbidden areas, the Sky Poison Island. "Xiao Jin, increase our speed," Lu Ming urged as he sat cross-legged on the back of a fierce golden tiger, Wen Qishur and Gong Fei. "Roar." The golden tiger let out an unwilling roar. The golden tiger was naturally the Vajra. At this moment, he had grown to more than 20 meters long. He stepped on the air and ran at an extreme speed. In his heart, he was roaring furiously. Forget it that Lu Ming treated him as a mount. He even let others ride on him. Forget it that he let others ride on him. But why did he call him Xiao Jin? Xiao Jin. He was a peerless genius of the demon race with 50% of the divine beast bloodline. Lu Ming actually called him Xiao Jin. King Kong almost vomited blood. His name was so powerful, but he was called Little Gold. When Lu Ming first called out, King Kong was against it, as if he would rather die than submit. When Lu Ming said, "You want to have a taste of the God-splitting array again, right?" King Kong could only accept his fate, his heart full of resentment towards Lu Ming. "What are you shouting for? Are you trying to scare me? Hurry!" Lu Ming slapped King Kong's head, causing King Kong to grimace in pain and run away. He had already cursed Lu Ming tens of thousands of times in his heart. When Jishur, Gong Fei's head was covered in cold sweat. He was truly convinced by Lu Ming. To actually be able to tame a demon race's heaven's pride as a mount, and even make it so submissive, it was truly amazing. The three of them closed their eyes and rested on the back of the Vajra. The Vajra was running extremely fast. Not long after, they crossed a distance of over 1,000,000 li. This place was not far from the Sky Poison Island. Lu Ming had Vajra transform into his human form, while Lu Ming, when Jishur and Gong Fei changed their appearances and clothes. They concealed their auras and flew toward the Sky Poison Island. The Talisman Amulet sect was being targeted, and Lu Ming was the target of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace in the Sky Demon Valley. It would be troublesome if he appeared with his true appearance. It was better to disguise himself. After changing their appearances, the four of them flew forward. It was getting more and more desolate ahead. There were mountains everywhere, but on the mountains, there was a dead silence and no life. Tens of thousands of miles later, there was a large depression in the mountains. It was a huge lake, and it was difficult to see the end. On the surface of the lake, green fog was spreading, blocking one's line of sight. One couldn't see far at all. One could only vaguely see that in the center of the lake, there was a huge object. It was the Sky Poison Island. On the lakeshore, there were many figures standing. They were only looking into the distance, and no one flew into the lake. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they only cast a cold glance at them and turned away. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A few figures flew over from the distance and landed on the lakeshore. These people had thick demonic chi. They were the talents of the heavenly monster tribe. This is the Sky Poison Island. A few of the demon race's heaven's favorites looked excited. "Why don't you guys go in?" A young man from the demon race, who was wearing colorful clothes, asked the others. "Can't you see? The surface of the lake is filled with poisonous gas. How do we cross it?" A human youth said. From his clothes, he should be a genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hee, a mere poisonous gas is enough to stop all of you. What a bunch of trash. You still want to fight for the totem pole? Go home. The colorful-clothed young man sneered. He stepped on the air and turned into a colorful python, flying toward the lake. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered. The colorful giant python was very fast. In a few breaths, it had rushed into the lake and into the green mist. However, as soon as he charged into the green mist, he let out a shrill scream. His colorful body actually let out a sizzling sound and began to rot. The colorful giant python desperately flew back, but after flying for a few miles, it fell into the lake with a scream. Its body rotted, and soon only white bones were left. What a terrifying poisonous gas. Lu Ming, Wen Qishur, and Gong Fei's eyes turned grave. The rainbow-colored giant python had already reached the 7th level, which was equivalent to the cultivation of the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Yet, it was unable to put up any resistance and was poisoned to death. How did this happen? The expressions of the other demon race heaven's favorites who came with the colorful python changed. He, one idiot. Didn't you do any investigation before coming here? The poisonous gas in this lake is extremely poisonous, and it's impossible to cross it. But every 3 months, the poisonous gas in the lake will dissipate for 7 days, and that's the best chance to enter the Sky Poison Island. Now, there's still half a month before the poisonous gas dissipates. Just wait. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered. Chapter 938. 938 Demonic Lord Luo Tian. The expressions of Lu Ming, Wen Qini, and the rest changed slightly. They had not known about this beforehand. If they had not been more cautious and rushed in rashly, they would have been in danger. No wonder these people were all standing by the lakeshore and didn't go over. Lu Ming and the rest observed for a while and left the place. Since there was still half a month before the poisonous fog dissipated, they found a place nearby to cultivate and wait for the time to pass. 10 miles away, on a small mountain peak, for people sat cross-legged, waiting for time to pass. Time flew by, and the days went by. There were more and more people in this area, but most of them only took a glance and waited nearby. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming and the other 3 returned to the shore. From the barren mountains around them, figures flew over. Before long, hundreds of people had gathered here. Those who dared to come here to fight for the opportunities were not weak. They were all experts. Of course, there were also those who wanted to try their luck. Boom! In the sky, an extremely powerful pressure spread down, pressing on everyone's hearts. Damn, who is it? Who are you? A burly young man shouted and looked up. But the next moment, his expression changed and cold sweat dripped down his face. In the sky, a black-robed young man stood with his hand behind his back, demonic chi soaring to the sky. His face was sharp and cold, and his eyes were shining like 2 demonic blades. Luo Tian, the demonic lord Luo Tian. Someone exclaimed. Luo Tian, ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Many people's expressions changed and their hearts sank. They didn't expect him to come. This is Luo Tian. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had killed Luo Tian's younger brother, the little demon Lord Luo Li. It seems like Luo Tian already knows that I killed his brother. Lu Ming's gaze landed on Brother Li Tian, who was standing not far away from Luo Tian. It seems like Brother Li Tian didn't die at the hands of the 3-eyed god race. Since Brother Li Tian was with Luo Tian should have known that he had killed Luo Li. However, he was currently in disguise and had concealed his aura, so he was not afraid. Luo Tian, I didn't know it was you just now. Take back your words. The burly young man's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with fear as he stuttered. People have to be responsible for their own words. Luo Tian's eyes were cold, but his voice was calm. He waved his hand. A pitch-black blade aura tore through the void and slashed at the burly youth. Let's go. The brawny young man turned around and fled without hesitation. However, Luo Tian frowned slightly and waved his palm again. The power of the saber light suddenly increased. It instantly cut through the void and slashed at the burly youth's head. No! The burly young man roared. The blade light slashed, and the stout youth was cut in half. All the other heaven's favorites around kept quiet. The demonic Lord Luo Tian was famous in the Eastern Barren Territory for his ruthless methods. After seeing him today, it was indeed the case. The burly young man had just unintentionally said a word of curse, and he had gotten himself killed. It could be seen how overbearing he was. Moreover, the burly young man was a genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Even if they were from the same sect, he had been killed by Luo Tian because of a single sentence. Luo Tian, you're very impressive. You can only show off your power here. At this time, a mocking voice was heard. Everyone was shocked. Who was it? He actually dared to tell Luo Tian the truth. Did he not want to live? In the sky, a golden light flashed and a figure appeared. It was a golden-haired young man with a jade-like face. He was wearing a golden feather robe and was filled with a luxurious aura. His body emitted a golden light, and in the light, a golden divine bird could be seen flying and chirping. The golden lawn. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the golden divine bird in the light. This was a demon race heaven's favorite. The golden pool. Luo Tian slowly uttered a name. His eyes were solemn. The others were also greatly shocked. Although the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was not on the list of top 1,000 talents, some of their extremely powerful talents were still eye-catching. The golden pool had the bloodline of the divine bird, the golden lawn. It was said that the bloodline was at least 60% thick. It could be ranked in the top 5 among the heavenly Demon Valley's geniuses and was more famous than Luo Tian. No wonder this person dared to look down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian, with me here, don't even think about getting the totem pole on the Sky Poison Island. Xianxia looked at Luo Tian with a cold smile. Not necessarily. Whoever can get it depends on ability, but it also depends on luck and opportunity. Luo Tian said, "Ha luck? Chance. I have the strength to crush everything. Why do I need luck and opportunity? Only the weak would say that." Xianxia laughed. Luo Tian's expression was ugly. If anyone else dared to speak to him like this, he would have cut them down with his saber. However, he was not confident about Xianxia. He felt a strong sense of danger from the golden pool. The poisonous mist is starting to disperse. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked forward and saw that the thick green poison mist was rapidly dissipating as if a strong wind was blowing on the surface of the lake. The scene in the lake also became clear. In the center of the lake was an extremely huge island. It was about 10,000 miles away from the shore. That was the Sky Poison Island. Buzz! The golden pool was the first to move. It turned into a golden light and flew toward the Sky Poison Island. After that, Luo Tian and the other Heaven's Pride experts also began to move. They were all afraid of being left behind as they flew towards the Sky Poison Island. Lu Ming and the other 3 blended into the crowd and flew together. The journey of 10,000 miles only took a few minutes for them. As they neared the island, many people stopped. The island was covered in dense forests, which was completely different from the outside world. In the sky above the forest, there was a thick green mist rolling like green clouds. However, in the forest below, there was only a faint green mist. Compared to the sky, it was many times thinner. I think the golden pool has already rushed in. Although there is poisonous gas in this forest, it is far from comparable to the poisonous gas in the lake or in the sky. It should be able to resist. That's right, as long as we don't fly into the sky, we should be fine. Let's go. One by one, the figures rushed into the island and disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and the other 3 gathered together and landed in the forest. Chi-Chi. As soon as they landed in the forest, they heard a sizzling sound. It was the green mist corroding their protective Zhenyuan. However, it was not very strong, so they could easily block it. The 4 of them followed the forest and rushed toward the depths of the island. Not long after, they heard a shrill scream. There's danger. The 4 of them looked at each other, slowed down, and focused their attention as they headed in the direction of the scream. Soon, they found a young man lying on the ground, no longer breathing. A pitch-black poisonous scorpion was lying on the young man's body and biting him. Chapter 939. 939, Chapter 939 Life Potion. Poisonous insects. It was obvious that this island not only had poisonous gas, but also poisonous insects. Whoosh! The fist-sized poisonous scorpion had obviously discovered them. It moved its body and turned into a black light, shooting toward King Kong. You're looking for death. Die! King Kong shouted. A big knife appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the scorpion accurately. Clang! The sound of metal hitting metal rang out, and Scorpion was sent flying far away. He crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. But the next moment, the scorpion shook its body and crawled out of the ground. Nest, what a tough body. It didn't get cut in half by my saber. King Kong was slightly surprised. Although he had just casually slashed it, he was holding a 7th-level spiritual weapon. The poisonous scorpion didn't die from that slash. No wonder he was able to kill a young Heaven's Pride expert. Whoosh! The black poisonous scorpion pounced at King Kong again. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? King Kong grinned, put away his big blade, and swung his claw. Whoosh! The sharp claw radiance tore through the air and scratched the poisonous scorpion, making an unpleasant sizzling sound. The poisonous scorpion could not withstand King Kong's sharp claws and was torn into pieces. After that, the group became much more careful and headed deeper into the island. Their speed was also much slower. This is the poison heartwood. After 100 miles, when Xianxia suddenly stopped, he found a fragrant tree as thick as an arm. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure here. Gong Fei's eyes also lit up. This was a top-notch level 7 spirit wood. If it was used to refine pills, it would have a powerful detoxification effect. In a highly toxic place, there was an antidote. I'm afraid there are many treasures in this place. Gong Fei said, let's collect them first. When we get out of the sky Poison Island, we'll divide them equally. Naturally, no one had any objections to Wen Jishi's suggestion. After that, Wen Zhongli dug out the poisonous heartwood and put it away. As they continued to move forward, they discovered spiritual herbs from time to time. They were all at least level 6, and some were even level 7. The most shocking thing was that they even found 2 level 8 spiritual herbs. Not only spiritual herbs, but also some precious ores. He also found a few. There's a corpse. As they moved forward, they found a corpse, but it was already in tatters. It was obvious that it had been bitten by poisonous insects. This place was full of opportunities, but it was also full of danger. More than 100 people had come in, and it was unknown how many people would die here. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest. Guys, look, there's something in the ground. Gong Fei suddenly exclaimed. On the ground in front of them, a large piece of land was protruding, and that protrusion was moving towards them at an extremely fast speed. When Zhongli stepped on the ground and a formation appeared, a battle sword formed and slashed towards the bump. Bang! The protruding part was cut, but the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Countless black poisonous scorpions rushed out from the ground and charged toward the 4 of them. They were densely packed. It was unknown how many there were. This poisonous scorpion was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming, Wen Qixi, and Gong Fei began to inscribe inscriptions at the same time. A formation appeared on the ground, and a light screen appeared in front of the 4. Bang! 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 Countless scorpions crashed into the light screen, causing it to shake violently. Following that, the light screens shattered one after another. Lu Ming and the rest's expressions changed drastically. These light screens were all condensed by a level 7 primary formation technique, yet they were easily broken. Let's go. There are too many scorpions. We can't kill them all. Run, Lu Ming shouted. The 4 of them turned around and ran at top speed. Scorpion was in hot pursuit. However, with every step that Lu Ming, Wen Zhongli, and Gong Fei took, a large array would appear on the ground, forming a light screen to block the poisonous scorpions. Therefore, the speed of the poisonous scorpions was greatly reduced. Before long, the 4 of them had shaken off the many poisonous scorpions. Whoosh! At this moment, a scarlet object pierced through the air, emitting a disgusting smell. It was aimed at Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming's expression changed. With 4 concepts surrounding him, he struck out with his palm. Bang! Suddenly, he felt a huge force surge towards him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and the scarlet thing was also sent flying. A fish! Lu Ming could not help but be shocked when he saw the thing that sneaked an attack on him. It was a big, colorful fish that was more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in scales, but it actually had a pair of wings. It flew in the air, and a scarlet tongue stretched out from its big mouth. It was this big fish that had sneaked an attack on Lu Ming just now. What kind of monster is this? Wen Jishir also said in a deep voice. Gaga! The big fish let out a strange cry. It flapped its wings and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed out. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and slashed at the strange fish with his palm. The strange fish's scarlet tongue curled like a soft whip and rolled toward Lu Ming. Bang! His palm struck the strange fish's tongue, and the tongue exploded. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to charge at the strange fish. The strange fish let out a strange cry and spat out a dense green, poisonous gas from its mouth. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and covered his body, instantly devouring the poisonous gas. He dashed forward and struck the head of the strange fish with his palm. The strange fish exploded with a bang. The strength of this strange fish was not weaker than the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. With the addition of the poisonous gas, it was even more terrifying. However, when it encountered Lu Ming, it was naturally killed easily. However, this also showed how dangerous it was. After all, how many people could have combat strength like Lu Ming's? Many geniuses would die when they encountered this strange fish. There seems to be something over there. King Kong's nose twitched a few times, as if he had smelled something. He looked to the right. That was the direction where the strange fish had appeared. Let's go and take a look. The 4 of them went to the right, and not long after, a few more strange fish appeared and charged at them. These strange fish seemed to be guarding something. There should be a treasure. The 4 of them seemed to have thought of something and attacked with all their might. A few strange fish were easily killed, and they continued to move forward. Along the way, they killed more than a dozen strange fish. They saw a cliff wall, and on the cliff wall there was a small puddle. That's the elixir of life. Wen Zhongli cried out in shock. Lu Ming, Jin Gang, and Gong Fei's eyes widened abruptly. There was a milky white liquid in the small puddle, and it gave off a shocking amount of life essence. Elixir of life? It's the elixir of life, Lu Ming said excitedly. He had once bid for a small bottle of elixir of life at an auction in the Great Domain. However, it had been diluted and the concentration was very low, so it couldn't be considered the real elixir of life. However, Lu Ming would never forget that aura. The small puddle in front of him was the real water of life. The elixir of life was an unparalleled treasure. It was extremely rare in the world. It could resurrect the dead and grow flesh on bones. Its effect was heaven-defying. As long as one was still breathing, it could be saved. No matter how heavy the injuries suffered, it could be healed. Chapter 940. 940 Chapter 940 Road Robbery. Such a rare treasure was counted in drops. For example, the bottle of elixir of life that Lu Ming had bid for in the past was most likely diluted with a drop of the elixir of life. In front of him, there was a small puddle that weighed at least a few kilograms. An opportunity, a great opportunity. Jin Gang grinned. Lu Ming and a few of them also smiled. Let's split it equally, Wen Lezhang said. All right, Lu Ming and the rest agreed. Wen Jishir took out the jade bottle and prepared to collect the elixir of life. Ha, what a great opportunity. There's actually an elixir of life here. At this moment, an excited laugh was heard. With a flash of golden light, a young man appeared on the scene. The golden pool. A few of them were shocked. The newcomer was none other than Jin Qi, the supreme talent of the demon clan from the heavenly demon valley. Jin Qi's gaze swept across the elixir of life, and he berated, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. You can get lost now. Golden Pool, We were the ones who discovered this elixir of life first. If you want to keep it for yourself, aren't you being too greedy? When Xianxia said with an ugly expression, "Big appetite? My appetite is just that big. Why? Do you still want to fight me?" A golden light emanated from Xianxia's body. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked at Lu Ming and the others with disdain. "King Kong, you're heaven's favorite of the demon race. It's embarrassing for you to hang out with the human race. You don't have to go back to the Sky Demon Valley. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you." A cold voice came out of Xianxia's mouth. King Kong's expression was ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. Fear flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that Vajra was extremely afraid of the Golden Pool. The spiritual fire between Wen Jishi's and Gong Fei's brows leaped. Vital essence burst forth from Lu Ming's body as he confronted the Golden Pool. Overestimating your own ability, you're really looking for death. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. The golden light on his body became even more intense, and a terrifying aura burst out. That aura was incomparably vast, and the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on everyone. Lu Ming and the others felt an extremely dangerous feeling in their hearts. He felt that as long as he fought with Xianxia, his life would be in danger. "Lu Ming, let's go." At this time, King Kong growled, "Leave." When Xianxia and Gong Fei's faces were filled with unwillingness. "Let's go. Xianxia is extremely powerful. I've dealt with him before. Even if the four of us join forces, we're definitely not his match. The difference is too great. We'll only be killed." Vajra growled and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and the other two. "Let's go." At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. King Kong was right. The Golden Pool gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Lu Ming felt that if they were to fight, even if he had the mountain and river diagram, he would not be able to defend against the other party's attacks. They might even be killed here. Although the elixir of life was precious, there was no need to fight for it with his life. When Xianxia and Gong Fei also gritted their teeth, the four of them moved and quickly retreated, leaving the place far behind. Xianxia smiled faintly. It was not because he was kind and did not want to kill them, but because he felt that Lu Ming and the other three were not simple. If they were to fight, even if he could kill them, he would have to spend some effort. This island was filled with poisonous insects and poisonous fog. It would save him a lot of effort and would be beneficial for his search for the totem pole. That was why he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he would have killed Lu Ming and the rest. What a pity! After he left, Wen Zhongyi sighed. Lu Ming did not say anything, but his gaze was more determined. In this world, strength spoke for itself. Without strength, it was useless to say anything. The four of them continued to explore, but their direction did not change. They kept going deeper into the island. This was because the totem pole was most likely deep within the island. However, the deeper they went into the island, the thicker the poisonous fog became and the more powerful it was. Inscriptions appeared on Wen Jishir and Gong Fei's bodies. A light shield enveloped them and blocked the poisonous gas around them. The Vajra's demonic power spread out and covered his entire body. The surrounding poisonous gas came into contact with the inscription light shield and demonic power, making a constant sizzling sound and corroding the light shield and demonic power. Lu Ming was the most relaxed. His entire body was covered in a layer of devouring power. All the poisonous gas was devoured, and it did not affect Lu Ming's movements at all. This made Wen Qini and the rest click their tongues in wonder. In their hearts, Lu Ming was becoming more and more unfathomable. Not long after, they saw a young man with a green face running back in panic. It was obvious that he was deeply poisoned. The few of them had grave expressions on their faces as they advanced another few thousand miles. At this point, the power of the poisonous gas was even more terrifying. The light shield formed by Wen Jishir and Gong Fei's formation was shaking and shaking violently on the island. The King Kong's demonic power was the same. It was constantly resisting the poisonous gas and was consuming a lot of its energy. Lu Ming, it seems that I can only go this far. I can't go any deeper. Wen Zhongli shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm the same, Gong Fei said. King Kong also looked at Lu Ming with eager eyes. If this continued, they would be in danger. Then you guys stay in the periphery and look for opportunities. I'll continue to explore deeper. Lu Ming nodded. He bade farewell to Wenqini and the rest and left alone. Not long after, Lu Ming had traveled another few thousand miles. At this point, the power of the poisonous gas had reached a shocking level. There was no trace of the poisonous insects, let alone people. Tap, tap. Lu Ming was cautious as he walked forward step by step. He did not know what kind of danger he would encounter here. He was on full alert and did not dare to move too fast. There's someone in front. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He saw a figure in front of him. The figure was also moving slowly. Clearly, it was much slower than Lu Ming. Luo Tian. As he walked closer, he realized that the young man in front of him was Luo Tian. Luo Tian's entire body was filled with demonic qi. It formed a thick demonic qi armor that covered his entire body and blocked the poisonous gas around him. However, the poisonous gas was terrifyingly powerful. It constantly corroded the demonic qi armor. It was obvious that Luo Tian was having a hard time moving forward. Hearing the commotion, Luo Tian turned around and was shocked. Obviously, he did not expect that other than himself and Jin Shi, there would be someone else who could make it this far. However, when he saw the devouring power that was constantly permeating Lu Ming's body, his eyes flashed. Lu Ming ignored Luo Tian and strode forward. However, Luo Tian clearly had no intention of letting him go. Bang! Luo Tian took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ming's face darkened. You should have a treasure that can resist the poisonous gas, right? Give it to me, Luo Tian said in a commanding tone. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Luo Tian had regarded the devouring power of the Nine-Dragon bloodline as some kind of treasure. Your Excellency, I don't have any treasure that can resist the poisonous gas. Lu Ming said. No, you still want to lie to me? Do you think I'm an idiot? If you didn't have a treasure to resist the poisonous gas, how could you have come here? Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll take it myself. It'll be the same. Luo Tian sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 941. 941 Chapter 941 Meeting Luo Tian. Your Excellency, this is too much. Lu Ming said. Even if he had a treasure that could resist the poison, he would still be poisoned to death if he gave it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not consider his life at all. Haha, too much. It's your honor to be able to help me, you piece of trash. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you immediately. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with demonic energy, and his killing intent became even colder. Hee, Luo Tian, who do you think you are? Lu Ming suddenly sneered. He then took a step forward and dashed to the side at top speed. You're looking for death. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he let out an angry roar and slashed his palm at Lu Ming like a knife. The terrifying saber flare almost split the poisonous gas apart. The surrounding poisonous gas rolled as the saber flare approached Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming exploded with all his dragon energy. At the same time, the mountain and river diagram rushed out and surrounded him. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and it collided with the saber radiance. A terrifying explosion rang out, and the poisonous gas nearby was dispersed. Lu Ming felt waves of incomparably terrifying saber radiance surging towards him. However, most of it was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. However, there was still a portion that surged into the mountain and river diagram. There were a few more wounds on Lu Ming's body, and blood was flowing out. Lu Ming made use of this force to retreat backward 1,000 meters. He then ran to the side. What an overbearing saber technique. What a powerful combat strength. A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. The scales on his fist burst open, revealing a deep cut so deep that the bone could be seen. Luo Tian's strength was far above his. No wonder he was ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. So you do have some strength. Luo Tian frowned, and his killing intent grew colder. Although he did not use his full strength in that move just now, there were not many people who could block his blade. Bang! He took a step forward, and his body was like a flash of light as he chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Brat, you have so many treasures on you. You'd better hand them all over, or I'll make you die an ugly death. Luo Tian's voice was cold. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He broke into a run. Kill! Die! Luo Tian shouted as a black demonic blade appeared in his hand. He slashed with all his might. 1,000-meter-long astral blade formed and broke through the poisonous gas. It cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. This slash was several times more powerful than the previous one. Lu Ming did not fight it head-on. His figure flashed to the side rapidly. However, the saber light actually moved along with him and slashed down at high speed. In the end, Lu Ming managed to dodge it. However, he was still hit by the sharp edge of the saber energy. The mountain and river diagram shook violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With his injuries, it was difficult for him to maintain his disguise and return to his original appearance. Lu Ming. After seeing Lu Ming's true appearance, Luo Tian let out an angry roar and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming, it's you. How dare you kill my brother Luo Li? Die, die. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Demonic chi surged from Luo Tian's body and his speed increased to a terrifying level. He was like a demonic blade that cut through the air. He was actually a little faster than Lu Ming. He's so strong. This Luo Tian's cultivation is only at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, but his combat strength is too terrifying. Even geniuses like Wang Chun and Nangong Bo, who were at the same level as Luo Tian, would be easily killed by him. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Luo Tian's strength was extremely terrifying. He could not be measured by ordinary warriors or even ordinary geniuses. Other than a few people, Luo Tian was basically invincible in a battle of the same level. Furthermore, his cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed toward the depths of the sky, Poison Island. The poisonous gas was thicker there, which was to his advantage. Damn it! Luo Tian shouted angrily and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, they had gone another 100 miles. And NBSB, buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from ahead. It was a group of poisonous bees. There were basically no living creatures here, but there were still so many poisonous bees. These poisonous bees were absolutely terrifying. Luo Tian, I'll let you have a taste of the poisonous bee. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He charged directly at the poisonous bees and threw a punch at the same time. A flaming fist radiance rushed into the poisonous bees. This time, it was as if he had poked the hornet's nest. The poisonous bees were in a frenzy. They seemed to be very angry and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the mountain and river diagram to block the attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The poisonous bees kept hitting the mountain and river diagram, causing it to shake violently. Then, Lu Ming turned around and ran toward Luo Tian. Damn you, you're crazy. Luo Tian bellowed and slashed out a shocking saber flare. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge it. Although he did not manage to avoid it completely and was shocked to the point of spitting blood, the saber flare cut down a bunch of poisonous bees. The rest flew angrily towards Luo Tian. There was a long tube at the head of each bee. Poisonous gas of various colors spewed out from the tube and spread toward Luo Tian. Pili-Pala. The demonic armor on Luo Tian's body made a sound of corrosion. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he ran away. Lu Ming, don't let me see you again. I'll kill you. Luo Tian's voice could be heard, but he had already disappeared. Lu Ming ran forward in large strides. A group of poisonous bees kept chasing him. Fortunately, he could devour poisonous gas, so the poisonous gas of the poisonous bees was ineffective against him. The mountain and river diagram could also defend against the poisonous bees' attacks. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the poisonous bees and continued on his way. After 1,000 miles, a huge mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent rumble came from the foot of the mountain. There seemed to be a great battle going on. Who is it? Could it be that the human race's heaven's favorite has eliminated me? There's still someone who can make it this far? Lu Ming's expression changed. According to his speculation, Luo Tian should not have been able to reach this place. He immediately concealed his aura and approached carefully. When they walked closer, they found a cave at the bottom of the mountain. The rumbling sound came from the cave. Lu Ming found a secret place to hide and looked in front. Not long after, the rumbling sounds in the cave disappeared. A golden light flashed, and a figure rushed out of the cave. The golden pool. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That figure was actually Xianxia. On top of the golden pool, there was a golden bead that scattered down rays of sword light, helping the golden pool to block the poisonous gas outside. However, it was obvious that it could not completely block it. The green gas on Xianxia's face was clearly poisonous. Damn bees! Xianxia growled and glared at the cave. Then, he found a place, took out a pile of raw stones, and began to absorb them. He did not notice Lu Ming. It was obvious that he had fought with something in the cave, and his Zhen Yuan had been severely depleted. Now he was out to absorb the raw stones to recover his Zhen Yuan. Half an hour later, Xianxia got up and rushed into the cave again. The sound of a battle could be heard from the cave again. Not long after, Xianxia roared and rushed out of the cave. This time, he was in a worse state. His hair was disheveled, and the golden feather clothes on his body were shattered. The golden bead on his head was also shattered, and the golden light that scattered was greatly reduced. The green gas on Xianxia's face was even thicker. It was obvious that he was more deeply poisoned, and his aura was much weaker than before. He looked at the cave unwillingly, but he did not dare to stay and rushed out. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took a step forward and dashed toward the golden pool at top speed. Chapter 942. 942, Chapter 942, Killing Xianxia. Lu Ming would not let go of such an opportunity to take his life when he was weak. As he rushed out, Lu Ming directly exploded with his dragon power. In a few breaths, he was close to the golden pool. Who is it? Xianxia was shocked and suddenly looked in Lu Ming's direction. Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck towards the top of Xianxia's head. This palm could split a mountain. Lu Ming had used all his strength. Xianxia had never expected that there would be someone else here. In a hurry, he raised his arm to block. Boom! Xianxia's body was sent flying far away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that he's really seriously injured. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Luo Tian had been so afraid of Xianxia, which showed that Xianxia's strength must be extremely terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than Luo Tian, or even stronger. Now that he had been sent flying by Lu Ming's palm, it was clear that Xianxia had been seriously injured in the cave and was shrouded in poisonous gas. His strength had been greatly reduced. Brat, you dare to sneak attack me? You're looking for death. As soon as Xianxia retreated, he was furious. His eyes were filled with a shocking murderous intent as he looked at Lu Ming. After taking a look, Xianxi's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Lu Ming, you're Lu Ming? Lu Ming was not in disguise, and the golden pool could recognize him at a glance. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He strode forward and charged toward the golden pool. Don't think that you can kill me just because I'm injured. You're the one who's going to die today. I'll kill you and get the reward from the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Xianxi's voice was cold. A strong golden light burst out from his body, and he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he stood still, but Xianxi was forced to retreat. Right now, you're not my match at all. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He attacked the golden pool frantically. Every punch and palm strike contained the power of millions of June. They suppressed everything and poured madly into the golden pool. Moreover, many of the attacks were aimed at the round pearl above the golden pool. Boom! Boom! The golden pool exploded and collided with Lu Ming continuously. Bang! After a few dozen moves, the round bead on top of Xianxi's head was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. The bead shattered, and more poisonous gas gushed towards Xianxi. Xianxi's face turned even greener. Damn it! The golden pool let out a shrill cry and transformed into its true form. It was a golden wand. Of course, it was not a pure-blooded golden wand. It had more than 60% of the golden wand's bloodline. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming used the fusion of his blood meridians and transformed into 9 dragons to continue his attack. Xianxi coughed out blood continuously. His golden body was covered in a thick layer of poisonous green gas, and the concentration was getting stronger and stronger. The golden pool tried its best to rush out, but was held back by Lu Ming. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Xianxi. His eyes were already filled with panic. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. Pucci. The claws of the 9 dragons clawed at Xianxi's body and tore off a large piece of flesh. Golden feathers flew in the air, and Xianxi let out a blood-curdling scream. Bang! He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took 6 steps in a row. The violent attacks poured onto Xianxi's body, causing him to fall to the ground and create a huge pit. Bang! The 9 dragons descended and grabbed Xianxi's wings with their claws. They tore at Xianxi's wings with all their might, and as blood splattered, the wings were torn off. Xianxi let out a heart-wrenching scream. He no longer had that high and mighty attitude from before. What he had was only fear and embarrassment. He was terrified. He could feel death approaching. Boom! The dragon claw struck again, and a violent force blasted into Xianxi's body, dispersing all of his demonic power. No, don't kill me. Spare my life. Xianxi shouted. He didn't want to die. One of the 9 dragons' claws was on Xianxi's neck. He looked at Xianxi with cold eyes and said, Weren't you high and mighty before? He's so domineering, snatching other people's things without even blinking. Your biggest mistake was that you couldn't bear to waste it. When you came out of the cave, you swallowed a few drops of the life potion, and your injuries would have healed immediately. I'm not your match either. It's a pity that you couldn't bear to waste the life potion, hee. Lu Ming sneered continuously. You're one of the 4? Xianxi's eyes widened. Not bad, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. I still have a lot of treasures in my storage ring, including the elixir of life. I can return them all to you as long as you let me go. Xianxi loudly begged for mercy. Spare you? Are you going to kill me after you've recovered? Am I that stupid? Besides, after I kill you, your treasures will be mine, right? Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I swear, I will never seek revenge from you. Xianxi shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming suddenly exerted his strength and swung his dragon claw, killing the golden pool. A heaven's favorite of the demon race, who was comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents, had died just like that. He had died with great regret. The devouring power burst forth and devoured the blood essence energy of the golden pool, taking away his storage ring. He glanced at the storage ring and indeed saw 2 jade bottles. The jade bottles contained the water of life. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He put away the storage ring and looked at the cave. There was a creature in the cave, and it had fought with the golden pool for so long. What happened? Lu Ming speculated that the creature in the cave would not be much stronger than the golden pool. Otherwise, the golden pool would not have dared to attack it repeatedly. It couldn't be much stronger than the golden pool. If the golden pool was injured, the creature couldn't be intact. This might be a chance. The totem pole, could it be in this cave? Otherwise, why would Xianxia work so hard? At the thought of the totem pole, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. Lu Ming carefully moved closer to the cave. The hole was huge, and there was a faint light coming from inside. Lu Ming walked in slowly and looked inside. There was a huge cave inside. Behind the cave was another cave. The light was coming from that cave. At the entrance of the cave, there was a huge, colorful crab. The giant crab was taller than a human just by lying there. However, there were many wounds on its body, and blood was still flowing out of them. It seemed that this giant crab was the one who had fought the golden pool. However, this giant crab wasn't any better off than Xianxia. Its aura was weak, and it was obviously heavily injured. Lu Ming's fingers started to wave in the air, and he started to inscribe the array. His speed was extremely fast, and his fingers were like lightning as they streaked across the air. Countless inscriptions entered the space. Squeak! The giant crab sensed the fluctuation and looked up. When it saw Lu Ming, it let out a sharp sound and got up, crawling toward him. Kill! Go! Lu Ming shouted softly. The array in the air glowed and condensed into arrows, shooting them at the giant crab. The giant crab waved its tail and blocked all the arrows. At the same time, the giant crab spewed out a large amount of poisonous gas that spread toward Lu Ming. Chapter 943. 943, the ancient three-eyed god race. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was least afraid of poisonous gas. He rushed over and started a battle with the giant crab. The giant crab was very powerful. It was definitely not weaker than the golden pool. In fact, it was even stronger. However, most of the giant crab's power was concentrated on the poisonous gas. To others, it was a fatal threat. To Lu Ming, however, he could ignore it. Moreover, the giant crab was severely injured and its strength had been greatly reduced. In this way, Lu Ming had the upper hand. However, even if Lu Ming had the upper hand, it was still very difficult for him to kill the giant crab. The cave was filled with continuous rumbles. Lu Ming used all his strength to fight the giant crab. After a few hundred moves, he finally killed it. However, Lu Ming himself was also severely injured. Lu Ming immediately took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained the elixir of life. He poured out 2 drops and swallowed them. At the same time, he took out a pile of raw gemstones and let the bloodline of the 9 dragons devour them. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an alarming rate. In a few minutes, his injuries were completely healed. The elixir of life is truly astonishing. Lu Ming secretly felt it. Soon, Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He looked at the glowing hole. The totem pole isn't inside. Lu Ming walked over carefully and stepped into the cave. It was a passageway. The light came from the front, and the passageway was more than 100 meters long. After passing through the passageway, Lu Ming came to another huge cave. Lu Ming was extremely surprised when he arrived at the cave. This was because there was no trace of poisonous gas in this cave. Instead, it was filled with extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual qi. In fact, there was even some heaven and earth origin qi in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. This qi was exactly the same as the one in the raw gemstone. It was called origin qi. This cave and the Sky Poison Island were simply 2 different worlds. Who's that? Suddenly, he saw a burly figure sitting cross-legged in the corner of the cave. This figure was clearly a three-eyed god, but this three-eyed god looked extremely old. His scales had all fallen off, and his two horns were dull and lifeless. However, there was still a faint aura of life on his body. And beside this three-eyed god, there were many skeletons. These were all thick-boned banners, and it was obvious that they were left behind by the three-eyed god race. At this moment, the three-eyed god suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. The 20-year period is up again. You humans are here again. And NBSB, let's go. An ancient voice boomed out of the three-eyed god. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn as he sized up the three-eyed god. This three-eyed god seemed to be very old and was about to die. The aura on his body was very weak and posed no threat to Lu Ming. Only then did Lu Ming feel relieved. Human youth, what's wrong? You're still afraid of me, a dying man? The old three-eyed man said. What are you doing here? Lu Ming asked. According to what he knew, there were some ruins here that the three-eyed god race couldn't enter at all. If they entered, they would definitely die. Moreover, this was one of 9 great forbidden lands, so how did the three-eyed god race get in? Could it be that the three-eyed god race can enter the sky, Poison Island? How did I get in? Do you think I wanted to come in, but was forced to? This world doesn't allow the existence of beings above the spiritual god realm. We're just a trial for your human race. The ancient three-eyed god let out a low roar. What do you know? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had always felt that there was a powerful existence behind all this. The Battle of Providence was really like a place for them to train. Who was controlling everything from behind the scenes? Do you want to know? I can tell you. The ancient three-eyed god said in a low voice. Lu Ming did not speak. He listened quietly and remained cautious. Although this old three-eyed god's aura was weak, Lu Ming still did not dare to be careless. According to the ancient records, our three-eyed god race is extremely powerful and dominates the world. Outside of this world, you humans are nothing more than losers to our three-eyed god race, nothing more than our dogs. The ancient three-eyed god sneered. Lu Ming still did not say anything. The old three-eyed god continued. In this world a long time ago, the remaining powerful beings of the human race captured a group of my three-eyed god race and placed them in this world for my race to reproduce. Then, they used them to cultivate the geniuses of the human race. You try to cultivate a peerless genius that could contend against my three-eyed god race in the outside world. Hee, what a fool's dream. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What was the outside world that the old three-eyed god was talking about? It should not be the world that Lu Ming was in. Could it be heaven? Back then, the three-eyed god race had appeared on that small island in the heaven realm, and they had even said that they wanted to attack the primordial realm. Could it be that the Battle of Providence was being controlled by a mighty figure from the heaven realm? In an instant, Lu Ming had many thoughts in his heart. Therefore, in this world, it is impossible for anyone above the spiritual god realm to appear. As long as someone from my clan breaks through to the spiritual god realm, they will be suppressed or even killed. I was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth when I broke through to the spiritual god realm. I escaped here with a serious injury. So, don't worry, I'm not a threat to you. The ancient three-eyed god continued. No more, Lu Ming said. That's all. It's been too long, and I only know this much. Boy, I'm just struggling on my last breath, suffering every day. Since I've said so much, come and get rid of me, and let me be free. The ancient three-eyed god sighed. Kill you. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That's right. I've been dragging my broken body and suffering every day. I'd rather die. How about you help me with this? The three-eyed man said. All right. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he strode toward the three-eyed god. A long spear materialized in his hand, and he aimed it at the three-eyed god. Right at this moment, the old three-eyed god's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, a black shadow rushed out from his dantian and charged toward Lu Ming. I knew you would be like this. Lu Ming sneered and retreated quickly. The mountain and river diagram circled around him as he threw a punch. The terrifying force of the punch landed on the shadow. The shadow let out a shrill cry. Although it dispersed, it condensed again in the next moment and continued to charge at Lu Ming. However, it was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. With a shake, it was sent flying. This is the spirit god. Lu Ming was shocked. It was only now that he was able to clearly see the appearance of the shadow. It was actually a miniature three-eyed god, and it looked exactly like the ancient three-eyed god. This was clearly the spirit god that the ancient three-eyed god had condensed. This three-eyed god had almost stepped into the spiritual god realm, but it was a pity that he was suppressed. A half-finished spiritual god is about to disappear. Since you want to kill me, I'll fulfill your wish and kill you once and for all. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to punch out with both his fists. One after another, his fists flew towards the spiritual god of the three-eyed god race. The spiritual god tried to dodge, but there were too many fist radiances. It was impossible for it to dodge all of them. It was struck by the fist radiances, and with every punch, the spiritual god would dissipate. Then it would reform and become weaker. Chapter 944. 944, a dozen spirit gods. Boom, boom. As the fist radiance continued to strike out, the spiritual god became even weaker. If it was an ordinary spiritual god, Lu Ming would definitely not be a match for him. However, this old three-eyed god was suppressed before he could even break through to the spiritual god realm. He could only be considered a half-spiritual god, and his body was severely injured. He was extremely weak and completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a while, the spirit god swayed and flew back into the body of the old three-eyed god. The ancient three-eyed god let out a heaven-shaking roar. Don't even think about getting the totem pole. I'm going to destroy it. With that, the old three-eyed god's body suddenly moved, and he pounced in a certain direction. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the cave. He saw a stone pillar about 3 meters tall at the side of the cave. There were various patterns carved on the stone pillar, such as dragons, phoenixes, and tigers. This is a totem pole. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had been so focused on the old three-eyed god that he did not notice the totem pole. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards the old three-eyed god. A long spear materialized in his hand, and he pierced through the old three-eyed god. Pucci! The spear pierced through the old three-eyed god's body, nailing him to the wall. I'm not willing to accept this. My three-eyed god race will annihilate the human race sooner or later. And MBSB, Arg, the ancient three-eyed god, let out a furious and unwilling roar, and then he died. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could understand the old three-eyed divine being's unwillingness to give up. He had cultivated arduously for his entire life and was about to break through to the spiritual god realm. But he was suppressed, and his entire life's efforts were in vain. He could only hide in this cave and wait for his life to run out before dying of old age here. However, the two of them were of different races and were hostile to each other. Lu Ming had no reason to sympathize with them. His gaze fell on the stone pillar. Is this the totem pole? The purpose of Lu Ming's visit was for it. Lu Ming walked to the bottom of the totem pole and hugged it with both hands. He lifted it with force, but it did not move at all. It's quite heavy. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He exerted all his strength. The essential core in his body exploded, and he pulled with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. The entire cave started to shake. Lu Ming slowly pulled out the totem pole. Rise! Lu Ming shouted and pulled the mountain with all his might. The muscles all over his body bulged, and he exerted force on his waist. With a loud bang, the totem pole was pulled up. However, at this moment, the totem pole suddenly glowed brightly. More than 10 rays of black light suddenly burst out and flew towards the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. This was because with a quick glance, he could see that the dozen or so rays of light were actually a dozen or so spiritual gods, all of them in the form of miniature three-eyed god race beings. At this moment, the skeleton of the old three-eyed divine race member flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Could those skeletons be the same as the ancient three-eyed god, the three-eyed god that was suppressed after breaking through to the spiritual god realm and died here? After they died, the spirit god attached itself to the totem pole. We've been tricked. Just now, the old three-eyed god pretended to destroy the totem pillar, but he was actually reminding Lu Ming that it was a totem pillar. He wanted to remind Lu Ming to pull it out, and once he pulled it out, the spiritual gods and the totem pillar would attack Lu Ming. However, at this moment, everything happened so suddenly. It was too late for Lu Ming to dodge. Whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 spiritual gods rushed into Lu Ming's glabella and into his sea of consciousness. Get out! Lu Ming roared and closed his eyes. His mind appeared in his sea of consciousness and condensed into a physical form. More than a dozen spiritual gods appeared in his spiritual sea, exuding all kinds of powerful auras. Kill! One of the spiritual gods exuded a strong aura of lightning. It seemed to have no intelligence and charged at Lu Ming. Fast, extremely fast. What a powerful thunder intent. These spiritual gods are formed by energy in the intent realm of heaven and earth. Their original owner's consciousness has been destroyed, and only their instinct is left. Their instinct to kill humans. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately simulated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming's body went numb. He was sent flying, and his body almost dissipated. Kill! At that moment, the other spiritual god turned into a beam of fire. An extremely rich concept of fire spread out and charged at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's body seemed to be on fire as he was sent flying. His entire body was in excruciating pain. These spiritual gods wanted to obliterate Lu Ming's mind and will. If Lu Ming's will was obliterated, it would be equivalent to his death. Whoosh! A ray of golden light cut through the clouds in his sea of consciousness and slashed at Lu Ming. The creation of gold. The wills of these spiritual gods were all at the 4th level and were extremely powerful. The 4th level intent realm of heaven and earth was the highest level. These people had already mastered the highest level of intent realm, which was many times stronger than the 3rd level intent realm. Lu Ming's body was cut in half by the golden light, and a sharp pain that seeped into his soul came from his body. Lu Ming's body, which had been split in half, retreated rapidly and recondensed in the distance. However, his face was very pale. In his sea of consciousness, his body was formed by his mind. Even if it was split apart, it could still reform. However, the pain was real. His current situation was very dangerous. In the sea of consciousness, his body could indeed reform at will. But if he couldn't bear the pain and his will dissipated, his body would never be able to reform again, which meant his death. This was a test of will. My will is firm. How can I be destroyed by you? Lu Ming growled in a low voice. His eyes were extremely determined. Whoosh, whoosh. The two spiritual gods pounced on Lu Ming. Kill, in my sea of consciousness. Let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming roared and pounced on the few spiritual gods. After a few moves, Lu Ming was still scattered. However, in the distance, he condensed again. His will was firm, and he was unmoved. They continued to fight. He used all of his knowledge in this sea of consciousness to fight against the dozen spiritual gods. His will was firm. No matter how great the pain was, he would not be moved and would fight with all his might. In the beginning, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and had almost no power to fight back. However, the more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. He was getting used to fighting in his sea of consciousness. 10 days later, Lu Ming severely injured a spiritual god with the concept of fire with one punch, breaking his arm. The broken arm turned into fire concept and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's comprehension of the fire concept had actually improved by a small margin. You can do this? Then you'll become my nourishment. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a bright light. He was in high spirits as he fought against these spiritual gods. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's body continued to hold onto the totem pole. He stood in the cave, unmoving. His true war dragon technique was actually circulating on its own, like a vortex, absorbing the spirit chi and origin chi of the surroundings. His cultivation base was slowly rising. In his sea of consciousness, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. A month later, a spiritual god was completely defeated by Lu Ming. The corresponding intent realm of heaven and earth was absorbed by Lu Ming, and his corresponding intent realm was improved by a large margin. Chapter 945. 945, a terrifying upgrade. Heaven and Earth Jade Essence. Time flew by. 1 month, 2 months. Lu Ming did not know how much time had passed. He only knew that there was a war. A great war. He was fighting with more than a dozen spirit gods. His will was incomparably firm. No matter how it was shattered, he could recover. It was as firm as a rock, and there was nothing that could stop him. The dozen or so spiritual gods were defeated and scattered by Lu Ming one after another. The amazing thing was that the intent of the spiritual gods would integrate into Lu Ming's intent rune. His understanding of a certain intent rune would be greatly improved. There were more than a dozen spiritual gods, and they contained all kinds of intents. Boom, boom. Lu Ming did not know when, but there was only one spiritual god left in his sea of consciousness. This spiritual god has comprehended the earth essence realm. What a strong defense. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. This spiritual god was protected by the intent of earth and was like a turtle shell. It was the most difficult to deal with. Lu Ming and the spiritual god continued to fight. Slowly, 3 days passed. Finally, Lu Ming broke through the defense and defeated the spiritual god. Lu Ming could feel that his earth concept had improved a lot. Ha! That old three-eyed god was trying to harm me. But who would have thought that he'd help me instead? My 4 intents have all improved by a huge margin. Lu Ming laughed. With a thought, he returned to his body. He found that he was still holding the totem pole and standing there. I don't even know how long I've been fighting with those spiritual gods. It feels like a long time has passed. However, the Battle of Kismet shouldn't be over yet. Otherwise, I would have been teleported out. Lu Ming thought to himself. My cultivation level? Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart trembled. He sensed it and immediately found that the true qi in his body was surging and extremely strong. It was much stronger than before. 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. This is the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had only killed a dozen or so spiritual gods in his sea of consciousness, but his cultivation had actually increased by 3 levels, from the 4th level spirit embryo realm to the early stage of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. This was simply inconceivable. Take a look at my intent realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he was overjoyed. His wind, fire, and lightning intents had all reached the peak of level 3 upper tier. He was only 1 step away from the completion of level 3. The earth intent was slightly weaker, but it had also reached the late stage of level 3 upper tier. It had improved too much. How long has it been? My cultivation base has actually improved so much. It's too shocking. Lu Ming pondered secretly. At the same time, he was extremely happy. This was an opportunity, a great opportunity. What a powerful force. With my current combat strength, I can definitely kill Luo Tian easily. Lu Ming felt the majestic energy in his body, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course, he was referring to the Luo Tian of the past. He did not know how much time had passed and whether Luo Tian's cultivation had improved. There's something down there. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there was something strange under the totem pole. With a thought, the totem pole was kept into a storage ring. There was a pit where the totem pole had been pulled out. Under the pit, a piece of iron with strange patterns could be seen. The iron block seemed to be very large, and only a part of it was exposed in the pit. The rest of it was covered by rocks on the ground. Lu Ming pried open the rock and realized that it was not an iron block, but a huge iron box. Lu Ming took out the iron box. What was in this metal box? Lu Ming was a little curious and opened the metal box. In the iron box, there were two jade figures that were as tall as humans. Yes, jade figures, as if they were carved out of huge, precious jade. The jade figure emitted a shocking amount of life essence. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He thought of a kind of treasure, heaven and earth jade essence. That's right, this wasn't a jade person sculpted from jade, but a heaven and earth jade essence. The heaven and earth jade essence was said to be a type of supreme jade. After countless years, it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and was born by chance. If this kind of living being completely awakens its intelligence and is born, it will be extremely terrifying. Legend had it that a long time ago, a mature heaven and earth jade essence was born in the eastern wilderness. It was extremely terrifying and invincible. It could compete with, or even be stronger than a martial emperor. He had stirred up a storm of blood in the East Continent and was killed by a stronger being. It was extremely difficult for this heaven and earth jade essence to fully mature. Once it matured, it would be invincible in the world. However, a jade essence that had not matured and had not awakened its spiritual wisdom was a rare supreme treasure. It could really be described as rare. This was because a heaven and earth jade essence, combined with some other materials, could be used to refine a perfect body. If a spiritual god realm master's life was coming to an end, he could attach his spiritual god to the body refined by the heaven and earth jade and live another life. How precious was this? Lu Ming actually obtained two here. His heart was beating rapidly. At this moment, he thought of the Nine Suns Paragon. If the Nine Suns Paragon had this heaven and earth jade essence, he could completely reform his physical body and return to the world. That's great. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with excitement. He was 100 times more excited than when he found out that his cultivation had improved greatly. Along the way, the Nine Suns Supreme had helped him too much. His current achievements were all because of the Nine Suns Supreme. Otherwise, he would still be a piece of trash who had his bloodline taken away from the Lu family of the fiery wind city of the Blazing Sun Empire. He might have been killed by someone else long ago. There was one thing that had always been on his mind, and that was to find a treasure for Nine Suns Supreme to form a new physical body. Now he had finally found it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood. And a jade talisman. Lu Ming found a jade talisman beside the two heaven and earth jade spirits. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. He knew that it was a kind of secret book that recorded cultivation techniques or jade talismans that recorded things. With a sweep of his mind, Lu Ming realized that this was a secret skill. Twin Forbidden Spell. This was the name of the secret skill. What a strange name. Lu Ming began to read the content. At one glance, Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes widened. What a wonderful secret skill. What a strange secret skill. What a shocking secret skill. Lu Ming exclaimed continuously. According to the records of the Twin Forbidden Spell, this secret skill could actually cultivate one person into two. That's right, there was a huge difference between cultivating two people and cultivating a clone. Using the heaven and earth jade essence as the material, one soul would be split into two and another one would be formed. This self would become the second body, while the main body would be the main body. This was completely different from a clone. This was because, generally speaking, a clone could only have a portion of the original's combat strength and could not cultivate. The strength it had when it was cultivated would always be the same. However, the twin forbidden spell was different. The clone he condensed was basically the same as the main body. They had the same strength and aura. They could even cultivate, comprehend, and even communicate with each other. This was terrifying and heaven-defying. This was equivalent to two people cultivating. The only difference was that the clone had no consciousness. It was controlled by the main body and had no distracting thoughts. It would only focus on cultivation. This was simply faster than the cultivation of the main body. Moreover, if the main body accidentally died, the consciousness could awaken in the secondary body. This was equivalent to having an extra life. How heaven-defying was this? However, there was a warning at the end of the forbidden twin chant. This was a forbidden technique that could only be used once in a lifetime. Otherwise, it would lead to self-destruction. Chapter 946. 946 people from the outer continent. Furthermore, the twin forbidden art had a chance of success. If he failed the first time and tried again, the danger would increase. Amazing, too amazing. No wonder there are two heaven and earth jade essence here. It was prepared for the twin forbidden spell. Lu Ming was amazed and his heart was pounding. Anyone would be tempted by such a heaven-defying secret technique. It just so happens that I have two heaven and earth jade essences. I'll give one to Senior Jiuyang, and I'll keep the other one to practice the twin forbidden spell. If I can't succeed in one attempt, then I'll give up. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Then, he carefully closed the metal box and put it away. It was impossible to cultivate such a secret skill now. Other than the heaven and earth jade essence, he needed other materials, especially those that could nurture the soul. He could only cultivate it after the War of Providence was over. Let's take a look at the Book of Destiny. With a thought, the Book of Destiny appeared. Lu Ming realized that his luck value had reached more than 300,000. In other words, this trip to the Sky Poison Island had increased his luck value by more than 200,000. This time, it was a truly great opportunity. 9 totem pillars appeared. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized that the notification from the Book of Destiny stated that 9 totem pillars had appeared. There was one more pillar to go before he could open the ancient city of Providence. It seems that a lot of time has really passed. The Battle of Providence is probably ending soon. Lu Ming estimated that he had stayed here for at least a few months. Time to go out. After keeping the items, Lu Ming looked around and made sure that there were no other items. He then strode outside. When he walked out of the cave, the thick poisonous gas was still outside. Lu Ming released the devouring power to cover his entire body and resist the poisonous gas. He then strode out. After leaving the cave, Lu Ming's footsteps became faster and faster. He traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. After that, poisonous insects began to appear. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved greatly and his combat strength was much stronger than before. Naturally, he could pass through them easily. Along the way, he also found many spiritual herbs and picked them up. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the edge of the Sky Poison Island. On the surface of the lake, there was a thick green, poisonous gas floating around. The poisonous gas would only dissipate once every 3 months. Clearly, it was not time yet. No, I can't wait any longer. If the Battle of Kismet is in 10 days or half a month, I'll miss it if I stay here. If I rush out, the mountain and river diagram should be able to stop me, right? Lu Ming had a thought and entered the mountain and river diagram. In the air, there was only one scroll of the mountain and river diagram floating. Lu Ming controlled the mountain and river diagram from within and flew towards the surface of the lake. Instantly, the mountain and river diagram was surrounded by poisonous gas. Fortunately, the mountain and river diagram's materials were extraordinary and of a very high level. It successfully resisted the invasion of the poisonous gas. Very quickly, the mountain and river diagram crossed the lake's surface and returned to the shore. Lu Ming appeared from the mountain and river diagram and put it away. Phew, I'm finally out. Let's go find Qi Shui and the others. Let's see how long it'll be before the Battle of Providence ends. I wonder what happened during this time. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. During this period, he tried to send messages to Bai Qi Shui, Wen Zhongli, and the others using the Jade Talisman, but they could not get out. It seemed that they were too far apart. Lu Ming could only fly and search. After flying for a day and covering a few million miles, Lu Ming did not encounter a single person. Not only did he not encounter a single person, he didn't even encounter the three-eyed god race. Strange, something's not right. I've flown for millions of miles. It's impossible that I didn't encounter a single person. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He felt very strange. He went back to where Bai Qi Shui and the others had gathered, but there was no one there. Apparently, they had left a long time ago. I don't believe this. Let's go take a look at the three-eyed god race's royal city and capture a few of them to ask about the situation. With a single thought, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the three-eyed god's royal city according to the map he had obtained from the three-eyed god. The capital city of the three-eyed god race was at the center of this world. Lu Ming flew for an entire day before he neared the borders of the capital. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, there were two blood-red rays of light in front of them, shooting towards the north. Just as Lu Ming was overjoyed and was about to give chase, the two rays of light suddenly stopped and flew toward Lu Ming. The light dissipated and two young men appeared. Two young men in blood-red robes with long sabers on their backs exuded a powerful and bloody saber intent. Could they be from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the two young men without saying a word. Ha! There's still someone from the Divine Wilderness continent here. He actually dares to run around on his own, just in time to kill him, and his fate points will belong to us. A young man with a big mole on his chin looked at Lu Ming coldly. His luck value is yours. His storage ring is mine. The other young man spoke as well, looking as if Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled and his mind was spinning rapidly. They call us people from the Divine Wilderness continent. The people of the Divine Wilderness continent would never address them this way. Could it be that these two people were not from the Divine Wilderness continent? But how is that possible? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Since ancient times, the war for karmic luck had always been carried out on its own. The Divine Wilderness continent's 5 huge regions carried out their own activities. They had never done it together before. Furthermore, it was done by people from the other continents. Now, why would someone from another continent appear? It seemed that while Lu Ming was on the Sky Poison Island, there had been some changes outside. This kid isn't speaking. Is he a mute? The young man with the mole on his chin sneered. Who cares what he is, just kill him. Another youth said. Where are you guys from? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Hee, so you're not a mute. Death is near, so there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Bloodblade continent. Die, kid. The young man with the mole sneered. The saber intent on his body sword, a blood-red saber energy, thousands of meters long, slashed at Lu Ming. These two youths had extremely powerful auras and had reached the 5th level spirit embryo realm. If they were placed before Lu Ming entered the Sky Poison Island, they would be ranked in the 40th or 50th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Bang! Lu Ming waved his hand slightly and the blood-colored astral saber collapsed. The two young men's expressions changed. The two young men's eyes turned serious when they saw that the man was able to shatter the mole-faced young man's saber energy so easily. The Bloodblade continent? Why are you here? Also, where are the Divine Wilderness continent's elites? Lu Ming took a step forward. His eyes turned cold, and he asked a few questions. Kid, go to hell and ask. The mole-faced young man shouted coldly as his killing intent exploded. His blood chi soared into the sky and turned into a huge saber. This cultivation technique was similar to the cultivation technique of the seventh blood sword of the Heavenly Corpse sect, but the cultivation technique of the people of the Bloodblade continent was pure. Let's attack together. The other young man shouted coldly as his saber aura expanded. The blood-red saber aura actually contained the aura of fire. Chapter 947. 947 Talisman Sect Disciples in Danger. Whoosh, whoosh. Two blood-colored astral blades slashed down at Lu Ming with terrifying power. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He strode forward and slapped twice. With two crisp sounds, the two blood-red sword gleams were shattered. The pupils of the two young men from the Bloodblade continent contracted rapidly, and their eyes revealed extreme shock. The two of them had used almost all their strength in the two slashes just now, but they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Not good. It's a top expert. Let's go. The mole-faced young man shouted and turned to run. The other person felt the same way. They knew that they had encountered one of the top elites of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and his body was like a stream of light. In the next moment, he had caught up with the two of them and struck out with his palms twice. Although the two of them tried their best to block, they were still hit and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They crashed into the ground and left a huge pit in the ground. Lu Ming descended, and his immense aura enveloped the two of them. He said coldly, "Speak. Where are the people from the Divine Wilderness continent? Don't even think about it. If I say it, won't I still die? Anyway, I won't tell you if I die." The mole-faced young man's eyes were filled with madness. At the same time, a blood-red light flashed, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. With a loud roar, he turned into a blade light and rushed in a direction. The other young man also looked crazy. He turned into a blade light and rushed in another direction. You're looking for death. With the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming was the first to chase after the young man with the big mole. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, how fast would he be if he used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps? He caught up to the mole-faced young man in a few moments and killed him with a punch. Immediately, Lu Ming turned around and charged at another person. Kill. That person was extremely crazy. Seeing that he could not escape, his eyes turned red, and he charged towards Lu Ming like a wild beast. However, there was a huge difference in their abilities, and they were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. The cultivation technique of the people from the Bloodblade continent was overbearing, and they were not afraid of death. They were extremely crazy, and Lu Ming did not manage to get any information from them. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared and devoured the blood essence and energy of the 2 young men from the Bloodblade continent. Just now, the 2 of them were heading north. Perhaps if we head north, we might be able to find something. With an idea in mind, Lu Ming flew north. To the north of Lu Ming, a million miles away, a huge battle was going on in the mountains. On a mountain peak, light flickered and was incomparably dazzling. Inscriptions filled the air and many large arrays appeared, forming a light barrier that covered the entire mountain peak within. There were about a few hundred people on the mountain peak. All of them were disciples of the Talisman sect. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were constantly inscribing inscriptions around the mountain. The one in the lead had long Essilivur hair and 2 eyes. He was Huanjin. With him as the leader, Wenqini, by Qixue, Jimai, and the others were also among them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the mountain peak, a blood-red blade light rose. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth apart. It slashed towards Huanjin and the others. The blade light struck the light shield, causing it to tremble. Huanjin and the others also trembled slightly. There were more than a dozen people around the mountain peak, but a few of them had shocking auras and were extremely terrifying. Every one of them was wearing a blood-red robe and carrying a blood-red saber. He was dressed exactly the same as the two youths from the Bloodblade continent that Lu Ming had met before. Talisman Amulet Sect. With your measly strength, you can all die. A young man with long blood-red hair said coldly. His strength was the most terrifying, and his aura was powerful. With a single slash, the light shield trembled violently. Why are you so ruthless? Our Talisman Amulet Sect has no intention of fighting with you for the last totem pole. Huanjin said, Hee hee, a bunch of flies. They're in the way. Moreover, you have quite a lot of luck points. You'll be a piece of fat meat, even if I snatch you. The blood-red-haired youth laughed coldly. The other young men also sneered. More than a dozen of them attacked together, and the blade light kept slashing toward the mountain peak. Wen Zhongli, by Qixue, and the rest were trembling. They had used up a lot of their spiritual power. If this continued, their spiritual power would be completely depleted. Once they lost the protection of the formation, the Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples would be killed by the other party. The other party was too powerful. This was only a portion of the Bloodblade continent's people, but there were two people who were on the same level as Huanjin. Once the formation was broken, Huanjin could only stop one person. The other person could easily kill the others. Furthermore, the other 10 or so young men were also extremely powerful. Some people revealed bitter expressions. The battle for Providence this time was beyond their imagination. To think that the chosen of other continents would intervene. It was even more dangerous than the previous battles for Providence. If they didn't handle it well, the Talisman Sect would be completely annihilated. I'll inscribe a formation later to block them with all my strength. You guys hurry up and leave. Huanjin suddenly sent a message to Wen Zhongli by Qixue and the others. Senior brother Huanjin, we can't leave together. Wen Zhongli said hurriedly. If Huanjin left only one person to stop them, they would definitely be in trouble. That's right. We'll leave together and stay together. The others also called out. None of you can escape. Blood God's saber wheel. Break. The young man with long blood-red hair shouted coldly. An even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. A huge blood-red wheel appeared above his head. This blood-red will seem to be made up of countless blood-red sabers. It spun rapidly and was as big as a mountain. It crushed toward the light shield on the mountain. Not good, hold on. Huanjin and the others' expressions changed. The mental energy fire between their brows throbbed rapidly, spreading out and surging into the inscriptions around them. Boom! The blood-colored wheel of blades hit the light shield of the mountain heavily. The earth rumbled and the mountain shook violently. The light shields that covered the mountain shattered one after another. And NBSB, Huanjin and the others' expressions changed and their bodies trembled. Those with lower cultivation spat out blood. The disciples who were sitting cross-legged or in the middle of recovery or healing also stood up to help guard the array. However, the blood-red wheel of blades was too terrifying. It kept spinning like countless sabers, constantly slashing at the light shield. Bang, bang, bang. The light shield continued to explode and was about to be completely shattered. Release the puppets and use the inscription scrolls to open up a path. Charge out, Huanjin shouted. At this moment, with a loud bang, all the arrays collapsed and the light shield was shattered. Many Talisman Puppet Sect disciples released their puppets and surrounded the crowd. At the same time, a series of inscription scrolls were activated, either to protect them Slaviers or to attack, and they all rushed in one direction. You want to escape? All of you die. The red-haired young man controlled the huge wheel of blades and pressed forward, shattering countless puppets. More than a dozen blade lights slashed out, attacking the puppet and the inscription scrolls. Although the Talisman Amulet sect had many people, most of their combat strength was not strong. They were far from the top experts of the Bloodblade continent. The weakest of the dozen or so people from the Bloodblade continent were fourth-level spirit embryo realm prodigies. Screams rang out as a Talisman sect disciple was killed. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.